You're
the
not
Vikings
buying
ring.
Josh Dobbs?
Not gonna happen for the Vikings. So the Vikings will still be on that drought, that championship drought, but not the Rangers. So congrats to the Rangers. And yeah, man, the fact that they run 11 road games. So no team in Major League Baseball history has ever. Well, actually, no team in Major League Baseball history or NBA or NHL history has won 11 road games in a single postseason. Except for the Rangers, sorry. They're the
Except for
first
the
team
Rangers.
to do so. So talk about being clutch.
Golly, 11-0. That's incredible.
It's amazing.
And it's it's kind of how sports go, it's how baseball go. But to end the season as they did in such disappointing fashion, not winning the division after leading the division most of the year, Houston jumped in and took it, and that's the sign of a championship team to not let that derail anything, just make it fuel for the run. And it started with that trip to Tampa. Easy series win in the wild card round, and then, right through Baltimore, and then 2-0 on Houston. But, of course, the defending champs gave a punch back, which you expected them to do, and the Rangers weathered that and won Game 6 and 7 in Houston on their way. And once they got through Houston, you kind of felt like the Diamondbacks were no match for this team. I watched that whole series and wondered how the Phillies lost to that team. I still don't get it. I really don't, because the Phillies had a lead on that team too, and they're a nice young ball club. But give them credit, too, to roll through Milwaukee and the Dodgers and then the Phillies when they were down. Rangers did not let them really breathe in the series after they just like the road. They like to get out and play away from the ballpark and get after people. Yeah. Nathan Eovaldi, 5 wins. That's a record. He etches his name in baseball history. No one's ever done it. We mentioned there had been other pitchers who have won 5 games in a postseason, but whether it be Randy Johnson or Steven Strasburg, they picked up a win as a reliever at some point in the run. Nathan Eovaldi never did that. He won all 5 games as a starting pitcher. Actually started 2 games in this series. Rangers won both of them. He was the starting pitcher when they came from behind and won with the Adolis Garcia home run in the 11th inning. Corey Seager, huge series. He is the MVP for the second time, and Bruce Bochy, his 6th championship. Excuse me, his 6th manager to win 4 championships. Yeah. Only a couple of managers have more all time. So, the Rangers will come back next year, head to spring training, looking to defend. The Astros are going to hire a new manager coming up, and we'll see who that is. And they're going to try to go back and get it, and that'll make next year a lot of fun in Major League Baseball in the great state, keeping that championship in the Lone Star State.
One of the most remarkable turnarounds in a 2-year span, probably in all of sports that we've seen, at least in the modern era. The Rangers lost 102 games in 2021. Only 2 other teams have won the World Series 2 years after losing 100-plus games. 69 Mets, 14 Braves, the 1914 Braves, and they did so 2 years after 101 lost seasons. So you're talking about potentially no team has ever have lost more games in that 2 years ago, and then bounced back 2 years later.
Well, think about
to
it.
Win the World Series.
In addition to that, 2 years ago, last year, Rod, they lost 94 games. They were 68 and 94 last year. It's not like they were. I mean, they lost it's like they lost 198 games over the last 2 years. And by the way, the 68 and 94 mark in 2022. That's the worst record in a season before winning the World Championship. So it goes to what you heard Bruce Bochy say in the headlines. It goes to the top. Ray Davis, the ownership, they've invested. Once they got this new ballpark, which they've been seeking, when the former president George W. Bush, who threw out the first pitch to start this series, of course, he got the ballpark at Arlington built way back in the late 90s. But, it didn't have a roof. It was a beautiful ballpark. But, Ranger fans will tell you, Ranger players will tell you, playing outside in the heat of Texas over the course of a long season, it just wears down teams. I've heard the stories from former Rangers that, during the season, when it gets to July and August, we all know what that's like here in Austin, and certainly not much different in Dallas. You can't even go out and take batting practice. I mean, you don't even go out and take any infielding. It's just too damn hot. And then, of course, even when you go out there at 7 o'clock to start the game, it's still 100 degrees. Yeah. And over time, the visiting ball clubs come in and have to deal with that. You deal with it every day. Yeah. And I do think it was a factor. And it certainly was a factor in the fan base, because you just didn't – the game was on TV. You'd much rather just sit back and watch it than try to go out, so they didn't draw fans in those summer months. And it seems silly to build a brand new ballpark, or silly to some, when you have this beautiful ballpark right next door. But I think that's a part of it too, to have a roof, to have the facilities where you can, practice during the day and the air conditioning and get your work in and not wear down. I do think that's a factor. So give the city of Arlington and the leadership credit for going there. The owner, Ray Davis, then took the money and the revenue you're able to generate from that new ballpark and invested it right back into the ball club with the investment in Corey Seager and Marcus Semien 2 off seasons ago. This off season, the huge investment in starting pitching, including Nathan Eovaldi, who was outstanding. And I think the move from John Daniels, moving on from John Daniels to Chris Young, was a brilliant one. I mean, John Daniels had been in charge of that team and that organization. Remember, he won the power struggle with Nolan Ryan. When Nolan Ryan was kind of pushed out there as the owner, power went to John Daniels, and that's really as the organization began to slide. Chris Young came in and really has done a great job building that team with some shrewd trades, some moves made. I mean, acquiring Adolis Garcia from the Cardinals for nothing, essentially, trading for Jonah Heim, trading for Nathaniel Lowe. All this was being done to kind of build this core, and then the investment in the free agents and the trades made and the money spent. Even at the deadline here, Rod, to go get Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery, not worrying about the salaries and the payroll, but then you mix those trades and signings with this young crop of fertile young talent coming through the system, the Josh Youngs, the Evan Carters, the young pitching that's come through. It's just it's a talented mix. It's a really good roster, and of course they're the world champs, and we'll come back next year, maybe even stronger. We'll see what they do this offseason, but they will be a heavy favorite again next year, along with the Braves and the Orioles and the Astros.
I think it's a good lesson learned for the Dallas Cowboys, honestly. Use any means that is available to you to acquire talent and upgrade the roster. And that's exactly what they did. Whether you're talking about the farm system, the way they built it, or you're talking about making trades, or you're talking about free agency, they really left no stone unturned to try to upgrade the roster as best they could. And look at what it did. I mean, they were all in from the jump. Even as, like you said, 100 lost team or 90-something lost team, they still continue to be really aggressive about getting the talent they needed. And they had a blueprint that, was obviously built around winning the World Series. Actually, we have some sound we'll play from some guys early on talking about that. Even it's the reason they came to the Rangers. They were talking, like you said, they were talking about it. It was a goal for everybody who were making decisions in that organization. And even when they were bringing in new talent and they were bringing in free agents, that was part of the conversation, acquiring that new talent.
No question. No question. Go for it.
We're trying to win it all.
Yeah.
And now you've upped the ante. I've been on the other end of this too. I mean, when I came to Texas in 1999, everything seemed like it was all good. Mac had come off a season where Ricky won the Heisman, and he had already had some signature wins over like teams like Nebraska. I mean, we were rolling along pretty well, getting some number one recruiting class in the country. And then this dude Bob Stoops comes along and wins the national title in his second year at Oklahoma. And then Texas' rival essentially forces a ton of pressure on Mac. And Mac looks around and is thinking, like, I was doing pretty good around here. I thought we were having some success and we were achieving a lot. And Longhorn fans really ratcheted up the pressure for Mac. And I will say this, it brought out the best in Mac. It brought out the best in him because I think after that, even Mac understood, all right, I got to up the ante. There needs to be a sense of urgency around here because our rival is ahead of us. Yeah. Our rival has already achieved what we're trying to achieve, and they're better than we are. We gotta figure out a way to upgrade the roster. We gotta do whatever we can, upgrade the coaching staff. So honestly, if Bob Stoops hadn't won that title, I don't know if Texas gets to where they need to be in 2005. I think that's part of it. I think,
gotta have a carrot, Rod.
Yeah. I mean, I think it pushed Mac Brown to become a better coach. I think he knew he had to match Bob Stoops, and Bob Stoops was a hell of a dude to try to match.
Well, and it also, galvanizes the fan base around the idea and the locker room, and that's what we'll look forward to next year with the Astros and Rangers coming back. Can we hear, because I think the missing piece and the final piece with Bruce Bochy, to bring in a championship-level manager who's just been the steadying influence and the force who you heard, what in the cut we played in the headlines talking about, as you said, Rod, since spring training. We've been talking about winning this thing. Mm-hmm. And you got a manager who's won it 3 times. And been in it another time with the Padres. So can we hear from Bruce Bochy? Ty has this sound after. This is when they handed him the trophy. It's one thing. I know there's some Ranger fans talking about, man, I'd love to win it at home. No, you win it in the desert. You win it, and you have your celebration. Come home tomorrow and have a big party in your own building at Globe Life. But let's hear this from Bruce Bochy with the guys from Fox handing him the World Series trophy for the 4th time in his Hall of Fame career.
Bochy, take hold of that.
Amid the booze, I love it.
So
they're saying Booch.
Your guy Chris
Booch
gave you a phone call and just kind of asked if you wanted to get back to managing again. You think that was the right answer to say yes?
Oh my goodness, it's unreal. I was sitting on a recliner there in Nashville and just enjoying myself when he called me. And I tell you what, I'm so honored to ride with these guys. They inspire me with how resilient they've been. But to get this call, be part of this, I know how blessed I am. I can't thank these guys enough.
Resiliency has been a name of this team, right? I mean, you've been road warriors. You didn't lose a game on the road. It started obviously in Seattle, and you go through Tampa and Baltimore and Houston, and here you are. How did you manage to play so great on the road this entire postseason?
Man, I tell you, it's amazing how they came together. And I go back to Seattle. We lost a tough game there the last game trying to win this division, and they could have got down. They went in Tampa, put that beside them, and just got after it. And it's incredible to do what they did, and it's what we talked about, how tough a group this is, how resilient they are. Again, they inspired me. Thank you, guys.
One more, Bruce. Let's ask you about Nathan. He's been so good in these big games. You know that. You know you had confidence in him, and once again, he delivered. What was most impressive about him tonight?
Well, that's Nathan. I mean, that's his resume. We had the right guy out there. We knew it. We had all the confidence in the world in him. He's done it before. We knew he'd do it again. And for him to go out there and match against a really tough guy, it's incredible what he did for us.
Number 4, raise that thing above your head, Bruce. Enjoy it. Bruce Bochy, ladies and gentlemen, there we go.
All right, congratulations to the Texas Rangers. I'd also say, Rod, to Chris Almendaris and Reed Ryan and the team at the Dell Diamond and the Round Rock Express. They're a big part of this. And as we said, 14 members of the squad came through Round Rock, and a lot of them this year. Evan Carter spent a long time at Round Rock. Josh Young was there, working his rehab, and, of course, started his career there. Just so many of those guys. Josh Bors, I mean, so many of them. Round Rock, I know it's all lit up this morning out at the Dell Diamond. They're excited. So congrats to Tim Jackson and Chris Almendaris, Reed Ryan, the whole team. Big part of it takes a village, Rod, and it takes everybody to win a championship. And you just said it in relation to the Cowboys. You got to kind of go all in. And I think a lot of Cowboy fans, now the Ranger fans who are also Cowboy fans, can ask Jerry Jones, are you all in? Are you all in?
Man, you just watch.
You say you're all in, but you are.
Oh, you're all in. I mean, we just had the trade deadline, and every team that is currently a playoff team in the NFC, except for the Cowboys, made some kind of move. They looked at their roster and said, yeah, man, we can get better. We can get better. And Jerry Jones looked at his roster and said, we like our guys. That's the difference. And the Rangers, the last 2 years have looked at that roster and said, we got to get better. Now, granted, different situation because they were abysmal in terms of, winning games. But still, I just love the mentality paid off.
Yeah, it did.
The mentality paid off.
And it's top down. And obviously, it's been said a million times, but Jerry Jones is the owner and the general manager. You think if it was just a separate owner, might have made a different decision, or a general manager might have made a trade at the deadline. Who knows? That's the ongoing frustration with the Cowboys. But either way, not to minimize what the Rangers just did and make it about the Cowboys, but it is fair.
We're talking about Dallas. I'm talking about Dallas
Metroplex Sports.
Yeah, you're talking about exactly.
Well, now every major sport in Dallas has won a championship since the Cowboys have been in a Super Bowl. The Stars won one, the Mavericks have won one, and the Rangers have now won one.
Yeah, you're right.
Since the Cowboys won a Super Bowl in 1995.
Yeah.
And so Jerry's on the clock. Jerry's on. You mentioned the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, you're right about that.
All right, so there's the start. We'll certainly talk Rangers. We'll check in with some guests along the way and talk about the celebration that's coming tomorrow. Congratulations to Ty, all the Ranger fans out there who tune in morning by morning, and from these two Astro fans, tip of the cap.
Yeah,
tip of the cap. Job well done.
I heard a couple of Rangers fans. I was listening to some of the post game celebrations and stuff on the ticket and everything, and man, they already aggravated. They're taking shots at Astros, and they're not deliberately doing it, but they're saying, we play for the state of Texas. All right, we're not just for Dallas or Arlington. We're the Texas Rangers, so we represent the state. And I heard multiple players say it, and this, I guess, factually, because they do have that on their jerseys, they kept saying it, but it aggravated me. I don't know. As an Astros fan,
that's good. It's the truth. All right, we'll come back. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. 2 days out, we'll talk Texas K-State. The showdown game coming Saturday. We'll get into that Big Ten situation, a tense and emotional video conference. Last night, 90 minutes, talking all things Michigan and Jim Harbaugh with the conference commissioner. What can be done, what will be done, who knows? We'll certainly talk about it because a lot of reporting coming out of that last night. We'll also get to what the facts before the end of the hour. It is Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B on a Thursday.
Well, we don't see anything too terribly unusual on the main lane for major thoroughfare. thoroughfares coming out of South Austin, Hayes County, northbound on the interstate, building up as usual. Southbound out of Georgetown, south of Highway 29, also is not backed up necessarily, but building. As we check for crashes, the only one still on the board is FM 973 between Highway 71 and Tesla Road. But that has been around for a while, so we're thinking it is just about done. I'm Don Miller. There's traffic.
Viking Fence, every division up into the Metroplex now with Viking Fence. As we told you, they've established themselves here in Central Texas for 50 years. Viking has now grown on their operation up the I-35 corridor into the Metroplex, down into San Marcos and New Braunfels, because they have the investment in what they do. But it's not just for the permanent fences. We tell you about their temporary rental fence division as well, and up and down 35 into the Metroplex. They can handle the victory parade for the Rangers tomorrow with their temporary rental fence and barricade. They did the Astros a couple years ago when the Astros won the championship as well down in Houston. That's what they do with their temporary rental fence division. The same company that's so great with the permanent fences also saves you time, money, and headaches on your perimeter security and temporary rental fence needs, and they have since 1972. Still locally owned and operated, and always highly committed to prompt and courteous customer service. You worry about your event or project. They take care of the rest when it comes to the perimeter securing. Their flexible pricing plans allow you to fix your costs and always hit your budget. Ask about their damage waiver rates. That will eliminate untimely chargebacks. It's just the excellent work and great service, the honest reputation that comes with 5 decades of getting things done at Viking Fence. 837-6411, the phone number, 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com. And simply remember, when you think fence of any kind and a temporary rental fence, always think Viking.
Like sports, business is about winning. Championship decisions are business decisions based on what it takes to help your company win. And that's why there's UBO Business Services, specializing in helping you win every day by streamlining workflow and allowing you to better communicate within your organization and with your customers. Make your championship decision with UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com. Great people, great service, endless possibilities.
It's See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Replace your worn-out wiper blades and get up to a $20 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you purchase a pair of select wiper blades. See store for details. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
What's got you so down today?
We just lost another customer to Diamonds Direct. The guy's been with us for years. Went over there and, well, now he's in love with those people. I don't know what they do.
Want me to go secret shop Diamonds Direct again, sir?
Remind me what we learned the last time you did that.
Well,
did you see that about going into?
They're really good, sir. They got like 10 times the selection they have those top designers that we're not allowed to carry. They're telling people the inside secrets of diamonds. They give free service on stuff like cleaning and sizing, things you charge extra for. And they're nice people. Everybody's smiling over there.
Okay, stop. I know it's impossible to compete with Diamonds Direct. I mean, even my accountant just upgraded his wife's engagement ring there and got her a 3-carat.
I thought your brother was your accountant.
He is.
Are you getting all you deserve from your jeweler? You might be surprised. Maybe it's time to get the value, the selection, the quality, the education, and the service you deserve at Diamonds Direct, where Austin gets engaged. At the Domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods. Always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan, and this time of year on the sports calendar, it's what Underdog Fantasy and UnderdogFantasy.com was made for. If you haven't already, it's time to get on board at Underdog Fantasy and UnderdogFantasy.com and have a heck of a fun time, game-by-game fantasy sports, completely legal in Texas, and an absolute blast. As I've told you, you go game by game. Whether it's a college football game on Saturday, an NFL game Sunday or in prime time, or any of these NBA games, pick the game, pick 2 to 5 players on either side, both teams, then you choose if those players will go higher or lower on their in-game total. Then you sit back and enjoy the ball game like you would anyhow. You win up to 20 times your money if you go 5 for 5. Go to the website, UnderdogFantasy.com, or download the easy-to-use Underdog app to your phone and get logged in. Use the promo code Hogan, that's Hogan, my last name, and they're going to double your first deposit up to $500. That's right, so you're doubling your money to start. Again, build your dream team today in any sport, college, pro, football, NBA. Go to the easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Get signed up. Promo code Hogan, Hogan.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Congratulations to the Texas Rangers. November 1st of 2023 goes down in history. Their first ever world championship since the organization has been in existence as the Washington Senators, then the Texas Rangers, playing at the old Arlington Stadium. I went to a game there one time, Rod. It was hotter than hell. Oh my gosh! I don't even know if Ty was alive when that stadium was open, but that thing was like it was a glorified minor league stadium essentially that they built. I mean, it was all like aluminum seats and. In the summertime, it would turn into like you're sitting in a skillet. I mean, it really was. It was so hot. Just so hot.
Yeah.
No cover, no shade.
There's some places like that I've heard about too.
Oh my gosh.
Stadiums in Texas that are like that. I don't know what it is. The way they're built, I have no idea.
Well, that metal just heats up, and
yeah.
Oh man, you can't even sit on it. But but you could bang on it, and it was loud because you get all. You're clanging on the metal. Old school Ranger fans remember the old Arlington Stadium. Right. And we'll check in with our Ranger friends throughout the course of the morning. Congrats to the fans of the Texas Rangers who brought it home last night. 5 games it took. Only loss was game 2. They won every other game, and the loss of Adolis Garcia and the loss of Max Scherzer didn't matter. The rest of the team rallied and won both games. Or all 3 games out there in Arizona, and bring it home. They'll have a party tomorrow and a celebration in Arlington. So if you're making your plans to get up there, it's in Arlington, not Dallas. They'll do it right through ballpark area, and then down to Texas Live and all of that, and then right into the stadium. That'll be a party for sure.
It's gonna be a party. Oh man,
into the weekend. Where pretty good stuff. Good way to start the weekend, Rod.
I'm surprised Ty's not trying to go down there and be a part of it. Ty's got work to do.
Got work to do.
He's responsible.
Oh, that's right. You got a big event this weekend. Is that right? Oh, that's right. You got a family weekend kind of deal.
That's right. Okay. There you go. See, he's got a valid reason. Otherwise, I would expect the Ty to be down there. But there you go. Family first.
Yeah, I mean, when the Astros won it twice, I never was in. My parents went to one of them, which was surprising. Like, you guys are going down there into the sea of a million people?
My brother went to one of them.
I was like, that just does not sound like anything I want to be a part of.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be fun.
It's lit.
Oh, man. All right, this is Don Drysdale was the first Ranger radio broadcaster when Ted Williams was the manager. That's amazing. Appreciate that.
That is a great little factor. I did not know that.
Yeah. The Washington, because the Washington Senators, and of course they moved to old Dallas as the city was growing. The Metroplex was growing back in the 70s. All right, Rod, so we'll talk plenty of Texas baseball, Ranger baseball. Well, we will pay off our bet. We do have the cameras up and running now, but we'll probably wait till we get back into the studio. But we'll book a date to where I will wear the full Ranger uniform, including the eye black, the wristbands, and the cleats.
And the cleats.
During the whole show. And then Ty wants to throw batting practice to me somewhere after we go over to the Westlake HEB. So I'll settle. And you're going to wear the mask. The
Lucha Libre.
The
Rangers themed Lucha Libre mask. The entire show. Yeah. 5 hours. It's going to be a long time.
That's true. No, we would have had to pay it off. We will pay off our bets. Right. All right, Rod, we're going to go behind the burn orange curtain. But real quick thought on the vast majority of Big Ten coaches. Last night on a 90-minute video call that featured Commissioner Tony Petitti. According to ESPN's Pete Thamel, the call took 90 minutes and nearly an hour without Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh, who hung up after the regularly scheduled Big Ten business to allow the conference's coaches to speak freely about the NCAA's investigation into Michigan and their frustration with the Big Ten's not doing anything about it to this point, essentially. Collectively, the coaches want the Big Ten to act, according to the story Pete Thamel wrote right now. What are we waiting on? We know what happened, essentially. Now, is that fair to Michigan? Has there been due process in this case? I don't know. The NCAA has been investigating, but more and more comes out. And, Big Ten teams still have to play this team, who seems to have gone to great lengths to acquire information they should not have.
Yes.
And they're going to play games. Well, I mean, I understand. I sense I guess I can see their frustration, but at the same time, what can Tony Petitti do in real time becomes the question. I've argued putting the wireless communication in the headsets immediately.
I agree with you. I think your idea is still the best idea going forward. Doesn't look like that's something that came up in the meeting. I don't know if that was in the report or not. I think he's waiting on the investigation to be done, to be as thorough as possible. And yeah, it's true, but if you have enough evidence at this point, even without the entire investigation being done, I think that would, as if you're a decision maker, that should prompt you to want to do something. Now, not saying you need to punish Michigan, not right now. Maybe you wait till everything is done to do that. But yeah, maybe getting some messaging out there, or like you said, your idea about the communication headset is something they also should consider. So I don't know what's holding it up. I don't know why they're waiting for the court of public opinion to already,
It's already tanking what could be your champion, right?
Pretty much. They're already coming out and making up their mind.
And the coaches, this isn't, you and I on a radio show. This is the coaches in the Big Ten. They laid out to the Petitti. Remember, he just came on board in July or June. I mean, he just got here as the commissioner. Right. But they laid out to him, April is when Petitti came on board, how distinctive a schematic advantage Michigan has held over the last 3 years by illegally obtaining the opposition's signals ahead of time, as has been alleged. Coaches use words like tainted, fraudulent, and unprecedented. Of course, in the 3 years that Connor Stallions left a paper trail of purchasing tickets to games of Michigan opponents, the Wolverines have gone 33-3, 22-1 in Big 12 play. Prior 3 years, they were 21-11 and 16-8. in Big 12 conference play. So could be coincidence or it could be factor. It sounds like the Big Ten coaches believe it's been a major factor
I think we all know
to the rise of Michigan.
If it's happened, it's definitely been a factor. And like you said, the timeline is too distinct
to the day,
right? It just seems like whatever kind of Stallions came on officially, but we all know now this has been a 2+ year thing, or at least allegedly it's been a 2+ year thing. So I don't know what the Big Ten is waiting on. I'm with you. I think they waited too long. They still haven't officially said anything. This is just a report.
And they had Michigan's bye week to do something, right? Michigan didn't play last weekend.
The verdict is already out. I mean, they've waited too long now. In court of public opinion, the verdict is he's guilty.
Yeah.
So now they're just trying to see why they cover their behinds officially when it comes to the NCAA, or maybe they want to make sure there's no lawsuits involved in the way they handle it, that kind of stuff.
All right, let's dive in.
There will be lawsuits.
We'll take your thoughts on that. And, they're going to play games this weekend in the Big Ten. Michigan's going to play Ohio State at the end of the year.
Oh, man.
Penn State's going to play Michigan coming up. That's a top 10 team. Hey, let's get to behind the burnt orange curtain, though. Longhorns playing K-State Saturday.
All right, let's talk some Texas K-State, because I did the Longhorn Blitz podcast yesterday with my man Jeff Howe, with my man Matt Butler. Also did Football Theory with Ian Boyd, of course, talking a lot of Texas K-State. So I just got a couple of things that I want to bring up, a couple of topics related to this matchup. One thing that we talked about, and it's, obviously Avery Johnson, the quarterback run game, is one of the big major factors, all right, and variables in this matchup between Texas and K-State. K-State has one of the most diverse quarterback run games in the country. There's no doubt about it, between Will Howard and between Avery Johnson. All right, he's the young freshman, dynamic freshman, who we've heard now from multiple sources, and we had a K-State insider on yesterday saying he's the fastest guy on the team. This is wild that he's the fastest player on the team.
Legit 4-4 guy.
Yeah, so and of course, that's how you know Chris Kleiman's a hell of a coach. He ends up with the ball a lot. So he'll make sure that, hey, we only got one guy that's running this fast. He'll make sure he has the ball a ton. Now, they used the two, and this is something that E brought up yesterday that he was curious about, whether they would use two quarterbacks at the same time. Two quarterbacks at the same time, man. They do. All right, they put them both on the field at the same time, and essentially turn him into a jet sweep weapon. He lines up at wide receiver. They're working on something. To me, I think they're gonna have a package where they have a double pass ready to go.
Sounds similar to, remember when Ryan Tannehill was at A&M and they used him as a receiver early.
Yes.
And then a playmaker, and then he became the quarterback.
I think they'll have something in store. It just makes sense when you got both, because they've had both of those guys on the field multiple times, and I've already seen it. I thought it was weird, but I don't think they've ever given each other. I don't think they've ever exchanged the football. Both been on field. Usually it's just Will Howard at quarterback or Avery Johnson at quarterback, and then Will Howard out wide, and he's not a threat at all. But Will Howard's a good athlete too. I'm telling you, they're planning something with them two quarterbacks on the field. I know Texas is aware of it, but y'all should be aware of it too. One thing about Avery Johnson, he's slight actually. He's a freshman, so he's essentially got a high school body still for a freshman quarterback. that's important. I think it affects the play calling. Remember, Colin Klein was a kind of a power runner at the quarterback position. It affects the play calling, and it affects his Avery Johnson's running style. He runs to the outside. He wants to get to the edge and to the perimeter. He does not want to run inside. He doesn't do it naturally. I don't think they scheme him running inside. And Texas, going into this matchup, Texas has one of the best D-tackle combinations in the country, if not the best, between T'Vondre Sweat, who is graded out by Pro Football Focus, the highest graded D-tackle, and Byron Murphy, who's also graded out as a top 10 D-tackle in Pro Football Focus grades nationally. Nobody wants to run inside at Texas. So with those things, those combinations, he's slight. They don't really scheme him running in the interior. He doesn't like it. He wants to get to the edge so he can use his speed, and Texas's strength is their interior D-line. I think we can safely assume, they're going to be running to the edge, to the C and D gaps when Avery Johnson is in there. And the stats back it up. Over 80% of his rushes, over 90% of his 10-plus yard runs, explosive runs, forced missed tackles, and yards, period rushing yards, are through the C and D gaps. We're talking about on the outside, on the perimeter. And that kind of gets me to that package that Texas used versus BYU that I thought was really interesting. Mo Blackwell just getting healthy, so he's been with the team now for a little over, a month since the Baylor game. And the package they debuted versus BYU was Anthony Hill, Jalen Ford, and you had Mo Blackwell. They were the linebackers. And then on the line, you had T'Vondre Sweat, you had Byron Murphy, and Barron Sorrell. Nice package because it's malleable and it gives you multiple options and solutions for a dual threat quarterback. Off the edge, you got the spies, and you have guys who can also be those hybrid defenders who can be rush edge defenders like a Mo Blackwell and like a Anthony Hill. And those guys also are good in coverage because they're fast. All right, so K-State has a lot of running backs they use, multiple running backs they use, who are really great in the passing game, and they are twitchy and fast. Giddens and Ward, you do not want those guys in space with linebackers that can't move really well. Mo Blackwell can move really well. Anthony Hill can move really well. And those guys can blitz, and they blitzed a lot, actually, in that package versus BYU. I don't know. Something tells me that package may work situationally versus K-State to help you with the quarterback run game, especially since they want to attack the edges. As when Avery Johnson's in there, they definitely want to attack the edges in the run game. With Will Howard, I think it'll be more diverse. I think he's a guy that can run in the interior as well, in between the tackles. But with Avery Johnson, just know he's trying to get to the edge. That's why they like him. They want him to get to get to the perimeter with that speed.
Yeah, Giddens is a quick receiver, and then Trayshawn Ward is the transfer from Florida State who came in, who was picked as the conference's newcomer of the year, but he's been injured at times, and then Giddens has been their leading rusher. Let's also remember this is an offensive line that is the strength of their team.
Yes, sir.
They have 3 sixth-year starters on that offensive line, Rod. They've played a lot together. Cooper Beebe is one of the best in the Big 12, and if not the country on the interior. So this is a great matchup for Texas. That's good stuff right there behind the burnt orange curtain as the Longhorns prep for what's going to be separation Saturday in the Big 12 with this five-way top the Big 12. 4 of the teams will go head-to-head this weekend with the Bedlam game. In this game, Iowa State will play Kansas. We'll come in on Monday, and there'll be some separation in the Big 12. There'll still at least be a 2-way tie because someone's going to win that Oklahoma game and someone's going to win that the game on Saturday. And if Iowa State were to win, it would be a 3-way tie. But there'll be separation coming out of Saturday. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll hit some What the Facts, including the Rangers winning that World Series. Looking forward to the week kicking off tonight. Big 12 weekend kicks off tonight in Lubbock with a game. We'll get you a preview there. Also, Steelers and Titans in the NFL. It's a busy Thursday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
It's still on the board. That's this crash on FM 973 between Highway 71 and Tesla Road. So there still could be some extra delays in that area. A collision reported at Slaughter and Bluff Springs on the south side is also causing some problems. But other than that, we just don't see anything unusual. The delays are kicking in northbound on I-35, of course, as always, from Hays County to Travis County, and then Riverside to St. Louis Chavez, southbound slow Palmer to Runberg, and out of Georgetown and Round Rock. It's beginning to pick up, but again, that's all pretty routine. I'm Don Miller, and that's traffic.
Real Texan to genius. Bud Light salutes you, overly dedicated Texas Longhorn fan. How come? You show up to every UT football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, and ball-related sport there is. Ping pong.
Each game, you slather your entire body in burnt orange.
Every nook and cranny.
Yes, you're brewed in Texas, and so is your Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Texas Edition Bud Light beer cans. Anheuser-Busch, Houston, Texas.
Folks, imagine selling your home and getting paid twice. Know what you're saying, Eeg? That sounds good. But how's that even possible? Sell your home and get paid 2 times. You can do it with Orchard. It's simple. Orchard makes you a solid cash offer on your home. If you agree, boom. Here's your cash for your next home. Orchard handles everything from there, including paint, repair. They'll list and show your home. And if your home then sells for more than Orchard offered you, you get the cash upside. That bears repeating. When your home sells for more than Orchard offered you, you'll get that money too. So you get paid twice. And that happens 97% of the time with Orchard. Look, in this Austin market, with so many home buying companies trying to lowball you, Orchard is the outlier. They pay you on the upside when your old home sells for more. So let me ask you again, do you want to get paid twice to sell your home? I know I would, but how's that even possible? To learn how to get paid twice and get a free valuation at Orchard.com, that's Orchard.com. One more time, Orchard.com.
Now here's Rita Ballou live from inside your plumbing.
Even if your drain doesn't show any leaks or have any eye-watering smells coming from it, it doesn't mean your septic system still may not be working well. Pumping your septic tank can help improve the efficiency of your system, but you're gonna need an expert.
And that's why Hambone Plumbing is proud to announce Hambone Septic Pumping.
The same great company now offering even more services.
How do you get your septic system at proper working levels? Rita?
Call Hambone, 512-388-7030, hamboneplumbing.com.
License number M12470 and TCEQ 26366.
Texas Spirit started with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Back in the 90s, we had a dream as big as our home state. With grit, determination, and heart, we broke ground on the first legal distillery in Texas. Today, at the center of the craft beer movement, we're still Texas-made and Texan-owned. Our copper capped wine shells, and we fill glasses with the smoothest juice around. Remember, just because it looks like vodka doesn't mean it tastes like
Hey.
40% alcohol by
Hey, you.
Hey,
fella.
The Horn text line has moved. Join the conversation on the new Horn text line. 512-447-3776. That's 512-447-3776. Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Yeah, I'm assuming at the Ranger victory celebration tomorrow in Arlington, 12:15 is the announced start time. There'll be a parade that will, I would imagine, end up in the stadium to celebrate the world champs. I'm assuming Creed shows up to play a song. I don't know. I mean, set up a stage. Let's go.
That's that'd be all. Yeah, they got to promote the tour.
Let's go, man. Yeah, they got to do tour. Their 40 city tour they're starting.
Come on, man.
On the heels of this reclamation that they've had. But yeah, it's time for What the Facts. Rangers are the world champions. How about this fact, Rod? It came 6 years to the day that the Houston Astros won their first world championship, November the 1st.
Rangers fans aren't going
like
to
6 years ago.
Well, like, why are you bringing up the Astros?
Well, because it's an historic date now. The Rangers and Astros have now both won world championships on that day.
It's a beautiful thing.
And for the Astros, it was their first as their organization, and now it's the first for the Rangers organization, November 1. Always will be a historic day. That's right.
Yeah, for now. That's for now. That's all right. I'll give you that.
Until next year.
Yeah,
Until next year.
For now.
But yeah, that's what's going to make it a fun rivalry, without a doubt. And enjoy your celebration, and let's go. Let's get it on next year.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rod, I would also say as you came off your burnt orange curtain, this matchup of Texas and K-State is the matchup of the Big 12's best team on third down offensively against the conference's best team on third down defensively. That is a fact, and they're both top 5 in the country. That becomes a massive stat in this game. Who wins that battle? Can Texas get K-State off the field, or can K-State navigate long drives? Think about it, Rod. You can go back to these games this season. We saw Rice go on a 9 or 10 minute drive. We saw BYU do it this past weekend.
Yep.
And with the new rules in college football, that can take up a whole quarter.
Wyoming did it.
Wyoming did it. Mm-hmm. It shortens a game, and you got to know K-State coming on the road. That's going to be their game plan. I know they're going to try to shorten this game where they can. Limit explosive plays by Texas. Played good defense in the red zone against a team that's struggling in the red zone offensively. Try to force some turnovers if they can with a young quarterback, but then shorten this game, which we've seen other teams able to do. This is the best team that's come into this building, without a doubt. And the last time a good team came in was Kansas, and they didn't have their starting quarterback. This group's going to have two quarterbacks that can play.
Yeah, and they kind of naturally, because they run the ball so much, they naturally shorten the game anyway.
Yeah.
Because they run it so much. They kind of naturally do that. I can see them now deliberately in this game going out of their way to choke that clock.
Well, that's why third down becomes huge.
You got to get them off the field.
Got to get them off the field, get the ball back.
And you need to keep the ball. So Texas offense could have limited, well, not could have. They will have limited possessions, but you can limit those even more. You're right, if they choke that clock. So it's a great point, E. How about this one? Why did the Rangers go 11-0 on the road? First postseason team to – actually the first team in Major League Baseball, NBA, NHL history to win 11 road games in a single postseason. And how did they do that? How about this for the Rangers? It's pretty amazing. They ended up being plus 42 in run differential on the road.
Damn.
Highest in a single postseason, plus 42. And that's unbelievable. The prior record was plus 33. They beat the record by almost 10 runs. It's crazy.
That is crazy. Fact of the day, the Big 12 weekend kicks off tonight, Rod. TCU and Texas Tech from Lubbock. Who would have thought when this game was announced on the schedule it was a Thursday night game in Lubbock to start the first weekend of November. You'd have a 4-4 team against a 3-5 team. TCU is 4-4. Texas Tech's 3-5, and they're down to their third quarterback. Did this game do anything for you tonight? I mean, I'm going to pay attention to it because the Longhorns will play TCU coming up.
Yeah.
Just to get a look at them. But, yeah, I'll be watching. I'll be watching tonight.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No more baseball.
No more baseball. Guess I got to start shifting focus to the NBA a little bit. Speaking of NBA, actually, I got an NBA what the facts for you. How about this little stat about Wemby? Apparently, Wemby's defense in the fourth quarter, really his fourth quarter performance so far this season has been really good. He is shooting 80% field goal percentage in the fourth quarter. That ranks first in the NBA. He's got 5 blocks in the fourth quarter this year. That's tied for first. And both of those numbers are ranked first in the NBA. Shout out to Wemby.
But shout out. Yeah, the one thing he's got to really work on is rebounding. He's got to get tougher. I mean, that's just going to be, we had the quote last week from Nikola Jokic when he went up against Oklahoma City's kid. What's his name? Chet. Chet Holmgren. And afterwards, as only Jokic can say it, he said he needs to get fatter. He needs to get fatter.
San Antonio, you're good.
Yeah,
he got plenty.
Well,
of
he was talking about Holmgren.
Oh yeah,
he said he's a good player.
Oh yeah,
he was paying him a compliment, but as he says it, he needs to get fatter.
I don't know if he's eating good food then.
That's right. That's true. This says, what teams haven't won the World Series now? Organizations. I'll look that up in the break and give you that what the fact coming up. It is also a fact, Rod, that every pro team in the Metroplex has won a world championship now. They won their league's championship, and the Cowboys have gone the longest between winning one. The Cowboys are America's team, but they haven't won a championship since the mid-'90s, and now you've had the Stars, the Mavericks, and now the Rangers bring home a world championship. Jerry Jones, you're on the clock, my friend.
You're on the clock, and I brought this up earlier. Debuting in 1961 as the Washington Senators, the Rangers were the oldest active Major League Baseball, NBA, NFL, or NHL franchise that had never won a title. Now, of course, they have won a title. The distinction of that longest drought without winning a title is a North American pro sports franchise belongs to the Vikings, who actually started also in 1961, roughly 5 months after the Washington Senators, who are now the Rangers. There you go. So that drought was the longest drought in major pro sports history.
Well, in the last half decade, Rod, they spent $1.2 billion on a new stadium. They spent $800 million on player acquisition. And they developed one of the best farm systems in all of baseball, and that's what paid off and culminated with a championship last night. We'll hear from Bruce Bochy coming up. Rangers win the World Championship. Congratulations. Keeping it in Texas. We'll also preview the games tonight in Lubbock and in Pittsburgh. Titans will host the Titans. And how about Will Levis? Will Levis threw 4 TDs in his debut.
Oh, yeah.
He'll get the start tonight against Kenny Pickett. I think Kenny Pickett's healthy in that game. But we got NFL football. We have college football tonight as the baseball season now in the books. We'll also get to the rest of your Thursday conversations. Rod has a rant coming up. We got Bullish or BS next hour, and we got more facts of a Thursday, the second day of November 20 and 23. Glad you're with us. 1 hour down, 4 to go on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Go nowhere.
We finally have the all clear on the crash northbound on FM 973. This is between Highway 71 and Tesla Road. So the issues are just going to be routine through there. Of course, we have heavy traffic in that area anyway. As we check southbound I-35, it's coming out of Georgetown. It's slowing down a little. Toward 1431 from Highway 29. No reports of crashes, though. Further south from there, Palmer to Rundberg, and then 290 to the next. Getting heavy. Northbound on the interstate, any issues in Hays County when it comes to crashes? We don't see any. Kyle DeButa, though, is slow, and Onion Creek, Stassy, and Ben White, Cesar Chavez is also heavy. On the south side, Slaughter Lane, this is at Bluff Springs, and also on the north side, this is Lamar at Thurman Street. I'm Don Miller, and that's traffic.
Sue Patrick, the iconic local business, with us since 1975, has 48 years. It's Sue Patrick and her son, Jay Willems. There, they specialize at Sue Patrick in just about anything that's truly Texas or truly Austin. But best of all, it's the greatest place of all to get the classy, really good Longhorn gear, merchandise, and clothing that you want. Just in right now. Just in Texas Longhorn football player jerseys for 2023. And they are sharp. They've got them for players Xavier Worthy, Arch Manning, Quinn Ewers, and Jalen Ford. Texas Longhorn football player jerseys for 2023. Get over there, I suggest, now and get yours before they're gone. And by the way, there's no hot and confounding parking garage to deal with. You park right at the front door, 5222 Burnett Road. Plan your next visit any Monday through Saturday, 9:30 to 4. Or check them out now at SuePatrick.com.
Everyone here knows Diamonds Direct is the place to go for the best diamonds at the best prices. But did you know that savvy buyers from all over America, even Los Angeles and New York, now come here to buy their diamonds? These high-end shoppers have discovered that Diamonds Direct has one of America's best selections of large, rare diamonds, from 3 carats to 20 carats, all certified by the GIA, the most reputable and most trusted gem lab in the world. Because of Diamonds Direct's international connections and tremendous buying power, we're one of only a handful of jewelry stores in America that is able to offer a large selection of rare and precious GIA diamonds. In fact, Diamonds Direct's multi-million-dollar selection includes a stunning array of high-end Riviera necklaces, 20-carat tennis bracelets, and an extraordinary collection of rare, precious gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and even the really hard-to-find fancy yellow diamonds. Come see why Diamonds Direct is the destination for high-end shoppers all over America, where Austin gets engaged. At the Domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods, always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Texas Spirit started with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Back in the 90s, we had a dream as big as our home state. With grit, determination, and heart, we broke ground on the first legal distillery in Texas. Today, at the center of the craft spirits movement, we're still Texas-made and Texan-owned. Our copper caps line the shelves, and we fill glasses with the smoothest juice around. Remember, just because it looks like vodka doesn't mean it tastes like Tito's. 40% alcohol by volume, made from 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Steve Larson, best-selling author and executive producer in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. Call 1-800-231-9595. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-231-9595. That's 1-800-231-9595. Again, 1-800-231-9595.
You're listening to KTAE AM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock. We are the Horn. Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. Hook 'em up with E and Rod B. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Hook 'em up on a chilly Thursday morning. Beautiful conditions set for Saturday's game day with the Longhorns and K-State looking like as good as it gets. You've suffered through some miserable September home games when it was triple digits and 150 degrees on the field for the Rice game. Won't be the case on Saturday. It's going to be lovely and just perfect. Crisp conditions, a little warmer than even today, and then temperatures into the middle 70s for Saturday. But we'll get there. Also coming out of our What the Fact segment, Rod, it is a fact you and I will be out tonight. It is a Thursday of a home game, which means Rod and I join our friends from Brown Distributing and Bud Light and hang out at a local spot and give away some college football tickets and have some great conversation with Patrick Davis on the sports complex. That'll be coming your way tonight. 5 to 7, we will be in Round Rock at third base. Third base in Round Rock, Rod. Holding it down. Doing great stuff and talking to Patrick and getting you ready for Texas and Kansas State. So that'll be third base in Round Rock, 5 to 7, giving away college football tickets, Bud Light specials as well. So come on out. We're looking forward to it. That's where I thought it was last week, Rod, but then they moved it down to your neck of the woods, to the backspin. Yeah. But now we're heading back out there. So excited to be there and see the folks out in Williamson County. And so come see us, 5 to 7 tonight. Third base, I-35 in Round Rock. 3107 is the actual street address. Just throw that in your if you know where it's at, come on and join us. If you don't, that's where you can find us at third base today. We're also back on the streams. I might need a little more light, Rod. I'm looking at mine right now.
I think you're a little too
dark. Mine's a little dark. Yeah. Well, I don't have a lot of light in this room.
People can't see you.
That's okay. Do a shadowy little thing here, but the sun will come up, and then we'll get some natural light here in the Onion Creek South Austin studios.
Yes, sir.
We're broadcasting from, but we do have it back up on Twitch, also on the YouTube channel, and you can see Rod pretty clearly. I got a bright light for him, but not for me over here. But we're rolling, and we got a lot to do. Rod has a rant coming up. What are we ranting on today?
Thinking about getting to some Texans and some Cowboys.
Okay.
Just get some NFL topics though. Now, I know we're talking a lot about Texas K-State. We'll get back to that conversation, but I got some nuggets for Cowboys and for the Texans fans out there, mostly about the run game for the Cowboys. Your Tony Pollard complaints.
As a fantasy owner of Tony Pollard and in another league of Dameon Pierce of the Texans, I'm not real pleased. Not real pleased with our production that we're getting out of our running game. In either spot, and the Cowboys are going to need that in their trip to Philadelphia on Sunday. Obviously,
there's no doubt.
I don't know that we've had a better Saturday-Sunday combination of NFL college football matchups because they're great all day Saturday, and then Sunday it'll start 8:30 in the morning from Germany with the Chiefs and the Dolphins.
No, that's a must-watch television.
Patrick Mahomes against Tua, Tyreek Hill against his former team.
It's going to be great.
Travis Kelce. Is Taylor Swift going to Germany? Do we know this?
She needs to because they don't perform well when she's not there. At least Travis Kelce doesn't. I mean, the stats are glaring. I mean, it's when she's in attendance, I think he is double his receiving yardage production when she is anywhere in the building screaming for him. So she should travel. I know she's done with her tour. She's probably tired, but she needs to be there supporting her man. That would help. It would help the Kansas City Chiefs because they don't have enough receivers either. So if Travis Kelce has an off game, they don't have any receivers there to kind of pick up the slack offensively.
They do not, and they did not make a trade at the deadline as we advised, and it didn't happen. I'm sure they tried, but could not.
That McCole Hardman, I guess technically that wasn't at the deadline, but that was a trade they made for the wide receiving core. I did hear though, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was maybe Diana Rossini. I heard an NFL insider say that the Cowboys told her that they tried. They didn't say what position they tried with, but they tried. So there you go, Cowboys fans. They tried.
They tried.
We just don't know how hard they tried, and we don't know exactly the specificity
of what they were looking for.
Yes.
They looked into it, and it didn't come out. So, by the way, the 5 teams that have now not won a World Series, now that the Rangers have checked that off their list, Rangers get it done. The San Diego Padres, Rod, the Milwaukee Brewers, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Seattle Mariners, and the Colorado Rockies are the 5 ball clubs in Major League Baseball that have not won a championship. That's the list.
That's the list. That's it.
That's it.
Anybody who's the closest out of that group?
To winning one, Tampa. Or Milwaukee won their division. Mm-hmm. San Diego spends a bunch of money. They're trying, right, with Juan Soto and Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis. And they got an expensive payroll, but they haven't put it together yet. I guess you would argue they have the most talented roster of those teams. But no, Seattle's now got to go through Houston and Texas to try to get there. So I would say Seattle, and Tampa even with their payroll and their no fan base, they win that division, or they're in the mix, beating the Yankees and Red Sox pretty consistently now. But probably the Rays and the Padres are the closest to winning a World Series. Appreciate that. Folks sent that along on the Twitter machine, so we appreciate it. Let's get to the headlines. Top stories on a Thursday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories each and every morning here on Hook 'em Up. We'll start with baseball. History in the desert last night. Nathan Eovaldi pitched 6 gritty shutout innings, and after their bats were silenced for 6 innings of their own, Mitch Garver broke a scoreless tie for the Rangers with an RBI single in the 7th. They scored 4 more in the 9th, and the Rangers took a 5-0 lead to the bottom of the frame, looking to close out the franchise's first ever World Series championship. After a strikeout and a foul out, Josh Boers, the right-hander, worked Ketel Marte into a full count. There it was. Congratulations to the Rangers. They are the champs in 5 games. Corey Seager named the World Series MVP. Second time he's brought home that award. Nathan Eovaldi, the first pitcher ever to win 5 games or more in one postseason as a starter. And skipper Bruce Bochy, just the 6th manager ever to win 4 World Championships.
And that's a credit to Chris Young and ownership, Ray Davis. They were determined to get winning baseball back to the Texas Rangers. And when we met, that's what we talked about. That's what they talked about to me. And they did everything they said they were going to do. They went out and got starting pitching, improved the club. We had young talent coming up. I knew this was a good ball club. So, I'm very fortunate, blessed, to come into this. It's such a great group of guys. But it starts at the top. And those guys were committed. And look, we're in a good place now.
To say the least. College football, 7th-ranked Longhorns in a good place as they continue their game week prep for a showdown game with 23rd-ranked Kansas State on Saturday. Both teams enter the contest at 4-1 in the Big 12, part of that 5-way tie atop the conference as we start November. Certainly see some clarity and separation on Saturday. Longhorns face Wildcats at 11 a.m. 2:30, it's 4-1 Oklahoma State facing 4-1 Oklahoma in Bedlam. Maybe the final Bedlam for a long, long time, maybe ever. Then Saturday night, 4-1 Iowa State will host 3-2 Kansas in Ames. Big 12 weekend kicks off tonight in Lubbock. Thursday night contest between the Red Raiders and the TCU Horned Frogs. That's 6 o'clock tonight. Meanwhile, major developing news out of the Big Ten. According to ESPN's Pete Thamel, a vast majority of the Big Ten's conference's head coaches expressed their frustration with the ongoing signal stealing scandal at Michigan. And they had a video call, 90-minute call with League Commissioner Tony Petitti last night and encouraged him to take immediate action against Jim Harbaugh and the program. Call was described as both intense and emotional. The NCAA has been investigating Michigan for nearly 2 weeks. NFL weekend kicks off tonight in Pittsburgh. The 4-3 Steelers hosting the 3-4 Tennessee Titans, who now have Will Levis at quarterback for them. Their second-round pick in last April's draft threw 4 TDs in his debut this past Sunday in a win over Atlanta. In the NBA, Mavericks of Dallas off to a 4-0 start. First time in nearly 20 years they've done that. They beat the Bulls last night. Rockets are in their first win of the year. They beat Charlotte. And sad news from basketball, word that coaching legend Bobby Knight has passed away at 83. He won 3 NCAA titles at Indiana, 4 decades of coaching. He was the winningest coach one of the winningest coaches in the sport. Finished with 902 career victories, 42 seasons at Army, Indiana, and Texas Tech. Coached the U.S. Olympic team to a gold medal in 1984.
Congratulations to all the Rangers fans out there. That's once-in-a-lifetime stuff for your team to not only win a World Series, but win their first championship, their first title. We just talked about getting away from the rejected group of teams in your respective sport who have not won a title at all. And the Rangers did it in such a dramatic fashion, right? 11-0 on the road. Which, by the way, I think the winning percentage on the road was the highest ever in the wild card era. In terms of postseason teams winning on the road. Of course, the Astros and the Rangers probably contributed to that more than any other teams in the playoffs. But it was phenomenal what they did. I read the stat earlier. They were plus 42 in run differential on the road in the postseason. which was also a record. I think they almost beat the record by like 10 runs.
Well, and for the Ranger fans, I mean, outside of the Astros series, there was very little drama. I mean, they weren't tested. I mean, they mowed through the Rays. They mowed through the Orioles. When they only faced one elimination game, or two actually, against Houston. But so that was white knuckle stuff for the Rangers. But in the end, a lot of times in a run, you got to go through multiple phases of stress. Ranger fans, man, it was just once they got through Houston, and I mean, they cruised into Houston, and then once they got through that, it was on. So I think it's pretty clear, at least for this year, best two teams in baseball were in Texas, and that'll make next year a lot of fun because it's the last two champs coming after it, and I don't think the Astros are planning to back down. Rangers certainly will not. They're going to plan to get better, and there's a chance they could get Jacob deGrom back at some point next year. Wow. Keep that in mind. Yeah. He'll begin a rehab and that kind of thing from his Tommy John. But, congratulations to the Rangers and to our friends out at the Round Rock Express, Chris Almendaris and Reed Ryan and Tim Jackson, that whole team. They certainly are a big part of that. That's the stepping stone for 14 different members of the team who are in Round Rock at some point, and a lot of them this year, coaches and players. So congrats to the folks at the Round Rock Express. Big part of what goes on. They'll celebrate that championship tomorrow in Arlington with the Rangers as well. So, Rod, I mentioned 5 teams have now never won a World Series. There's 12 teams that have never won a Super Bowl. 12. It's a big number.
That's a huge number.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we got to go look at the NBA and see how many teams in the NBA have never won a title.
In the NFL, there are 12.
Compare the leagues. So you said there are 5 in Major League Baseball now?
Well, there are 4 that have never been there to a Super Bowl. Houston, of course.
Well, yeah, they're too young.
Well,
not too young, but the
Oilers didn't get there either. So
when
you go back to the Bud Adams Oilers, Houston since the 60s has never sniffed a Super Bowl. Thank you very much. Houston, Jacksonville, Detroit, and Cleveland have never been there. Teams that have been there but not won it: the LA Chargers, formerly the San Diego Chargers, Tennessee Titans. They came up 1 yard shy. Remember Kevin Dyson?
Yeah.
The goal line with Steve McNair against the Rams and the greatest show on turf.
Remember that.
Arizona Cardinals have been there but never won it. Carolina Panthers have been there twice and not won it. Atlanta Falcons have been there twice and not won it. Oh, man, don't bring up that year. At 28-3. Ouch. That stings. Cincinnati Bengals have been there 3 times and not won it.
Yeah, you're right.
Including the most recently with Joe Burrow. Buffalo and Minnesota have been to the Super Bowl 4 times and not won the thing.
Yeah, well, Buffalo was 4 in a row.
4 in a row. Gosh, Marv Levy.
4 in a row.
Gosh, Marv Levy.
Dominated
ran into the Cowboys in a couple of those, right?
The Giants, right? They ran
yeah.
the Giants too.
Scott Norwood. Don't say Scott Norwood.
Man.
Wide right.
That we don't talk about how heartbreaking that is. 4 in a row.
That's brutal.
Yeah, right.
That's brutal.
Like not getting it. What are the odds of not getting any of them?
And one of them, you had a game-winning kick. All you do is make a field goal. One of them, they got pasted by the Cowboys, and it was never close. But Minnesota Vikings went there 4 times too and never won it. And they were not consecutive, but they were a pretty similar time frame with Fran Tarkenton and those teams.
Was it the Purple People Eaters?
Purple People Eaters, yeah.
Wow.
4 trips to never win it. So those are the 12 NFL teams of the 32.
That's a lot.
That's a big number.
I mean, that's a huge number. I didn't realize it was that many.
It is.
Wow.
Well, I mean, a couple of the teams are kind of new. Jacksonville and Carolina, new to the whole thing.
Considering how Carolina's only been around, since the early 2000s? When did Carolina come around? Or, no, maybe mid-90s.
Carolina, mid-90s, yep.
Mid-90s
Carolina and Jacksonville came on at the same time.
They've already been to 2 Super Bowls?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty impressive.
Well, they went early, remember, with Tom Coughlin.
Yeah.
Because remember when they came in, they almost made it too easy.
Because Jacksonville and Panthers made the playoffs within the first the first year or first 2 years.
Yeah, because Tom Coughlin took over Jacksonville, and then you had in Carolina it was Dom Capers and those teams. And, man, they gave them a bunch of draft picks and capital and free agency. And remember, the owners realized, man, we gave them too much. And so when the Cleveland Browns came back online, remember when the Browns came back on in the late 90s after they had moved to Baltimore and they gave them a new team? They made it brutal.
Tough.
And Cleveland was their own worst enemy, too, with a lot of draft picks. But they made it really tough. But, yeah, I mean, when I think about the teams, those 2 are pretty recent. But, man, Houston, Detroit, Cleveland,
I don't know how Detroit.
The Chargers with the Spanos family, the Cardinals with Bidwells, the Bengals with the Brown family, Buffalo, Minnesota. These go way back, man. These are old school AFL teams.
There's no excuse for the Detroit Lions either, man.
Or the Houston team. Come on, man.
Yeah, the Houston teams, you're right. Yeah,
it's embarrassing.
That's a good point. The Texans, I'll give them a bit of a pass because they're like 20 some years old.
21.
20 years
Same age
old.
as my daughter.
So, yeah, they're not that old. But, yeah, Love You Blue should have been there at least once. And they had multiple chances.
Dang it. Dang
it. They had multiple chances. Oh, that's brutal.
No, it's not okay. It's not okay. We're
It's
not
not
going to get there
okay.
this year either. But Cowboys want to get there. Let's get to we're going to talk some Texas football coming up. The Longhorns coming up today. We know at 11. Sark will have his weekly Thursday availability, so we'll hear more about Malik Murphy and his development towards this game. Game plan for the Longhorns coming up. But right now, let's get a rant from Rod, NFL related.
Rod's Rant of the Day is brought to you by Apple Leasing, the easiest and safest way to get a new car. Any make, any model. Click appleleasing.com and experience how easy it is. I'm tired of hell, but I'm not going to take this anymore. Find out what happens. If you stop being polite and start getting real. You ain't keeping it around. My God, okay, it's happening. Oh, you've got him now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day. Hold on to your butt.
All right, let's talk about the Cowboys just a little bit and the running game. Man, we talked about the passing game prior to the bye week and during the bye week and how they had to use more modernized concepts and cheat codes to make the to make life easier on Dak Prescott and to get the football, to force feed the football and weaponize CeeDee Lamb. They did that, actually. Did all of those things, and the passing game looked a lot better. I'm not sure if the running game has experienced the same boost that the passing game recently did. Hopefully that continues. But I think a lot of the passing game is just getting the ball to CeeDee Lamb. Defenses will adjust, and then other guys like Brandon Cooks and Jake Ferguson, I think they'll get favorable matchups, and they'll get one-on-ones. They can win those too. So the passing game is getting better. What about the running game? If Tony Pollard doesn't take his game to the next level and doesn't start to become more of an impact player, I think the running game is going to continue to suffer. I'll give you a couple of stats. Tony Pollard last season, he ranked first in he was first in yards after contact per touch. He was second in explosive play rate. That was runs of 10-plus yards. And he was 18th in missed tackles forced per touch, which is still pretty damn good. At least he's up there toward the top. Now, in each of those metrics, he is 28th, 20th, and 33rd in all of those metrics when you look at running backs who qualify. And I know he's coming off the injury, so that's a big part of it too. So I'm not saying it's all on him, and a lot of it could be on the O-line as well. But he is definitely not performing at a really high level. He's just not the same explosive back. And a lot of it may be the fact that, I'm not going to say he's being overused, but he's not used to this type of burden and this usage as a bell cow, main, basically their bell cow of main focus running back. He's just not used to that. He's used to being kind of a complementary piece. And I'm not saying he can't do it. We've seen him do it situationally. We've seen him do it in different games, different matchups. But remember, that was only 1 week. If you go look at it, his best games last season, almost all of Pollard's high-efficiency games came when he had under 20 touches, total touches, receptions, or carries. And there was only 1 week where he had a greater missed tackles forced per touch, if you go look at it, and basically over 3 yards after contact per touch, and more than 20 touches. Right, so only one of those games where he was really, really explosive and also got high usage. Usually he's really, really explosive with lower usage. This season he started the season with 16, 32, and 26 touches. And his last 3 games, you go look at it, that's also something that's increased. I think coming off the injury, I think it's pretty clear that coming off of that injury, he's just not the same player when it comes to his explosive potential.
Well, that's been what I've noticed the most. And it's almost like last year when Zeke was starting and he didn't look explosive, and then they'd bring in Tony Pollard and he'd look explosive.
Yes, he's a complimentary piece.
Yeah, he'd come in, and all of a sudden you're like, man, who's this guy? He's getting 6-7 yards a carry. This guy's a big play waiting to happen. And then this year, when you watch the Cowboys, Pollard, he had a good first game. We had 2 touchdown rushing. Both were from the goal line against the Giants. His best game was against Arizona, went for 122 yards, over 5 yards a carry. But the other games, it's Rico Dowdle who comes in and looks more explosive. Dowdle comes in, it's like, oh, wow, there's some juice.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a combination of the injury, and maybe he did put on some weight in the offseason to try to get bigger. to handle the rigor of being the number one back? I don't know. Cowboy fans can disagree with me. I just don't see the same explosive back. And I remember last year times talking about he's kind of Christian McCaffrey light in what he can do, with his shake, with his ability to create big plays in the passing game and the running game, his versatility. And you could see why the Cowboys, were looking to move on from Zeke. He just hasn't looked that explosive this year. Maybe it comes. Maybe he picks it up here. Still a half a season to play with an opportunity. But to this point, he has not looked like that player.
Yeah, and like I said, I think a big part of it is just right now a combination of course, the injury. I think that's a big part of it. But then the usage. He's through 7 games. He has 134 touches. 56 more than he had through 7 games last season. Now, that was expected, but I'm with E. I don't know if he put on the proper body armor, if you will, whether that be weight or whether that be more muscle mass, whatever it takes. Coming off the injury, that's tough too. Usually coming off an injury, guys don't get heavier coming off an injury. Usually they come in lighter because they don't want to put too much of a burden. They don't want to put too much weight on whatever that injury, especially when you're talking about lower body injury. So with Tony Pollard right now, I think the Cowboys, that's why getting a running back before the trade deadline wouldn't have been a bad idea. But I think a lot of his issues are due to the usage, and it's not over usage. It's just for him, it's something that he's not accustomed to. But it's not over usage. If he's going to be your bell cow main course running back, that's the kind of attention you give him. And something else that somebody brought up to me that I thought was interesting as to why Tony Pollard's usage and carries may be off, because the Cowboys have played such weird games. The running game can't get in sync because they're either blowing somebody out or they're being blown out, or it's a weird situation. How about this? 6 of the first 7 Dallas games have been decided by 12 or more points this season. They were up 26-3 early in the second quarter against the Rams before winning 43-20. One of those kind of unique scores, but they've had these games where either they're blowing a team out. You've talked about this too. They're blowing a team out, or the 49ers, they're being blown out, or it's closer than it needs to be against the Cardinals. They just had strange performances and offensively, and they haven't really needed the run game to be consistent. Because if they're up big, well, you know what? They're up big. It's not a big deal if the running game's not working. They're just trying to choke out the clock. And you go look at it against the Eagles, I think you're going to need the running game more than ever because the Eagles they're multi-dimensional. They can hurt you with the running game, whether it be the quarterback running game or just traditional running game. They can hurt you with the passing game. We know that Jalen Hurts through the air with Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. That's one of the best and most explosive passing games in the NFL. I'll throw this out there, though. The last time the Eagles played Dallas, Dak Prescott, even though he had a pick 6 and 6 sacks, he threw for nearly 350 yards. And remember, he had that 3rd and 30 in the fourth quarter, and it led Dallas to a 40-34 win. Dak is 3-0 versus Nick Sirianni since 2021. Don't know what that is. It is what it is. He's throwing 11 touchdowns and 1 interception in those games. Dak shows up for the division. He does. And this is a divisional game, so I think Cowboys fans should be optimistic. Dak's going to have a good game, but it's the running game now that I'm worried about holding back the offense.
Yeah, and they're going up against the number 1 rush defense in the league in Philadelphia. They're susceptible. The Eagles are 25th, in passer rating allowed, so you can anticipate Dak having some good games here, or having a good game Sunday afternoon, but the rush offense, which hasn't been great, is running into one of the best fronts, if not the best front they'll see. And San Francisco obviously threw a blanket over the Cowboys defense the last time they played a top-end defense like this. But the Niners are good in both levels. They've gotten shredded the last couple of weeks, but the Eagles are susceptible to the pass, not the run. And they also rush the passer very well. They can put you in pass rush situations. And, one of the big factors there is the rookie Jalen Carter. I mean, he is just a problem. At the line of scrimmage. You got to deal with him. They just had Aaron Donald last week. Now you're dealing with Jalen Carter, another, the emerging, defensive tackle out of Georgia.
His BGO is some of the best in the league. His ball get off. He is so quick. His ball get off.
It's part of a tremendous Saturday and Sunday of college and pro football. We got games all day Saturday that matter in a big way, including Texas and K-State. We'll talk about that coming back. Preview what Sark may be talking about today is availability. Longhorns getting ready for K-State. 2 really physical football teams at the stadium, Cowboys and Eagles, and not much love lost there. The rivalry game coming up Sunday afternoon, part of a great Sunday of the NFL. We'll get some bullish or BS for the end of the hour. That's Rod's Rant, brought to you by Apple Leasing. Coming right back. Hook 'em up on 1019 AM 1260. Streaming on the Horn app, also at hornfm.com.
As the volume picks up here in Window Nation.
I got it, I think.
Here or there, but not a whole lot on the main lane. We're trying to clear this one over a slaughter lane. This is going to be in Bluff Springs on the south side.
That's right. The day before Friday, we call it Friday. We're into the weekend. We got football tonight, Big 12 style, TCU and Texas Tech. Also have the Titans and Steelers in the NFL. Rod, we heard in the headlines the call from Fox's Joe Davis. Can we hear the call from Eric Nadel on Ranger Radio last night? Of course, we carry the Rangers. We're home for the Rangers here in Austin, the flagship or in the capital city. Of course, the flagship station up in Dallas. And Eric Nadel, the Hall of Fame broadcaster, longtime play-by-play voice. I believe we have the final out, the strikeout from Josh Sborz of Cattell Marte last night. Can we hear this there, T.Y.? There it was last night on Ranger Radio. Good stuff. Congratulations to all the Rangers fans out there who have long awaited one in the win column for a championship. And the Rangers did it last night, 5 games. They go right through the Arizona Diamondbacks, who were no match for that Ranger lineup.
No.
After getting through the Astros, it's been a long road, Ty. And you're of the younger set. I know a lot of Ranger fans, a lot older than you, that have been waiting for this for a long, long time. Our friend Gene Watson, who's now with the Chicago White Sox, and gosh, who do I think is so many of my buddies that are huge Ranger fans, have been all their lives, and they now get the feeling right, get the feels.
Ty hadn't had to wait that long. Compared to so many other real Rangers fans who were around, back in the 80s and the 90s and something like that. So congrats to the Rangers fans.
And you should. You're going to be humble? Is that what you said? I love it. No, I mean, yeah. Hey, look, I mean, it is cool for me as a huge baseball fan my whole life that the state of Texas now owns the sport.
Damn right.
For the most part. And, the Astros run will gets ended by the Rangers, which is fitting on my mind, and now they can go at it. And as you said, Rod, the best rivalry, one of the best rivalries in sports now moving forward will be Rangers-Astros. It's on.
I mean, how many rivalries have had back-to-back champions in it? I mean, it's very rare. It happens, but we've talked about it. I mean, that's far and few between. You get something like that. So it's now you got the arms race that's about to take place between these two teams, because I think the Astros, even though they won a championship already, so they've proven they got championship DNA, but now the Rangers are no longer little brother. You can't even you can't even bring up and play that card anymore. They got a title. That'd be like Texas trying to play that card against the Aggies. The Aggies won a title. Can't do that.
But it's the Atlanta Braves that have opened as the early Vegas favorites to win the World Series next year.
I could see that talent, man. That young talent. They had a ton of it.
They just didn't get it done. And I'm watching that series with the Rangers, nothing against them, but once they got through the Astros, I still don't know how the Snakes, how they beat the Phillies. I just don't. There's not much on that Diamondbacks team that is all that impressive. Zach Gallen was great last night for 6 perfect innings, and got a little testy when the Rangers couldn't get anything going. But you kind of finally, because Nathan Eovaldi was pitching out of bases loaded jams and being gritty and finding his way to keep it to scoreless. But that Diamondbacks team was way ahead of schedule to be there, and now they'll come back next year with some experience there. But the Braves won 104 games. They're now the favorites to come back and win it next year, plus 650. So it's pretty. They're the favorites, but that tells you how wide open it is next year. Dodgers are the next, by the way, in the National League. The Texas teams that met in the ALCS are the next. The Astros are plus 900, and the recently crowned Rangers are plus 1,000. Might not be a bad bet to go put $100 on a plus 1,000 on the Rangers.
They got to get guys back once they get healthy. I haven't looked at who's obviously signed up for.
Max Scherzer's back next year.
They got to get some guys back.
Eovaldi's back for another year.
Yeah.
Those are older pitchers, and they've got some young guys coming too. I mean, and Jacob deGrom at some point next year will come back, maybe. He did
good value right there.
I mean, the only good thing about the Nathan Eovaldi thing is that the Tommy John situation came pretty early. So, he had his surgery, and hopefully he can start a rehab and maybe be back by middle of next season or beyond that. So we'll watch. That story continues, and congrats to the Rangers. But, the big story out there outside of the Longhorns, Rod, getting ready for K-State, is this Big Ten coaches call last night, where not only was it, according to Pete Thamel and some other college football reporters reporting this through their sources, the 90-minute call, 30 minutes of it, Jim Harbaugh was on it, and they were just talking about Big Ten business kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then Jim Harbaugh hung up, and then the rest of the coaches stayed on, and they spoke freely for about an hour about the situation in Michigan, and it was described as intense. It was they're frustrated. They want Tony Petitti, the new commissioner, to act now. Do something now. What are we waiting on? We know what happened, one coach said, according to Pete Thamel.
Do they have the evidence, though? Do they have the evidence, or are they still gathering evidence?
Yeah, Petitti's in a tough spot. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Because you don't want to act prematurely, and then, you have to walk things back, and then there are lawsuits. You want to have the smoking guns.
Well, and remember, the investigation is being done by the NCAA, and obviously they can share information with the Big Ten as they go.
They take forever, though.
But they take forever.
You can't wait on them. Can't wait on them.
That's what I've been saying for 2 weeks now. The Big Ten needs to take care of themselves here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, they and now I think their own coaches are saying, "Hey, what are we doing?
Yeah,
we look asleep at the wheel right now."
They do. They really do. They look like they're panicked. This is a crisis situation, and you need someone.
This is a crisis situation.
Yeah, who is great in crisis management. I know this guy is relatively new. How long has he been on the job?
Since April.
So yeah, it's unfortunate, but oftentimes like commissioners are thrown into a crisis situation like this and turmoil early on in their tenure. I think it happened to Adam Silver. He had one. I think he had some stuff like that happen early on for him. He had the Sterling thing, right? I think that was happening early on in his tenure.
Donald Sterling,
Donald Sterling thing. Yeah, that controversy. Roger Goodell.
Well, listen, I mean, Tony Petitti came to that role from Major League Baseball. He was formerly chief operating officer of Major League Baseball, so he's been around this type of conflicts, right? These type of
controversy.
Well, yeah. I mean, sign stealing scandal, the Astros, and that's what I've said. This is like finding that trash can operation during the year. Like, okay, we have it called, we know it. What do you do about it in real time while they're still playing games? I've talked about going immediately to wireless headset, allowed, make it allowed for your teams. I mean, you could say you don't have to use it, y'all. But for the rest of this year, we're going to allow it. If you want to go to headset communication where your sidelines can talk to your quarterback and your middle linebacker, we're going to usurp the NCAA rule because we need to protect this. And if you want to go to it, go to it.
And who wouldn't use it?
I know.
That's the crazy.
Again, to go back to the league meetings in the summertime and in the spring, the coaches voted against it. So these same coaches who are bitching about it now, they voted not in favor of going to the headset communication. And, that is where it needs to change. But at the same time, Michigan's going to play Purdue on Saturday night at 6:30. Their November schedule includes Penn State and Ohio State. And, from the reading of this Pete Thamel story, I was getting straight from the coach's sources, but they want something done. It's time to act collectively. It wasn't just one coach. It was a way majority of the coaches want something done now.
Yeah, you can't wait till you have all the evidence in this situation. If you have enough evidence, then you can act. And you may not be acting in terms of punishing Michigan, but your idea about the enacting some type of bylaw or changing some bylaw where you can use the headset communication, that's money. I mean, that's gold right there. And I don't even know what the downside of it would be. I'm trying to think about the downside.
As I've said,
not really a downside to it.
Well, and if they all go to it, as I've said over and over, and Michigan stays playing at this level and go on to win it, it protects them a little bit.
That's the best case scenario right there.
At least shows that, they're still a really good team. And, what if they come back to the pack? I mean, that's, you can't say that is exactly why, but at the same time, the commissioner is there to protect the whole league. Mm-hmm. And if a majority of the coaches in the league want something done now, he's got to act.
It's time to do it.
A large majority, by the way, because they all feel like they've been slighted. And as we've said, the NCAA has been investigating this for a couple of weeks. And in the 3 years that Connor Stallions left a paper trail of tickets and purchases and going to Michigan opponents and scouting them, the Wolverines have gone 33-3 and 22-1 in Big 12 play. Wow. In the prior 3 years, without Connor Stallions on the staff, they were 21-11 overall, 16-8 in league play.
And now this Central Michigan story, too, that has yet to be confirmed, whether he was on their sideline actually scouting Michigan State while they were playing Michigan State. And if that turns out to be true, oh, man. Yeah, that you're talking about a truly sophisticated operation of sign stealing. And remember that, I think that was a report from Sports Illustrated. It was Ross Dellinger who said he talked to a TCU coach who said they were told it is the most sophisticated sign stealing operation in the history of the world.
Well, look, I mean, and then late last week it came out about the maybe helping South Carolina with some from some evidence or some scouting of Tennessee and of Clemson, and you got the TCU angle of this, and now you've got the pictures of Connor Stallions on the sidelines at a Central Michigan game, acting as a Central Michigan staffer to be able to scout Michigan State back at the first of the year. So, I mean, this thing just continues to stair step. And one other quote from the Pete Thamel article at ESPN.com, it says, "I don't think the Big Ten understood how upset everyone was. The tenor of the call was asking the Big Ten to show leadership. The conference and the presidents, an unprecedented violation of the rules would require unprecedented action from the Big Ten."
How could they not? How could they misread the room?
I don't know.
How do they not think those coaches will be upset, considering they've had games against Michigan and have lost, and they're probably thinking to themselves, those games have been close. Oh, man, I had a chance to beat Michigan. I always thought something fishy was going on, whether it was or it wasn't. If you have proof that they were operating outside the rules, I think the Big Ten should do something, at least make a statement. They still haven't made a statement. This is a report.
That's exactly right.
They haven't.
It's almost like they're waiting on the NCAA to say something, but at the same time,
that'll be end of the season.
This is the Big Ten coaches saying, "Hey, y'all, don't wait for the NCAA. We got games to play. Right now." And any information they've been able to find, they still have. We can change our signs now. We know that. Same time. It's obvious that there's a lot of anger and venom within the Big Ten. All right, we come back. When we do, it'll be Bullish or BS. Also, coming up after the top of the next hour, Rod, we're going to talk Texas and K-State, but also our buddy Tyler McComas will jump on, help us preview the other huge game in college football in the Big 12, Oklahoma State. Is it the final time? Is it the last bedlam? We'll ask Tyler that question coming up. And has Oklahoma State improved to a level that they can beat this Oklahoma team? We'll talk to him about that, because obviously the Longhorn fans will be paying attention to that as well, because the winner of that game will come out 5-1 in the Big 12. Longhorns would like to be there as well. We'll talk about it. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Picking it up a little bit with these crashes.
Viking.
91st, another wreck. Well, it seems like every day we see one that location. And here, too, southbound 183 and 620 coming out of Northwest Boston. Slow traffic. We're looking at delays out of Georgetown and Round Rock on I-35, toll 130, north and south, toll 45. Pretty heavy traffic, but again, you're not seeing much in the way of crashes there. Here's one on, Highway 21. This is going to be in the Niederwald area. Northbound traffic is going to be a little slow because of a crash. Trying to wrap this one up. This is Breaker at North Lamar. Also, one reported Greg Maynard Road. This is going to be near the northbound frontage and toll 130. I'm Don Miller, less traffic.
Viking Fence is the premier fence company in Austin, Texas, and have been for 50 years, and now they're becoming the premier fence company up and down I-35, and they expanded into the Metroplex and up 35, down 35 as well, because they have the ability to, because they've invested in the ability to expand and grow, but not, skimp at all on what they do every single time when it's time for a fence. The investment in their own on-site cedar mill, where they mill the Western Red Cedar, 3 different grades, their own brand. I mean, what other fence company can you think of that has their own brand of lumber? It's the Big Tex brand. The answer is none, by the way. They mill it right there. They pre-stain that Western Red Cedar, 3 different grades, one for each price point. So again, it's about controlling the raw materials, controlling every phase of the project, from design to install, from the quote to the finish. It'll be a Viking Fence. That's when they put their emblem on it and put the longest warranty of any fence in the industry on it as well at VikingFence.com. Just go to that website, as I mentioned, or call them 837-6411 for any fence project, commercial or residential. Some property you have, maybe out some land you own, you need some fencing done, they can do that. No project too large or too small for our friends at Viking Fence. 837 6411. Find them online at VikingFence.com. Check out that idea gallery of the work they've done over 50 years. Get a quote, get the financing going if you need that, and just find out more about the best fence company in the state of Texas. It's VikingFence.com. When you think fence in the ATX and beyond, always think Viking.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Texas Spirit started with Tito's handmade vodka. Back in the 90s, we had a dream as big as our home state. With grit, determination, and heart, we broke ground on the first legal distillery in Texas. Today, at the center of the craft spirit movement, we're still Texas-made and Texan-owned. Our copper caps line the shelves, and we fill glasses with the smoothest juice around. Remember, just because it looks like vodka doesn't mean it tastes like Tito's. 40% alcohol by volume, making 80 proof, crafted with flavors responsibly.
Can't bow wow, bring your schnauzer and your chow. Can't bow wow, bring your dachshund and your hound. Can't bow wow, we're all having fun now at Camp Bow Wow.
Bring your dog in for fall spot treatment. We have de-shedding, nail trim, full-service bathing, everything but the cut. Get your spot reserved for Thanksgiving and Christmas. 833-DOG-LIFE. 833-364-5433. Play all day, sleep night away.
You don't have to have a pedigree to be treated like a celebrity.
Located off Limmer Loop, 1 block west of 130 in Hutto. Make your reservation online at campbowwow.com/Hutto and download our mobile app where you can watch your pup play. That's campbowwow.com/Hutto.
At Camp Bow Wow. Having trouble finding that luxury timepiece you've been dreaming about? You might be surprised to find it at Diamonds Direct. Diamonds Direct now invites you to our exclusive luxury watch collection, now stocked with some hard-to-find...
Rangers are world champions of baseball, and the weekend begins tonight in college and pro football. Appreciate everybody weighing in on the text line. The number 512-447-3776. Somebody who was either watching on Twitch or YouTube wanted to know where I got the, what did he say, where'd you get that big, beautiful picture of the Astrodome behind you, E?
That is nice.
I actually ordered that when we moved into this house, I told him. Found it online because we moved in, and this is a kind of a front room. It's kind of my little man cave area. And that's where I spent COVID, Rod, when I had COVID for the one time.
This was all your studio?
That's where I lived for about a week, right through Christmas. I got COVID just 2 years ago, right, like the 22nd.
Okay.
So right through Christmas and New Year.
Oh,
it's terrible.
Sucks.
But this is where I lived, and so that we had a big wall to fill. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna go out and buy a great piece of art, but I'm just gonna get the Astrodome where I grew up, going to games.
Great picture.
So I get a kind of old. Just telling you, I got a text about a guy that wanted to know about the picture guy. How many times have we mentioned the Rangers? How did I open the segment?
They did win the World Series.
I just mentioned that.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, just mentioning that we got a text from a guy who wanted to know that question or have an answer, so I answered it to you.
Yeah.
Ordered that online, so you could do your same. Congrats to the Texas Rangers and all our friends who are Ranger fans.
Damn right.
Let's keep it rolling, though. What are you bullish or BS on today, guys? I mean, can the Rangers repeat? You bullish on that? Ty, you feeling good about a bullish Ranger repeat in 20 and 24? I mentioned they're plus 1,000 right now in Vegas. Yeah, the parade is tomorrow. It is in Arlington, by the way.
Yes,
we talked yesterday, had some fun with that. It would be in Dallas or Fort Worth. It is going to be in downtown Arlington, or not downtown, right there where all the stadiums are, Texas Live, Cowboys Stadium, and then I'm assuming it'll be a parade, and then it'll end up in the building itself with the stands full and do a celebration and probably the best. Open the roof. It's a beautiful day. That'd be great.
Some decent odds. Hey, it could be the Rangers or the Astros. That rivalry.
Yeah, I think so.
That's how good that rivalry is now with the Rangers being World Series champions. It's a beautiful thing. Sorry, Ty, to mention the Astros again.
I wonder if they could fill up Globe Life and the other one, the ballpark at Arlington, which is now Choctaw Field. Fill them both up. Just take trips through both of them because they're right next to each other. You know what I'm saying?
Is it it's still there? Is it still up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They still use it.
Okay.
Remember the XFL played up in there. Bob Stoops won a championship in that building.
There you go. Hey, another Dallas team.
Yeah.
Winning titles, baby. There you go.
That's right.
Another
That's
Dallas
right.
team winning titles.
Hey, Jerry Jones. I'm bullish on this. Jerry Jones is on the clock. I mean, he bought America's team, won 3 championships, but
Come on, Jerry.
He's now been lapped by the rest of the pro sports teams in Dallas. They've all won one since he's gotten his team back there.
Yeah, and he used to be more all in than he is now. Seems like lately he likes his guys a little too much, in my opinion. He loves his guys.
Hey, bullish or BS, guys, real quick. Is there anything the Big Ten can do legitimately to punish Michigan now?
Punish them?
Yeah, well, that's what the coaches are asking for. Something to be done.
You almost have to release the information and the evidence you have if you're going to punish them, right? You can't just punish them off allegations and the court of public opinion. You got to have actual factual evidence, and you say, all right, we'll punish you because you broke the rules, and here are the instances where you broke the rules.
Well, I'm just taking the coach's words in this conference call last night. They want them to take action.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Is there an action that they can take that they should be taking right now that would even minimize the severity of this at all?
Your idea is the best idea. The communication headset idea. Other than that, if they punish them, you have to release the evidence as to why you're punishing them, or there will be lawsuits.
Yeah,
you can't just and they're about to win they could potentially pay for a title this year. You think they're gonna just roll over? No, man. And even if it's a title, you'll take the tainted title. They'll take the tainted title. That's why they rather the NCAA take care of this, because they know the NCAA will wait till after the season is over.
By the way, Ty, you should have been on this. On June 10th, a bettor at the Caesars Palace Sportsbook put $200 that the Rangers would win the World Series. He just won $80,000.
80
grand.
Straight cash on me.
Congrats to the Rangers. We're back. Hook 'em up. Tyler McComas previews Bedlam. We're talking Texas K-State.
Okay, we're catching the routine delays, though it's a little heavier in the audio department than we've been used to, and we're certainly noting that. I-35 out of the Round Rock and Georgetown area, toll 130 is slow too. North and south of toll 45. We've got a couple of crashes in the Niederwald area, Highway 21. It's like, if you will, southbound or westbound slow. That crash was just now cleared while we were talking. Toll 45 at 620. Looks like 620 southbound compromised because of the crash there. North of Bar at Breaker, that one has dropped off the board. So excellent news, but we still have one on the northbound access to toll 130 at Greg Maynard Road. I'm Don Miller, and that's traffic.
Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. If you have big dreams or big projects, we hope you'll consider Ewald Kubota. From small Kubota compact tractors to construction equipment, Kubota is a name you can trust. Or if you aren't committed to buying just yet, we have a full line of equipment you can rent by the day, week, or month. We can even deliver it to your work site. Ewald Kubota is committed to providing excellent customer service and satisfaction. So come by one of our 11 locations. We look forward to serving you. Or visit us on the web at ewaldkubota.com.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Stumped on your truck lover's Christmas list? Go to Texas Truck and Trailer in Leander on Crystal Falls Parkway or North I-35 between Runberg and Breaker to get the attention you need from a local family company. Choose from Line X durable coating, lift kits, tints, LED lighting, bed covers, and all truck accessories desired from a one-stop shop. Gift certificates are also available to allow your truck lover to choose their own option. Google Texas Truck and Trailer at sales@texastt.us for their full range of services. Happy holidays from Texas Truck and Trailer.
Chris Waters guarantees your home sold at an agreed-upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. Chris Waters, the only agent that I have trusted in over 30 years to sell my home, the only one I would ever choose, and the only one I'd recommend to you. Chris Waters. You know, the Texas Real Estate Research Center has just reported that housing prices in Texas are still rising, and inventory is still below historical averages. So you hire an agent that knows what they're doing, and that person is Chris Waters. You'll get maximum dollar and sold fast. He guarantees it. Maybe you're a growing family or working from home and just need more space. Whatever your situation, Chris Waters will recommend most likely no costly repairs and get it sold for you. Just ask Jeffrey and Amanda. Jeffrey's a coach, teacher too, and commuting to work just way too far, made a mistake, hired a next-door neighbor that's an agent. Well, all these months go by, they can't sell the home. Chris does it, and they got them the price they needed and got it done right away. ChristopherWaters.com, 2 T's in Waters, 829-8000.
Horror Headlines brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. Double up discounts this month by getting 5% off any rental or purchase of steel outdoor power equipment by donating 2 non-perishable food items to Capital Area Food Bank. TopGun.net will shoot you straight.
You're listening to KTAE-AM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock, Texas Sports, The Horn. Guests on The Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. Hook 'em up with E and Rod B. Brought to you by Bud Light on The Horn.
Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Coming up, Tyler McComas will help us preview the other really, really big game in the Big 12 this weekend. We know right here in Austin at 11 a.m. it's the big noon Fox game. It's Texas, it's K-State. Rod will get us behind the burnt orange curtain coming up, talking about this matchup with the two-headed monster at quarterback for Kansas State. Probably the best O-line that Texas will face this year for K-State with 3 sixth-year seniors.
I agree with that.
On that line, started a lot of games together.
Yeah.
And as we said yesterday with our conversation with our man Tim Fitzgerald, who covers and has covered the K-State Wildcats for 3 decades, they're not flashy, Rod. They're not super explosive across the field, but they are efficient and physical and sound. That's what K-State is. You're going to have to beat that group coming up on Saturday. But the other big game is in Stillwater, Oklahoma. It's Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. So we'll go north of the border and talk to our buddy Tyler McComas. We always do when there's something involving the Oklahoma schools. So we'll preview Bedlam with Tyler on this. Nice. Tyler McComas on this Thursday. Before we get to the headlines, Rod, did you see the fake story that was going around that duped a lot of people involving the Raiders?
Yes, the Halloween story?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, that was too good to be true.
I know.
Sometimes
I was like, really? What is this, a Seinfeld episode?
It's too good to be true. Yeah, for those who didn't hear it, let me know if I'm off here. Basically, that Josh McDaniels came up dressed as Mark Davis.
Yeah, came in for Halloween after losing to the Monday Night Football game to the Lions in ugly fashion, dressed up as Mark Davis.
That is like a side.
But the other part of the story that was perfect is that it's been well known for a long time that Mark Davis, the owner, his favorite restaurant is P.F. Chang's.
Oh, no.
P.F. Chang's.
Oh, no.
And the way the story was written was that Mark Davis went along with it, thought it was kind of a funny deal, and then ordered lunch, and it came in, and the story says that he opened his fortune cookie, Josh McDaniel did, and it said, "You're fired. You're fired, big guy," or something like that, which that he fired him with a fortune cookie.
It's like, come on, guys, that's too good to be true. Now, sometimes those stories that seem too good to be true actually turn out to be true because truth is stranger than fiction. Remember the Johnny Manziel homeless man story?
Yes.
Before the draft, I was like, that's not real. Turns out it was real. It was real. That was the GM or the owner of the Browns? I think it was the GM or something. Had a homeless man or something tell him something about Johnny Manziel. I remember that story. I was like, that's not a real story. Turns out it was true.
Turns out real. Well, hey,
but it was the Browns.
Hey, this Michigan story doesn't seem real.
It doesn't. Connor Stallions.
Connor Stallions.
That seems like a fake. That he's on the Central Michigan sideline.
That feels
seems
like a fake name.
Story. Nope.
Fake name.
You're right.
Then you see him in the get up, the incognito garb, but for
Yeah.
Central Michigan, it seems like that's
nope.
And he used his own name.
Yeah.
And he bought his own tickets under his own name.
That you can tell they just didn't think they would be caught. That's how you know. Number one, it's happening a lot everywhere, because they assume it's frowned upon, but nobody really gets in trouble for sign stealing. So they decided to take it to another level, a la the Houston Astros, and they were so arrogant and cocky about it that they didn't feel the need to cover their tracks. This goes to be like your old story about your kids and the candy for Halloween when they would stash their own candy and they would go through all the effort of stashing the candy and hide it from you guys, and then you'd walk in there in the morning and there'd be candy wrappers on the floor because they passed out eating chocolate, and you're going, well, kid, if you just hid the candy wrappers, I would have never found out about your candy stash. That's to me, that's just kind of Michigan. Like if they'd have been a little bit more careful with this, a little bit more discreet, I'm not sure people find out about this. But they were
speculated about it. Well, it's like the Astros and banging trash cans.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not hard to go figure out.
Exactly. You got too cocky with it, man. You got too obvious. You were just blatant with this stuff.
Yeah.
And then I think that's what led to your downfall. But the Astros were blatant with it. Why? Because they were like, well, everybody's doing it. We're just going to do it better than everybody else. And I think Jim Harbaugh had the same mindset. Oh, everybody's doing it. Watch, we're going to take it to the nth degree. We're going to take it to the highest possible level you can take it to. And, yeah, you might have taken it too far.
And before even, Mike Fiers even whistle blew him. You go back and look at videos. There were White Sox day game. No one's at the stadium, and you can hear the bangs. And he's coming off the mound. He's yelling.
It's like, come on,
man.
Dude. You guys didn't try to be discreet at all. Come on.
All right, let's get to the other headlines, though. Trending topics, top stories. Then we'll talk to Tyler about the other big game in the Big 12. But let's get the news. Top Gun Rentals and Lonico bring you the headlines and our top stories. It is baseball, of course. History in the desert last night. Nathan Eovaldi pitched 6 gritty innings and shutout innings at that. After their bats were held silent for 6 innings, the Rangers finally broke a scoreless tie with an RBI single in the 7th from Mitch Garver, then 4 more in the 9th, and the Rangers took a 5-0 lead in the bottom of the frame, looking to close out the franchise's first ever World Championship. After a strikeout and a foul out to start the inning, Josh Bohr is the right-hander, working to Ketel Marte in a full count. Five-game series, that's all it took. Corey Seager named the series MVP. Nathan Eovaldi is the first pitcher ever to win 5 games in one postseason, all as a starter. And skipper Bruce Bochy, now just the 6th manager ever to win 4 World Championships.
And that's a credit to Chris Young and ownership, Ray Davis. They were determined to get winning baseball back to the Texas Rangers. And when we met, that's what we talked about. That's what they talked about to me. And they did everything they said they were going to do. They went out and got started pitching, improved the club. We had young talent coming up. I knew this was a good ball club. So, I'm very fortunate, blessed, to come into this. It's such a great group of guys. But it starts at the top. And those guys were committed. And look, we're in a good place now.
Also starts with development. Huge congrats to the top affiliate, the Round Rock Express, AAA Ball Club. 14 players or coaches on the championship squad came through that Dell Diamond on their way to the big club, several of them this season. College football, 7th-ranked Longhorns continue to prep for their showdown with 23rd-ranked K-State at DKR on Saturday. Both teams enter the contest at 4-1. Of course, part of that 5-way tie atop the conference. The Big 12 Conference weekend begins tonight out in Lubbock. There's a Thursday night game, 3-5 Texas Tech hosting 4-4 TCU. That game will kick at 6 o'clock tonight. Meanwhile, major news coming out of the Big Ten. We're according to ESPN's Pete Thamel, a 90-minute video chat last night between the Big Ten, with all the Big Ten coaches, and a vast majority of them expressed their frustrations with the ongoing signal stealing investigation in Michigan. The call was described as intense and emotional, and according to Pete Thamel, the coaches encouraged the conference commissioner, Tony Petitti, to take immediate action against Jim Harbaugh and the program. NFL weekend kicks off tonight in Pittsburgh. 4-3 Steelers hosting the 3-4 Tennessee Titans. Rookie quarterback Will Levis will again get the start for the Titans. Being second-round pick last April, threw 4 TDs in his debut this past Sunday in a win over Atlanta. Sad news from basketball. Word from his family that coaching legend Bobby Knight passed away yesterday. The brilliant but combustible coach won 3 NCAA titles at Indiana. 4 decades, he was the scowling face of college basketball. He was 83. Knight was among the winningest coaches in the sport. 902 career victories, 42 seasons at Army, Indiana, Texas Tech. Also coached the U.S. Olympic team to a gold medal in 1984.
Double up discounts this month by getting 5% off any rental or purchase of steel outdoor power equipment by donating 2 non-perishable food items to Capillary Food Bank.
Call Tyler here.
And once again, as we've been doing all morning, congrats to the Rangers. That is really impressive. Can I ask you just really quickly, where is, because we talked to a few insiders for the Rangers before the World Series, just previewing the World Series, and I think I asked both of the insiders, or multiple insiders, the same question. Where does this World Series put Bruce Bochy among all-time great managers? Is he now on the Mount Rushmore? Are we talking about clearly on the Mount Rushmore now? I mean, he's second all time in most postseason rounds won, with 17 behind Joe Torre, who has 19. He is one of 5 managers to win World Series with multiple teams. That's pretty damn impressive. And you brought this stat up earlier. He's won 4 World Series. Only 5 other managers have won that many. I mean, where are we putting Bochy now?
Well,
Mount Rushmore?
I think in the modern era of baseball, he's right there with Joe Torre. I mean, I think those would be the 2. Because when you talk about, he's got 4 championships now. He's the 6th manager to get there. The most owned are belonged by Joe McCarthy and Casey Stengel.
7.
With 7, and Connie Mack has 5. That goes way back.
Yeah.
So, in the last 50
era.
years, I mean, it's hard to argue with Bruce Bochy and his success. Joe Torre would be in that conversation. I would think you meet people, Tony La Russa. Those are the kind of names. But yeah, he's in that conversation without a doubt. And it is pretty funny that we'll hear him coming up talking about how he was sitting on his easy chair in Nashville, just chilling,
kicking,
fishing, and retired. And that's when Chris Young called and then said, "Hey, we need the right manager at the right time, and you are that person."
Home run hire.
And guess what?
Grand
for Bruce
Slam
Bochy,
home run there, actually.
It's an odd number year. Remember when he was with the Giants? It was always in the odd years with Madison Bumgarner and those teams. They weren't, and that was the thing about Bruce Bochy when he was with the San Francisco Giants. They weren't always the best team during the regular season. And this year they weren't the best team during the regular season. They're just
the hot team.
They're the best when it counts.
Yep.
And you just gave the stats about that really elevate him into that conversation. That when it matters most, he outmanages other managers. Because I always say this about when you get to the postseason, it's about your hitters have to be able to hit good pitching, because you're not going to see. I mean, you can during the regular season you can feast on some bad pitching, right? And you can post some numbers. When you get to the postseason, you're facing good pitching, so you got to be able to generate runs and hit good pitching. When you're managing, you got to manage against good managers and good teams, and that shows you that Bruce Bochy is among the best we've ever seen.
Yeah,
at that.
The Rangers had the 3rd longest preseason odds to win the World Series in the wild card era, behind the 91 Twins, 2003 Marlins.
Oh, wow, Marlins.
81 and 75-1.
Kirby Puckett twins and the no-name Marlins. Well, they got some names, but hadn't heard them at that time.
Nope.
Hey, speaking of names, can we go to the Vaqueros hotline, switch gears to some college football? We'll get to the Longhorns and K-State bottom of the hour, but whenever something big happens in the state of Oklahoma, we'd like to talk to our buddy Tyler McComas, host of The Rush on the Ref, 2 to 6 up there in Oklahoma City. He is tremendous when it comes to all things OU football and Oklahoma State. Those two happen to play on Saturday afternoon in Stillwater. He joins us on the Vaqueros hotline. What's up, T-Mac?
Guys, I'm fine. Good to hear from you. It's just extremely hostile up here this week.
I got to believe.
I can't stand the offensive coordinator. This is the biggest game of Brent Venables' career. That's a pretty popular sentiment up here.
Wow.
You know, you had 4 or 5 losses at this point last year, so 7-1 is definitely better, but guys, things have turned in a hurry up here, that's for sure. And they better get it fixed this weekend, or it's going to be even worse next week.
Yeah, man, this is unbelievable the way these two teams' fates have turned. I mean, Oklahoma out to the fast start, beat Texas in that thriller, and you're talking about Jeff Lebby, the offensive coordinator. Last week they lose in Kansas, and it was a heavy run game plan. Dylan Gabriel going into that 2-minute drill drive at the end had only thrown 12 passes. He threw 7, trying to get them into the end zone to win it. So he ended up with 19 attempts. Is something wrong with Gabriel, or was that just the game plan to try to beat Kansas?
Well, he threw a pick 6 early in the game, and I don't know if that threw off Jeff Lebby's confidence in his Heisman contending quarterback. I mean, it was a bad mistake, but I just don't think that should make you completely abandon the run game. Maybe that was the case. I don't know. But, they ran the ball a ton. I mean, you mentioned it, Aaron. OU ran for 269 yards, and we've been waiting all year long for this run game to really get going. They had a good run game against Texas, but really had to use Dylan Gabriel to be kind of the focal part of that run game. They ran it 55 times for 269 yards. So you would think, well, why is everyone complaining about the offensive coordinator? Well, there's one play specifically that people are tired of seeing. They continue to try to run it, and it just hasn't worked. Try to run these jet sweeps with Gavin Freeman, a former walk-on. He's a nice player, but they've been trying to get him out to the edge all year long. It's just not working out. In critical points of the game last week, a 3rd and 3, when you've been running for 6-7 yards a pop, just trying to get cute, go sideline to sideline. It's gotten so bad this week, guys. The offensive coordinator's name is Jeff Lebby, but our text line and really the majority of OU fans referring to him as Jeff Lebby. Lebby in the Jet has been a parody song off of Benny and the Jets. Like, it's hostile up here, guys, with OU fans and its OC.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah, because I saw some memes online on Twitter of basically what was scaring Oklahoma fans the most was jet sweeps. So now I get the meme. Now I understand exactly what it was all about. So is the defense here avoiding a lot of the blame for the loss versus Kansas? In your opinion, was the defense playing up to snuff there as well?
I think that's fair. I mean, you score 33 points. I know it's a different age of college football, right? But if this defense is as improved as I've made it out to be, or as improved as we think it is, I think 33 points should be enough to win a game, especially against a good Kansas team. And, Rod, that was my big issue with the defense. They came out and had no energy. That was the worst tackling game that they've had this year, and it's really not even close.
Wow.
Jaron Panic, one of the starting linebackers, is getting pulled in the middle of the series because he's not wrapping up, tackling well. So I do think the defense needs to be blamed. Now, I'll say this. In the fourth quarter, they have back-to-back drives where they get an interception. Billy Bowman gets a pick that helps you take the lead back. Ethan Downs has an interception, and all you had to do at that point was just get a first down. You get a first down, you've got the ball in the lead late. All you do is get one first down and the game's over. They're unable to do that. Kansas goes down to score. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, the offense is kind of who everyone's talking about. But this defense, I mean, for the past couple of weeks, it's given up chunk plays. And with the run game, with the pass game, it's got to be better against one of, if maybe not the best running backs in all of college football this weekend.
Well, you mentioned Ollie Gordon. He is, that's who you're referring to there. And what's your thumbnail on this Mike Gundy team? They looked awful in September. They lost back-to-back games won to South Alabama at home, and then they turned around and lost to Iowa State. And you're thinking, oh, man, this thing is falling apart for Mike Gundy. They've won 4 in a row. They've got Ollie Gordon, who's taken off and, rushed for like 800 yards in the last 4 games. He's been unbelievable. Kid out of Fort Worth, Texas. What's been the key to the turnaround for Mike Gundy's team? Is it simple as Ollie Gordon and settling on a quarterback?
Yes, that's it. I mean, keep it simple, stupid, right? So, like, Mike Gundy's getting all this praise right here. Like, wow, this is one of the most incredible in-season turnarounds we can remember for Oklahoma State ever. Well, it's not like it was something complicated. It was, all right, let's just stick with Alan Bowman at quarterback, and let's identify, because they had a bye week after the Iowa State loss, let's identify who our best player is, and let's just get him the ball as much as possible. They identified that was Ollie Gordon, and this is what's happening. So they kept it rather simple. You're seeing their offensive line play some pretty good football right now. Their team is just in a groove right now. I mean, they're hot. They're playing extremely well. I still think their defense is very gettable, and you've seen that at times throughout their 4-game winning streak. But, Aaron, I mean, that's it, man. Let's stop rotating these 3 quarterbacks. Let's find some continuity at that position and find some continuity with their run game. And luckily, Ollie Gordon has turned out to be one of the best players in the country. Like, going back and watching that Cincinnati game, it's not that he's just running through gaping holes. He's making plays at the line of scrimmage where Cincinnati's backer meets him right at the line of scrimmage. And he's just ducking underneath it, an incredibly athletic play to avoid these tackles. So he is really that good. He really is that good. And for a defense at OU that really struggled to tackle last week, they got their hands full. And they're pretty beat up right now too, guys, which is not a good place to be.
Rod, before you ask the next question, 858 yards from scrimmage the last 3 games for Ollie Gordon, and joins Barry Sanders as the only Oklahoma State back to go for over 250 in consecutive games.
Whoa.
He was 271 last week in the win. So, yes, big numbers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, Dad, let me ask you about Mike Gundy, because early on the season, as you just brought up, he's rotating quarterbacks. There's a lot of talk about Mike Gundy. He's done. Maybe he's pulling the George Costanza, all right, trying to get fired from Oklahoma State. But he once again, he proves that he's just a hell of a ball coach. He's anti-NIL, anti-transfer portal. What is the public kind of sentiment about Mike Gundy from Oklahoma State fans up there? Are they frustrated with some of his antics, or is he one of those guys that's a made man and he always can kind of, really kind of deliberately essentially build his own legacy and really kind of exit the way he wants to?
Well, I think the answer is different now than it was a month ago. A month ago, we're tired of this. He's anti-NIL. He's anti-transfer portal. He uses his press conference as, a way to spew off his political beliefs and how screwed up college football is these days. Like, I even heard the line of, Mike Gundy will go down as the most successful coach in Oklahoma State history, but with where he's put the program, he is not the right guy to build it back up to where it needs to be. Wow. So as recently as a month ago, the majority of Oklahoma's fan base didn't have confidence, thought that, they were looking at buyouts.
Wow.
What does the buyout situation look like? That's not the case today. I'm not hearing anything about buyouts. And in fact, you said made man. If he beats OU on Saturday, the final bedlam for a while, he's going to be a made man, and he's going to have a chance to play for a Big 12 championship as well.
Yes,
so
sir.
they're right there in the thick of that race with everyone else. And I think OU and Oklahoma State have the 2 easiest paths to Arlington. Well, if OSU wins, they're at UCF, BYU at home. Like, they've got a very favorable schedule the rest of the way out. They win this one. Yeah, he wins the last bedlam for a while. He may be playing in Arlington. It will go from buyout talk in late September to, all right, this guy will be here long term in about a month's time. It's incredible the switch. Like, I never thought we'd be talking about these storylines that we're talking about going into this game. It looked like it was going to be a blowout in September, but a lot of people up here picking Oklahoma State to win this game on Saturday.
Wow. 2:30 the kick. And is there any way, Tyler, you're in the belly of the beast there. You're in the center of it. We remember when Texas played Texas A&M for the final time, and you never knew when the next time would be. It was a big deal. But obviously in the state of Texas, there's pro sports, right? There's, we talked about the Rangers this morning. You got Cowboys. You got a lot going on. In the state of Oklahoma, I know there's Oklahoma City Thunder there, but, this is the game, and it's going to be the last one for a long time. Is there any way to put the level of vitriol into perspective of just both sides of this deal and how enormous this game is on Saturday in Stillwater?
I mean, I can try and describe it several ways. I'll just go back to something I said a few minutes ago. Like, Brent Venables beat Texas a month back, and this was after a 49-0 loss. Right? His second year as a head coach, he had to avenge that 49-0 loss. That Texas game was a huge game for him. It was a huge game for the program. It was a huge game for many reasons. But the fact that we're saying this week that this is the biggest game of the Brent Venables era, I think is really telling. I mean, and we're saying that because OU's coming off of a loss. You have this great opportunity to make it to the playoff, and if you lose this week, it's out the door. But you mentioned that Texas A&M game back in 2011, and maybe it's not a direct apples-to-apples comparison, but it's almost the feeling of if you lose this game, you have a 91-19-7 edge in this rivalry's history. I think it's the most lopsided rivalry in-state rivalry in all of college football. But it's going to feel like immediately, who cares about the 91 wins you had over there? They have scoreboard forever. And you guys had dominated Texas A&M for years. But you're going to College Station in 2011 probably thinking the same thing. We've dominated them, but we're not going to play for a long time. And if they beat us, it's going to be awful to live in this state for the next decade plus, however long, till we play these guys again. Luckily, Justin Tucker hits the field goal as time expires, but that's kind of the feeling here that you guys had back in 2011 is it does not matter the series history. If you lose on Saturday for the final time, it's going to be really tough to live in this state, and they're always going to be able to shout out scoreboard back at you, and that's not going to be a fun place to be, regardless if you're going to the SEC or not.
Great stuff right there. Yeah, the winner will come out 5-1 in the Big 12. Obviously, the same case here in Austin when Kansas State plays Texas in this showdown. Of course, Oklahoma doesn't play K-State this year. That's part of that schedule that they have. Well, they won't play the Wildcats. So the winner of that game at Bedlam, as Tyler McComas just mentioned, has a nice run beyond that in the month of November up to Arlington. Hey, my friend, we appreciate it. Great stuff right there. That's the passion of that game. We're looking forward to seeing it. Obviously, the Longhorn fans will watch their game at 11 and then flip it over and see what's going on in Bedlam. Can't wait to see that and all the emotion that'll pour into that game. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it, my friend.
Thanks, Tyler.
Yeah, and I know both fan bases will be monitoring the Big 12 rest. I've been seeing what's been going on in the Texas game. We see what's been going on here. So everyone here as well is worried about Big 12 rest going into Saturday.
Hey, well, good thing you're on the ref. The radio station's the ref up there in Oklahoma City and all over the great state of Oklahoma. Hey, man, appreciate you. That's good stuff.
Thanks,
and enjoy
Tyler.
the game this weekend. All right, there it is, Tyler McComas. Follow him on Twitter on X. At Tyler_McComas.
Like he said, it's switched up for Gundy in just a couple of weeks. Early, I figured people were calling for his job at the point where he's rotating 3 different quarterbacks and also losing games. And then now, yeah, if he beats Oklahoma, he's gonna get another contract extension.
Yeah,
they're gonna get for another 10 years.
Year.
Yeah, that makes sense though up there because for Mike Gundy. He has been walking this line where, because Mike Gundy doesn't care what anybody thinks of him. But the anti-NIL, anti-transfer portal stuff, that's more controversial than the statements he makes that are political or anything like that. When college football fans, really what they care about is, are we winning games? And you can make your political statements, but when you're losing and also making very controversial statements, then fans are like, nah, we got to get this guy out of here. He's unhinged and we're tired of his antics. But he's going to still make his controversial statements. That's just what Mike Gundy has always done. But if he's winning games, hey, they don't care. It's about wins, man. It's about wins.
I know I say it flippantly, but it does feel like he was having tryouts in September. Like he really was.
I think you were right.
I remember we played the sound where he said, I watched the film. When they lost to South Alabama and lost bad, they scored 3 points on their home field.
Everybody panics.
Everyone's, what is going on? He's like, we're good. I watched the film. This is all correctable. We got to get the right players in there. And, of course, here they are 4 straight and in the race for the Big 12. And if they win Saturday, they've got a really good chance to get themselves to Arlington. And you're right about Mike Gundy. And, this is how much he's against NIL, which doesn't play well in his locker room. It's hard to go, you hear fan bases saying, let's go get Ollie Gordon. Let's go get Ollie Gordon when the season's over.
That's a great point.
He's really good.
You know what? So his theory, or at least his, I would say his opposition to NIL will be tested.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. A good player like that, I can see multiple Power 5 program saying, "Oh man, we'll give you a bag."
He's good.
The one over here.
That boy
give you
good.
that. We'll go, USC, places like that, or Deion will say, "I mean, we'll give you a bag."
Yeah.
Come on out here and play with us.
OU on their way to the SEC, who don't really have a running back right now. I don't know.
Ooh,
Add a little.
That would be that blasphemous, man. Just go to the rival on the way to the SEC.
Oh,
you become a hated man.
That's
by
right.
Oklahoma State fans.
Well, you're not going to be playing them.
That's true. Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't know if is he from Oklahoma? He may
He's
not
from
ever
Fort
go
Worth.
back.
From Fort Worth.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, who cares? Go ahead. Do what you do, Ali. But he's unbelievable. I mean, he is the best. I hate to say it, even with Jonathan Brooks, it looks like he's the best running back in the Big 12 right now.
He's, over 1,000 yards of total offense his last 4 games. I mean, it's dumb. All right, we'll be back. When we do, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll talk Texas and K-State. That'll be the focus. Also more on this Rangers World Championship. Great stuff for the Texas Rangers and baseball in the great state. We'll also go off the record before the end of the hour. It's a Thursday edition. Hook 'em up on 1019 AM 1260. Stream it on the Horn app and at hornfm.com.
No question, it's volume heavy.
Which one?
We have not seen a lot of crashes.
Does it matter?
Hey, let me just do it coming back. Let me do it coming back, and we'll tease the event today and tailgates and everything coming up. We'll tie it all together.
That's right.
First ever in the franchise's history, as we're live with you on course 101.9 and AM 1260. Also, we're back on the cameras now, and actually the sun's come up here in South Austin and wherever you are, I'm sure.
It's a beautiful thing.
Which means we got a little more light for me. It's not as dark as it was earlier. Got the shades open now, looking over Onion Creek Golf Course, Rod. We got all the deer out there, man.
I know this neighborhood is full of deer. Every time I drive in now, I have to have the brights on, and I got to drive even slower. I mean, I drive the speed limit, but I drive even slower because there's a bunch of them.
There's a lot of deer.
I see about probably 4 deer per morning, just like either crossing the street or in yards and stuff when I drive.
Well, and as you see, but our audience can't. We look across to a par 3, which is number 13 north at Onion Creek, and
it's beautiful.
There's a whole covey of trees, oak trees down in there. That's where they live. They can get down to the creek come in and out of there. So yeah, they're
comfortable around here. You can tell y'all gonna take care of them because they're real comfortable. They just walk around.
Yeah, they're all over the place. But yes, and that and squirrels and deer all over the OC. But we're rolling now. Remember, we're going to be out today. Come out and see us. Our friends at Bud Light. Of course, Bud Light is the official domestic beer partner of your Longhorns.
Sure.
Those Texas X's, and it's brewed in Texas by Texans for Texans. Just like today, we'll be out at the Third Base Sports Bar, a grill out there in Round Rock, Texas, right off I-35 there. Come on out. We'll be there 5 to 7 as we do every Thursday of a home game with our friends at Brown Distributing and Bud Light. We'll be out there while Patrick is on the sports complex. You and I will be holding it down at Third Base.
That's right.
We're giving away college football tickets. Also be giving away some other fun prizes. We had a Steve Sarkisian signed football yesterday.
Yes,
or last week, Thursday.
Yeah, Sark's autograph is a little iffy sometimes.
Yeah, it was just you would have never guessed that's Steve Sarkisian. That was Sark. That's what they said.
I was at
yeah,
there it was. I mean, it makes sense. I can see it kind of now, but I should have took a picture. I think I did take a picture of it actually.
Maybe he just does S Sark. Maybe he does S Sark. I don't know.
I don't know what
but
it is.
We gave that away last week at Backspin. We'll do it again today. And if you're going to tailgates, you're one of two final home game tailgates on Saturday down at Bevo Boulevard.
Get it in, man.
Get those Bud Lights. Get those burnt orange cans of Bud Light. Have a great time. It's going to be one of the last 2 times. Next, after tomorrow or after Saturday. After Saturday, it'll be the Texas Tech game. It'll be the last one.
Damn. It really does fly by.
I know we wait for it all year, but that's why we say, is this going to be a November to remember for the Longhorns? Because they're right there. Just talked about Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, the winner in a good spot. If the Longhorns were to win this game on Saturday, they would be in a good spot with 3 to play, looking towards Arlington in a Big 12 championship game appearance.
Right.
How are they going to get there? Let's talk about it with Rod behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk Texas versus K-State. I want to talk about this K-State offense. I don't think Longhorn fans realize how good the K-State offense is. I think they understand that they're very efficient and they're well coached. Everybody talks about the things, but this offense has truly found its offensive identity. And if I could describe it, I would describe it as a power spread offense with motion, movement, misdirection, with RPOs that put second-level defenders in constant conflict. And it probably has the most diverse quarterback run game in the country, potentially.
Wow.
I mean, it really does. They do everything. They do quarterback power, quarterback lead. They run option. That's actually kind of what I'm worried about with Texas a little bit. Last time and the only time they've seen the option run game with the quarterback was Kansas, and Jason Bean's a really explosive quarterback, but Avery Johnson is also really explosive, and he's got some of that Jason Bean straight ahead speed that when he does turn up north-south, he gets north-south in a hurry. We've heard Kleiman, and we've heard multiple insiders who came on. We had the K-State
Tim
insider,
Fitzgerald.
Tim Fitzgerald yesterday, and he said that also he thought that Avery Johnson was the fastest player on the team, and the coaches said he was the fastest player on the team. So he's legit as a run threat for K-State. And I thought just go over some stats real quick about how explosive this offense is. And yes, it is primarily a run-based offense. They're going to run the football 65% of the time. That's what they want to do. They want to run the rock, and they want to get themselves in third and manageable, which, as E brought up, why they're top 3 in the country in third down conversion rate. And this will be a great matchup because Texas is one of the top 3 best defenses in the country when it comes to defending third down. So it'll be a face-off, if you will, about third down, and that's big about getting them off the field. And he brought up a great point last hour, and I think it is one that K-State naturally will pursue, but they may make it even more deliberate. They may be more intentional about it when they can choke the life out of the clock, because they run the football a lot with the new rules. You can just limit possessions and choke the life out of the clock, and we've seen several opponents of Texas do that, and K-State can do that if you don't get them off the field. Why is it so hard to get them off the field? Because of their run game and how diverse it is. They have a top 10 rushing offense in the country. They're top 5 in rushing yards per game, top 15 in yards per rush, top 7 in overall rushing yards. If you look at 10-plus yard plays, and this is key for Texas, 10-plus yard plays, period, overall, K-State is 7th in 10-plus yard plays. They have more 10-plus yard plays than Texas. Texas only has 130 10-plus yard plays. They got 143. So if you're like, oh, man, Texas is way more explosive. Actually, it depends on your definition of explosive. Yeah. They're a really explosive offense. Now, 20-plus yard, 30-plus yard plays a little different, because I don't think they have that much speed that when they do have the schematic advantage to break a run or to scheme a guy open, I don't know if they have the elite speed, because Avery Johnson is the fastest guy on the team and he runs a 4.4. So they have the elite speed to pull away. All right, and have these big chunk yardage explosive touchdowns. But I think if you're looking at just schemed open explosive, which is usually within the 10-yard range, K-State they're really good. Like I said, 67 10-plus yard rushes. That's the second most in the FBS and the most in the Power 5. So nobody in Power 5 football has more 10-plus yard rushes than K-State.
Like old school Nebraska or something.
I'm telling you, the quarterback run game is really diverse. It's crazy. But they're 39th in 20-plus.
Well, that makes sense. Colin Klein was a running quarterback himself. He's the offensive coordinator, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, he's got 2 of these guys to work with. And if you go look at Texas is actually really good at defending these plays. Texas has allowed only 92 10-plus yard plays, but only 25 on the ground. That's the 12th fewest nationally. So Texas is really good at defending and obviously defending explosive plays on the ground, but they will be tested in this game against K-State, unlike they've been tested against any team this year. Texas rush defense is really good. It's one of the best in the country. It'll be tested. No doubt about it in this game with the quarterback run game specifically. They'll run triple option run games, zone read option, RPOs with the quarterback design runs. That's what's going to make life really difficult for Texas second level defenders like Jalen Ford, like Benda, like Anthony Hill, like Jahdae Barron, because they must constantly be aware of the quarterback's legs, but also be aware of the pre-snap motion, which is going to occupy their eyes. The play action pass that RPO is going to put them in constant conflict. It's a really tough game for second level defenders. Essentially, the offense is built around manipulating second level defenders.
Yeah. And the Longhorns have struggled with that at times when they're put into that conflict, obviously. Yep. As we talked about yesterday or this week, Jalen Ford, was predictably going to have a good game against BYU because they don't put your linebackers in conflict, and they were probably going to win the line. The defensive line was going to win the line of scrimmage. In this case, BYU's the best. Kansas State's the best interior O-line that Texas will have played.
Yes,
so the ability to at least stalemate with Devondre Sweat and stalemate with Byron Murphy, that's something most teams don't do. So if Texas isn't getting that means the linebackers are probably going to deal with more traffic from offensive linemen. This becomes a huge linebacker game, and that's why I love that you pointed out last week we saw them break out the package that included Maurice Blackwell, number 37, and Anthony Hill, number 1, to go with Jalen Ford. There are 3 linebackers on the field, but some of your fastest players on your team. Try to run with these guys and maybe take up David Benda off the field, take one of those nickel backs, but put somebody with a little more size. And Blackwell was bringing some lumber last week.
He was. I mean, they blitzed out of that package a lot, and Anthony Hill had more snaps than David Benda. I think they're trending toward Derek Williams actually had the most snaps of any safeties. I think Texas is trending now toward guys they trust and tightening up some of those rotations and giving some of these younger guys who have more upside, maybe giving them some more reps. But this is also the best defense that K-State's going to face. That they have faced, I should say, and probably that they will face. I will look at it, but K-State hadn't faced a defense this good, so K-State will also be shell-shocked a bit by the speed of Texas's defense.
That's right.
By T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, by having that tandem, that combination of size, speed, and power in the middle. They haven't faced that either. So it is, for both sides, Texas defense hasn't faced a rushing attack with an interior offensive line, like you said, that is this formidable. And K-State hadn't faced a defense this fast that is this efficient and effective at stopping the run, and mostly because of T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy.
Well,
so they're first for both of them. Something's got to give.
I'll be interested to see this, Rod, and we're going to get the timeout to off the record. By the way, and off the record, did you hear what Mike Florio indicated or said yesterday from Pro Football Talk about Bill Belichick? Oh my gosh, I'll get you that story coming up off the record. But Rod, we know during practice and spring and at times this year they broke out that 4 D-line package where Alfred Collins slides to the outside and they put 4 bigs. You wonder, against this group, do you see some of that? Because you got to set the perimeter, you got to set the edge, you got to let your linebackers flow and run and get to where they need to be to get these quarterbacks. Could you see some of that, or is that maybe Vernon Broughton, maybe Alfred Collins on the field with those 2 tackles?
It could be an early down thing, right? You're talking about an early downs where you want to make sure you stuff the run. We talked about you got to win on first down so you can force them into second and long, third and long. That's when Texas is winning that battle. If you want to stop them on early downs or force them to throw it on early downs, something they don't want to do, right? They want to run it on early downs, force them to throw it. You force them to throw it by, winning the line of scrimmage battle, winning the numbers advantage in the box, winning the size advantage in the box, and maybe they'll decide, all right, we're going to throw it on first down on early downs. That would also be a win to me, because that would be them, outside of their comfort zone. They want to pound the rock, and they want to get to second and short, third and short. And they also, when they put Avery Johnson there, just know he attacks the edges and the perimeters. When I did the numbers, and shout out to my man Matt Butler, he brings it up on Longhorn Blitz, over 80% of his rushes are in the C and D gap. Over 90% of his 10-plus yard rushes, explosive runs, over 90% of his forced missed tackles, and over 90% of his yards come in the C and D gaps. He does not like running in the interior. Why would he? He's kind of wiry. He's a little bit slight. Still got his high school body. Doesn't even have his grown man body yet. He is fast, but he is small-ish, and they don't run him up the gut. Why would he do that against Texas when this is the best interior D-line they face? They don't do it schematically. He doesn't like to do it. So when he's in the game, Texas needs to make sure that they're stout on the outside and that they got contained on those edges. With Ethan Burke, that could be a challenge, and that's why I think you're going to have that package that E just talked about, Anthony Hill, Mo Blackwell, Jalen Ford, and you can use those guys as hybrids or spies or blitzers off the edge, and then you got Sorrell, and you got Murphy, and you got Sweat on the D-line who can really kind of just clog up the middle. And while your guy and make sure everything bounces outside, and then you got the speed to track it down sideline to sideline.
Great stuff right there behind the burnt orange curtain. That's why we do it. Now you're in the know. We come back, it'll be in the know off the record. Stories maybe you haven't heard yet, but you need to because they're going to be talked about. I promise you. It's Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Okay, your major thoroughfares are running along, kind of like you expect them for this time of year.
Viking.
In the Huddle, Round Rock area, north and south of 1245. I-35 still pretty slow out of Georgetown and Round Rock, and of course headed toward Palmer, all the way to the decks. They're going to be very, very slow in North Austin and South Austin too. Onion Creek.
Colonel. All right. Okay, how about this? So we saw yesterday that Josh McDaniels got fired, so we're talking about that. And Joe is it John Pompliano?
Joe, yeah, the business guy?
Yes, who does a really good job. He writes business articles and kind of breaks everything down just from kind of in layman's terms, that kind of stuff. And he put out an article talking about the guaranteed contracts that both John Gruden and Josh McDaniels got. Basically saying that now the Raiders are paying somewhere between $40 million and $80 million for John Gruden and Josh McDaniels' contract, depending on Gruden. Remember, Gruden's suing still. So if that settlement obviously doesn't work out favorably for him, or if it does, then they're going to pay him his full guaranteed deal. That'd be $80 million you're paying to two coaches on guaranteed deals. Michael Parsons, his tweet responds to that after he quote tweeted, but players can't get fully guaranteed money. LOL, ish a scam.
Yeah. And now Mark Davis has to go hire a new coach on top of
and offer him a guaranteed deal too.
Yeah. Ish a scam.
Yeah, man.
I got a story I got to give you coming back that we didn't get to and off the record because I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it in the paper, Rod. I wouldn't have believed this story, and it's Grubhub related.
I'm not a Grubhubber.
Me either. Ty is though, so I got to put this warning out there. We'll have that. Also, Rod will have a rant coming up. We're rolling with you on a Thursday. Rangers are world champs. And a Big 12 weekend starts tonight. And what a Saturday and Sunday of college and pro football we've got on tap. All things we're talking about on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
We've got a crash.
Yes, sir.
East of I-35, eastbound on that part of 183.
Yes, sir.
Now, what we're seeing is westbound delays in that area. Very slow toward I-35. So a little bit of a conflict there, but we think it's westbound that's going to be the heavier side. Southbound at 183, this is the free portion in Cedar Park, north of the toll portion. We got a little backup there, Brushy Creek area, but that appears to be just a minor crash. Main lanes of the major thoroughfares easing very, very slowly. We're getting word of a crash here northbound on I-35 right near Slaughter. Not sure if it's a main lane or frontage road wreck. Not many delays left in Kyle and Buda, so that part is good. That's up along I-35. Also, we're checking this crash Maynard at Loyola. That's an injury wreck. That intersection is going to be compromised. And the same thing, Manchac at Slaughter. I'm Don Miller, and there's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let's talk about our friends over at Apple Leasing. A lot of you out there have probably been in the you've probably been in the new car business. You probably have tried to get yourself a new car and maybe get a new lease on a car. Maybe you've been out there price shopping, looking at different dealerships. Maybe you've done the research online. That can be really time consuming. You probably tried your best to vet these car dealers and the salesmen. That is a lot on your plate, like you already don't have a full plate. And if you're trying to get a new car, the right car for your budget and for your family and for your lifestyle, that can be a lot of headaches, right? That can be a stressful process and time consuming. Why not take the stress, the headaches, and save yourself a lot of time and save yourself a lot of money by reaching out to our friends over at Apple Leasing? They have the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car you want. It's just that simple. That's why they have what they call the simple interest easy lease, because it makes things simple. They're trying to make your life as stress-free as possible. They understand everybody's got a lot on their plate, and getting a new car, getting a brand new lease, that also can be a stressful process. They're not going to allow that to happen to you. What you need to do is reach out to Apple Leasing, all right, and you let them know exactly what kind of car you want, what price you're willing to pay, what payment plan you're comfortable with, and you give them all the details, and they'll do all the hard work. All it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. The simple interest easy lease, like I said, gives you more flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. We know everything seems overpriced these days. Everything is, the inflation has really affected, it seems like every part of our economy, and yes, that includes the car industry. That's why leasing actually makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using, so that's why Apple Leasing can get you the best bang for your buck. Give them a call, 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say
All
I do with
right.
absolute confidence. Our promise promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience, rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. We teach you how to maximize your budget. Whether you're celebrating a special moment or just want to treat yourself, Diamonds Direct will deliver unbeatable value. We go the extra mile by sourcing our diamonds direct to save you money. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees, like our free setting 110% lifetime upgrade, flexible financing up to 5 years, and our best price guarantee. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Start and end your search today at Diamonds Direct. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com, where Austin gets engaged, at the domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods. Always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080.
roster and said, we can get better. There's a way to get better. They identified a place and they identified talent and they found a way to maximize that opportunity. And the Cowboys looked at their roster and said, we like our guys. And there's nothing wrong with liking your guys, but I think they like their guys too much. That's a lot of that's ego, liking your guys. That ego is saying,
and a very insular mentality.
Yes, because that ego basically is saying, well, we always pick the right guys. I mean, my guys are the best guys. That's why we promote from within, because we looked around at hiring somebody from outside, and then we looked at our guys and went, our guys are just as good as their guys.
Yeah.
Our guys are the best guys, and yet every other organization around there, the Eagles, the 49ers, they're looking outside of their organization to improve, to get better. Yet the Cowboys look inside the organization and say, no, we're good enough. We just gotta.
Word did get out yesterday that Jerry tried. They tried to swing a deal that didn't come to fruition.
That was a report that he did try.
Was it the Derrick Henry trade? Who knows?
Yeah.
I still think they need a running back. I still think come December, January, as it gets colder and they're playing outdoor games, they're going to want a power running back. But because as you've gone through, and I don't know if your rant is about this again coming up, but Tony Pollard just hasn't been the explosive player we've seen.
No. Quite
honestly, in past years. And the reasons for that we can all guess, but even Cowboy fans would have to admit, man, that doesn't look like the same Tony Pollard that was backing up and we were pushing to replace Ezekiel Elliott so far this year. One other question I would ask for baseball fans: how did the Dodgers ever let Corey Seager leave? I mean, he was a free agent and he was 25 years old.
I want to say, okay, I'll find that sound. Rangers fans were upset, and Ty may have seen this, because a reporter asked him about that. They asked him about it, and somebody thought it was an inappropriate time after winning the World Series to ask him about, what happened.
Well, that person probably covers the Dodgers, and
maybe
Dodgers fans want to know.
Yeah, because he asked. I'll find.
We got all the money in the world.
We
wanted to sign Mookie Betts, and we went and got Freddie Freeman, and we got a big payroll, but. God, how do you let that guy get out the door? I mean, it's what Red Sox fans are still saying about Mookie Betts. I mean, how do you get? I mean, these are the best players in the game. If you have one, you don't let them leave. I mean, you don't let them get out the door.
No.
And if there's a thought that they want to get out, then you trade them. You don't let them go for nothing. Ty, what were you going to say, my friend? Yeah, it's like, man, oh man. That can't happen. But the Rangers,
I found it. I'll send it to Ty.
Okay, cool. Maybe we'll play that in. Who said that coming up?
Yeah.
Who said that? Coming up this hour. Also, I got to give you this final off-the-record story, Rod, before we get to your rant. If you're eating breakfast right now, just be prepared.
Uh-oh.
Because this is that Grubhub story I wanted to mention.
Oh, this is going to be gross. I don't eat Grubhub, so go right ahead. I don't order
A guy
Grubhub.
in Utah, and again, I wouldn't believe this if it weren't in the paper.
Ooh.
Guy in Utah ordered a Chick-fil-A through Grubhub.
Oh, no.
He ordered a milkshake to go with his Chick-fil-A because he's being health conscious because he ordered Chick-fil-A. But he got a milkshake.
He made healthy. Hey, it's healthy fried chicken.
Turned out, instead of a milkshake, he got a cup of warm pee. Turned out the driver likes to save time by relieving himself in the car, and he mixed up the cups.
Oh, no.
And unfortunately, the guy who ordered didn't realize it until he took a sip.
He didn't. Oh, he took it. Hold up. Did it have a straw in it? Like what? Was there a straw in it? How did you not know? Because it's got to be warm. Okay. What? How did you not know? How did you not know? If I picked up what I thought was a Chick-fil-A lemonade.
This is from ABC4.
Come on. Come on now. Okay, first of all, this driver you out of line, all right? You out of line. And
you fired.
You fired, man. You need to find a new job because that's disgusting. It's terrible, and you need to have better, more pride in your job, and you need to be better, period, all right? Let's go to the guy that actually drank the unfortunate urine, all right, in this situation. Disgusting. How do you not know the difference between a delicious Chick-fil-A lemonade, and somebody's receptacle they're using to relieve themselves? They feel very different because every man I'm sure has done that before in an emergency situation. All right, come on, man. That Chick-fil-A lemonade, it feels very different when you pick it up. Was there a straw in it too?
Styrofoam cup.
I know, but it's still warm and cold.
You just grab it and you.
No. Ooh. Oh, man, I got to tell you. Now you'll have me looking at everything I drink before. That is horrible. That's horrible.
Ty, don't say you have a story that could even match this. We're dealing with Grubhub or DoorDash or any of that stuff. Is there anything close for you?
It's so disgusting. No, but I've worked in kitchens. Okay, please don't. Yeah. I don't like to think about that. Ty, why don't you see?
Come on, man.
This. No, that's when I go to restaurants. I don't want to have a peek into the kitchen. When they seat me somewhere and I can see in the kitchen, I always tell them I need to move. Because what did it right? When you see somebody like go in the kitchen and like they scratch something or like pick their nose something and they walk in the kitchen like, no, shut it down, shut it all down. And I don't even want to see that. So when I'm seated near the kitchen, I will tell them, excuse me, can I sit somewhere else, please? Because I just don't want to see the kitchen. I don't need to see it because everybody in there ain't very sanitary, and it's okay. All right, I get it. Everybody ain't like me and like that kind of stuff. But when I see people sweating in the kitchen, and they're sweating real hard, I know they're sweating enough where there's beads of sweat, but there's dripping on my pork chop. You know what I mean? I feel like I can't. I know it's happening, but I don't want to see it.
Well, here's the deal. Oh no! Don't go there. Don't say any names. So, a guy named Caleb. The guy who ordered the food is a guy named Caleb at ABC4. Maybe coming up, I'll play you the audio from the news broadcast of this. But
they interviewed a guy?
Yeah.
Who drank the...
Yeah, he immediately became physically ill, which we all would. He called the driver back. And then there's a video of them meeting in the driveway, and Caleb was pretty calm considering the fact that there would have been an ass whooping going down.
Dude, I threw that piss right in his face. I'm sorry, guys. I throw that right. Get out. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man, I'm so upset. I'm upset for him. I'm upset for this man.
Me too.
I would be scarred for life. I couldn't go back to my normal life after that.
I couldn't drink out of a styrofoam cup ever again. Everything clear. Everything clear. Everything in clear cups.
Check it beforehand. What is this? All right. Yes, all right. Oh, man, what a traumatizing event.
Life-changing.
And did the Grubhub guy keep his job?
No.
He should quit. He should resign. You know what I mean?
No.
Come on, man.
Says, well, I'll give you the story because I have it. Again, I couldn't believe. I thought it had been a made-up story. If ABC4 in Utah had not gone with it. Not a milkshake, by the way. He reached out to Grubhub, says they took 4 days to get back to him, issued a partial refund. His meal was $25. They returned $18. They didn't refund the fees or the driver's tip. Grubhub, in a statement, said they've been following up with Caleb to apologize. The driver no longer works for them.
Can I get some gift cards or something? Can I get some free?
Dude, you get a lifetime Grubhub.
Exactly. Can I get?
But then again, if that happened to me, I would never use Grubhub ever again. That's not that.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's why Bezos is king. You ever report something to Amazon, something went wrong? It's just oh, cool, we'll take it.
You can take down to Whole Foods and you return it.
Yeah, they don't even care. They're
because they own Whole Foods now. So you just drop it there.
Sometimes Amazon will tell you to keep it. We'll send you another one. I've gotten there no. It's actually cost us more money for you to send it back. So just keep that ugly one, and we'll send you another one. I'm like, wow, Bezos does it the right way. So you always do business with Bezos.
All right, that's a off the record story you probably didn't need to hear, but you did.
I didn't. No, we all needed to hear that. We all need to hear that.
Let's get to Rod's rant though, because he's already vomiting over here. Let's get to the good stuff.
Rod's rant of the day is brought to you by Apple Leasing, the easiest and safest way to get a new car. Any make, any model. Click appleleasing.com and experience how easy it is. I'm tired as hell, but I'm not going to take this anymore. Find out what happens. Stop being polite and start getting real. So you got it now. It's time for Rod's rant of the day. Hold on to your breath.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to top that, and I'm not even going to try to top that. I'm just going to move on and segue to the topic here. Let's talk about the running game for the Cowboys and the Texans. Now, last week, we talked a ton about the Cowboys' passing game, how it needed to improve, and the bye week had to work on some things, and I think we saw the improvement, right? We said they needed to target CeeDee Lamb more. They targeted CeeDee Lamb 14 times in that game versus the Rams. He had his best game of the season. Looks like Dak has kind of found his groove, had his best game of the season, too. Was the highest graded passer by Pro Football Focus last week. Brandon Cooks had a touchdown. So it looks like the passing game, because they're using some more modernized concepts, concepts like pre-snap motions and motions at the snap, Dak's legs getting involved. They're starting to use a lot more modernized cheat codes, and it's just making life easier, right? Work smarter, not harder. That's what the Cowboys are doing with the passing game. What about the running game? Running game still hasn't really found its groove, and I'm somewhat concerned about the Cowboys' running game, and it's about Tony Pollard. Now, remember last week we talked about the issues with the passing game were more about the scheme. We're more scheme specific. We're more about strategy, more about tactics than they were about the actual personnel. Dak, all the analytics and all the metrics showed that Dak and CeeDee Lamb were actually playing at a really high level. But the scheme was not maximizing their talents and efforts and productivity. It was not weaponizing those players. It wasn't maximizing those players. Now you're starting to see the scheme, the tactics, the strategy work along with the productivity of the players. That's in the passing game. What about the running game? Now, some people have talked about the offensive line underachieving. It has, but I think most of the underachieving of the running game or the lack of production in the running game is just due to Tony Pollard not being the same explosive player. Here is a stat for you. So in 2022, Tony Pollard was one of the most explosive running backs in all of the NFL. I mean, that's when people were saying, hey, man, he needs to replace Zeke. Half of Zeke's carries need to go to Tony Pollard. But he was more of a complementary piece. He wasn't the main course running back, all right? He wasn't your workhorse running back at the time. He was the complementary running back. And then he ranked first in yards after contact per touch. He was second in the NFL in explosive play rate. That means 10-plus yard runs. And he was 18th among running backs last season in missed tackles forced per touch in 2022. I mean, you're talking about basically top 5 running back numbers for Tony Pollard last season. And most people thought you extrapolate that, he's going to end up, being kind of a mini, like you talked about, a mini Christian McCaffrey is what people thought. Well, the injury at the end of last season has really affected that explosivity within his skill set. In 2023, those same categories I mentioned last season, where he was first, second, and 18th, he is now 28th, 20th, and 33rd. Still, those are still really not impressive, but they're still above average numbers for a running back, but nothing even close to as impactful as he was last season when he was more of a complementary piece. Now, one of the issues I think may be just usage, maybe because of the injury, and he maybe didn't, add the necessary body armor. Whether you're talking about muscle mass or you're talking about just weight that's needed to bear the burden of being a workhorse, main course running back. He has 134 touches so far this season, touches, targets, and rushes. He has 56 more than he had through 7 games last season. That's a lot more for him, but it's expected when he is now your main running back and your workhorse running back, but you didn't get the productivity. All right, didn't translate with those extra touches. And I think a lot of it's because he's not used to this type of usage, number one, and then coming off of the injuries, it's clear right now he's not the same running back. I think he'll get back to that, but right now Tony Pollard just doesn't have that explosion that he had last season. I think that he's had since he got into the NFL. Remember, Jason Garrett and the Cowboys drafted him. They called him a web back. All right, now don't say that really fast. Make sure you say it slowly. They called him a web back, and that's basically what they mean. A guy that operates in space. That was the actual term for him. I'm not making that up. That was the actual term for
I get it. I'm with you.
Yeah. And they wanted him to be, just like E mentioned, they wanted him to be kind of a Christian McCaffrey type weapon. They wanted a guy that can line up in the slot, a guy that can move around the formation, line up in the backfield, create matchup advantages, all that kind of stuff. And I still think he can do that. But right now, this is why the Cowboys, prior to the season, whether they've been draft or free agency, or whether they've been even before the trade deadline, running back was one of those positions they should have looked at because Tony Pollard, I don't know when he's going to get his explosion back. I don't know if it's going to be this season.
Yeah, you would. It's kind of the similar thing to Michael Gallup a year ago.
Yes.
That you banked that he'd be healthy, and he just doesn't look it. And it can still come, I guess. But at the same time, that's why we heard the idea that they were really, not obsessed, but really interested in Bijan Robinson before the draft. Mm-hmm. Probably weren't going to be low enough to draft him, and obviously that was the case. Jahmyr Gibbs was a player they liked too.
Oh yeah.
But they probably should have drafted a running back sooner. Mozzie Smith was their pick in the first round, but I still think they need that position. And I still think come January, December, they're going to need that running game. And it doesn't mean it can't be there, but right now it just doesn't feel like you know, it's because, again, Ty, you watch the Cowboys all the time. I watch more of Tony Pollard this year because he's on my fantasy team, both of my fantasy teams, and I'm waiting for a breakout game. And I'm just like, man, and as I said earlier, when Rico Dowdle comes in, he kind of looks like Tony Pollard did last year. Like, oh, wow, that's the juice right there.
That's the complimentary piece.
That's
right?
the juice.
He's coming in. Look, that's a great point, too. And I just think it's just the explosion. And like I said, he'll get it back. I just don't know if it's going to come this season. Let's talk about the Texans really quickly and their running game.
Ugh.
Exactly.
It's bad.
My sentiments exactly. It is really bad. Now, Dameon Pierce was coming off one of the best rookie seasons for a running back in the NFL last season. There were really high expectations. As a matter of fact, people were saying going into this season, a young C.J. Stroud is going to need a consistent running game, and that's going to be the identity of the offense while he goes through his growing pains. Well, he ain't had many growing pains. He's probably had the fewest growing pains of any starting rookie quarterback in the NFL in the last 30, 40 years. Right? He's doing that well. He's playing like a top 10 quarterback. So you don't have the growing pains, but he's also doing it in addition to in a makeshift injured mash unit of an O-line that has been all season long with the Texans. Because now, didn't they just put the center on IR?
Jarrett Patterson, yep.
Just put a center on IR. So
he was the 6th-round pick out of Notre Dame, who's been great because Juice Scruggs, their 2nd-round pick at center, got hurt.
I mean, they just continue to have bad luck on the O-line, but they're getting healthy slowly but surely. But that's one of the reasons that the Texans' running game just hasn't been really impactful this season. It hasn't been the identity of the offense we all thought it would be, and maybe this is the reason. Now, in addition to the O-line, but the O-line's not holding back C.J. Stroud. But it's definitely holding back the running game and Dameon Pierce. So how about this? The Houston Texans lead the NFL in percentage of their runs that encounter a defender before the line of scrimmage. 52.8, basically 53% of their runs encounter a defender who has penetrated the line of scrimmage and is in the backfield making contact with the Texans running backs. Most running backs in the NFL would struggle in that situation. That's, guys, over half the time you got a defender in the backfield already hitting the running back before they even get back to the line of scrimmage. The Houston Texans have just 49 rushing yards this season before contact.
Ugh.
Just 49.
You know, and I watch the Texans, and that doesn't surprise me because that's what it looks like.
That's what it looks
every
like.
time they get the ball, it's there's somebody in his face. And again, it should be better on the offensive line, but they have had injuries, but they should be getting better with Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil back and Shaq Mason. They should be a good running team, but they're not. And the guy that's actually kind of like we talk about Rico Dowdle, Devin Singletary's come in, and there's been talk in Houston that this it's a new scheme for him. He's trying to learn this new running scheme,
the zone blocking,
yeah,
Shanahan scheme.
And it's not. He's having to learn it on the fly here.
Yeah.
But it needs to get better because they lost that game to Carolina. They're losing games because they can't run the ball. If they could run the ball, they'd be pretty good. Their defense just gave up 15 points last week. You should be able to win that ball game.
They're one-dimensional. And one-dimensional with a rookie quarterback and like I said, a mash unit with an O-line. And run blocking, from what I've been told by O-linemen, is usually easier than pass blocking. They prefer it over pass blocking so they can be aggressive.
Right.
Yet the Texans, that's where they're struggling right now. So keep that in mind. Also, you're talking about Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary in the backfield because they are getting the bulk of the running back duties. They combined for just one rushing attempt into a stacked box on Sunday. How about that little nugget? That's a good sign schematically. It shows you that Bobby Slowick with the passing game is able to take defenders out of the box. So, but still, the reason that is also a troubling stat, you should be able to run the ball.
Yeah.
If you're running against light boxes, you should be able to run the ball. So that means they can't even run the ball against light boxes. And damn near 53% of their rushes, they have a defender in the backfield making contact before the running back even gets to the line of scrimmage. They got to fix that. Or, like I said, they'll become easier and easier to defend. Life will become tougher and tougher on C.J. Stroud.
Good stuff right there. Both of the run games need to crank it up. The Cowboys are sitting at 5-2. Huge game Sunday. Huge game for the Cowboys at Philadelphia. Last time they had a huge game on the road, it was at San Francisco, and it did not go well. Can this one go better? Texans also with Tampa Bay coming to town this weekend. Baker Mayfield and company having not traded Mike Evans. They're rolling into Houston. So those are the two of the bigger games in this area. Coming back, when we do, we'll pick up the. Now we have urine stories coming in.
Oh man, that was a shocking one. I'm traumatized just thinking about it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, sorry. But we'll also go with a little "Who Said That" before the end of the hour. We roll on a Thursday.
As you approach 290 on the better home. got a crash.
You want me to do it? I can do it.
Also,
You better help.
general area north of the
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, all come up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Time for a party in Arlington. That'll be tomorrow, 12:15 in Arlington, not Dallas. So make your plans. If you can, you can listen to our show, drive up there while you're listening, and be at the party, get back home. You know what I mean? Right in the middle of the day.
Just so you know, Astros fans, don't be triggered, but what are the talking points for the Rangers? I've heard multiple players mention it in their post-World Series championship celebration that they represent the state of Texas, not just one city. That's why they have Texas on the jersey. They're the Texas Rangers, not the Arlington Rangers, not the Dallas Rangers. They represent the state. So they kept talking about this is a proud day for the state, in which I know were little shots at the Houston Astros.
Sure it is.
Which I love, by the way. I appreciate that.
Does that make the Houston Texans Texas's team?
No, because that's a weird name. We all know it, but I love it, but it's still a weird name. To be the Houston Texans. We made fun of it at first, and now we just kind of accepted it.
Yeah.
You know, no other team. You can't be the L.A. Californians.
It should have been the Houston Oilers, by the way.
Yeah, I'm with you. Trust me, I'm with you. Nope. There you go. Totally agree with that.
All right, so we've got college football on the brain, too. Jim Harbaugh's peers want something done and done now. That is the big story out of college football, the developing story at Michigan. Pete Thamel of ESPN.com reported overnight that the Big Ten's coaches, all of them, had a 90-minute Zoom call last night, conference call. Jim Harbaugh was on it for a short while, and then he hung up and
they went off.
Exited after 30 minutes, and they went off. And according to Thamel, the call was intense and emotional. Collectively, the coaches want the Big Ten to act and act now. What are we waiting on? We know what happened was said on the call. Tony Batiti's only been on the job there as the commissioner since April, and obviously has walked into this. And I feel like this is one of those, Rod, where the coaches have kind of assumed something was up for a while now, and have been because we heard the sound from Greg Schiano when he was leaving the field when they played Michigan with the sideline reporter. Hey, something's up here that ain't right. James Franklin had the sound that we played. That
reports about TCU.
Yeah,
that
TCU knew. So
the coaches kept telling them.
And now it's out. And I've given my suggestion on what Tony Petitti and the Big Ten should do.
Best one I've heard.
Like I would at least put it out there that we're going to allow our coaches and our teams, all 14 of them, or 16 of them, to use wireless communications, headset communication for the rest of the season. Now, the NCAA could come in and overrule that.
That's fine.
But if I'm the Big Ten, I'm at least doing that.
Exactly. It doesn't matter if they
and I'm not making it mandatory. If there are teams that don't want to use it, okay. But if you would like to use it, you can use it the rest of the season. Because, could Purdue this, but again, it's already Thursday. They should have done this last week when Michigan had a bye week and no one had to play them for a 2-week period. Now Purdue's got to play them tomorrow night or Saturday night. We'll see. But per Thamel, they do have the power to punish the school under the conference's sportsmanship policy. Sportsmanship policy. It's an unprecedented violation that the rules would require unprecedented action. One of the coaches said it's unprecedented, the violation and the magnitude of it. That would mean the rules would require unprecedented action from the conference.
That's true. But if you do punish them, you have to reveal the evidence that shows how they broke the rules and how they operate outside the rules. And I'm sure they have that, but I think they're trying to finish up their investigation. They want to be thorough. And that could take a while.
Well, and Michigan deserves due process, right?
That's probably what they're saying. Hey, man, we want the whole thing to play out.
Well, that's why I say it's going to be. That's why I believe it's very hard to punish them right now, as far as sanctions or fines or firings or whatever.
Yeah, how far did it go? Who knew?
But at the same time, you could go to the wireless communication immediately, and that wouldn't solve the problem, and it wouldn't mean the problem never happened, but it would protect the other teams and be able to say, you know what, all this information they've garnered and gleaned through this scheme is now not any use to them because we're going to be able to talk headset to headset, which we should have been able to do for a long time. But either way, and then at that point, the NCAA comes in and says, you can't do that. If I'm the Big Ten, I'm saying, screw it, we're doing it. Take us to court. This is like COVID all over again.
Oh, no, it'll end up in court. There will be lawsuits and litigation.
Screw you, NCAA. We're doing it. We're protecting the other members of – because if the coaches are this mad, you got to do something.
Yeah, and I think I just want to know how much evidence do they have now that – how many smoking guns do you have on Michigan? Do you have enough evidence now to suggest that Jim Harbaugh knew about it, that Jim Harbaugh was not only involved, that he was delegating
Well, again, that's why I'm
responsibility
saying-
within the operation. I think that's what they're waiting on. Do they have the Jim Harbaugh smoking gun?
That's what I would argue you should wait for. You should wait for the investigation. Due process is argued, but I think there is enough info to at least take that step. And to obviously Connor Stallions can't be anywhere near the team, those kind of things. But at least that step can be taken. 'Cause I don't think you can do anything punishment-wise until the whole thing's done.
Exactly.
Would be my argument. But I understand the coaches wanting something done now
But you
because
can
we're
address
playing
it.
games.
Yeah, like you said, you don't have to necessarily punish them, and you don't have to solve the problem right now. But you have to address the problem.
Got to do something.
And they haven't even addressed it.
Here was a guy on our Chick-fil-A Grubhub story. I
Oh.
won't repeat, but it says, guys, when you're downrange in Iraq or Afghanistan, you couldn't just take a pee break. It was very common to use a bottle. I will never forget the look on my driver's face of resignation when he had to do this, and just as he stared inside, he missed the bottle and couldn't stop, had to spend the rest of the mission in pee-pee pants.
No! Oh, no! Yeah, man, that's a small little hole you're trying to get in there. You got to be accurate. Right? If it's a water bottle he's talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be accurate. And maybe they were on the move, too.
Squeeze that thing in there a little bit, too.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Hey, that's, like I said, I think everybody's been there before, but wow, to have that kind of mix-up, that's unforgivable for me. I couldn't forgive that driver. God bless that man who sat and had a conversation with that driver after the driver gave him a cup full of urine instead of a milkshake. I think a milkshake and a urine are very different things. The milkshakes are cold, E. They're cold.
But I know when you grab a styrofoam cup, though, you don't really notice the temperature of the cup. That's what it's for.
Yeah, but
if it were a plastic cup, you would, or if it were like a paper cup. But a styrofoam cup, if it's thick enough, you don't really notice the temperature of the liquid inside.
I think I would notice the temperature difference between cold shake and warm urine, because urine is really warm. Like it's hot.
You would taste the difference immediately.
Well, I think I would feel it in the cup. But maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I would.
I'm playing this out. The guy delivers it. You're walking in. You paid your food.
You're really excited.
You just grab it and you just take a swig. You don't even feel it.
And aren't milkshakes light? Aren't they light by nature?
They're probably heavier than a normal. I don't know. They're probably the same, but I'll have to do it. Gus in the Bronx says this on the text line. The reality of it is all the coaches are stealing signs. That's the reason they don't want headsets and helmets. That's all the more reason to do it. If you're the Big Ten, it's all the more reason to, play it straight.
All the coaches are stealing signs. I think we've had multiple coaches admit that. They just haven't gone.
They weren't doing this.
They haven't gone as far as to have the advanced scouting to steal the signs and the technological advancements to aid in their sign stealing.
This elaborate scheme is why those rules exist. You can't scout it. Why can't you go watch a team ahead of time? You can't. Not allowed. And certainly you can't record it. But there's certainly a reason Michigan was using it, and obviously the timelines line up when this guy joined the staff and the winning began at Michigan. You can't say that's the sole reason, but at the same time, coaches want answers. So
if it was that sophisticated, I think they probably use AI with it too. I bet there's an artificial intelligence.
Because once you have the full game full of
all you need is data. All you need for artificial intelligence is data.
Yeah.
And then you can plug the data into any algorithm and then find the trend. AI will find the trends and patterns for you.
Yeah, that's right.
And I bet
he's military trained.
Right?
Probably peed in a bottle before. Connor Stallions.
A few of them. Yeah.
Oh man.
So I bet when it's all said and done, there's like an AI element of where they play. There's no way they're just watching. They must have a team of different analysts that are watching every play and then deciphering, comparing it to the other footage they have from the other sideline of the actual signals being sent in, and then the plays.
That's right.
I don't know if they're doing all that. I bet they got some algorithm and they found some formula to help them. And that's why in the modern age, when those rules came out for college football and advanced scouting, they weren't thinking about the technology we have today.
Yeah.
Technology we have today, I bet Connor Stallions was like, bro, y'all are working in the Stone Age stealing signs. You're writing it down and then trying to decipher it. Bro, I got a system here. Honestly, we got some military techniques and intelligence that I can apply. Yeah, and then we can decipher this stuff.
Decoding and coding.
Yeah,
yes, we got you.
Give a 70% pretty much accuracy rate on this thing, something like that.
Well, it does coincide when the dominance began for Michigan. And
it's called recruiting, E. Jim Harbaugh got his guys. That's what happened, E.
That's right. That's right. Well, look, he's argued he's going to put 20 guys into the NFL in this draft. So
if he does that, that ain't sign stealing.
Right. Well, that's why, again, I go back to put the headsets in the helmets and allow them to do it, because Michigan needs protected here too. Because if it's not a main focus, and a lot of people will say, well, you still got to execute the plays, and you still got to win the line of scrimmage and things. That's all fair. Mm-hmm. But Michigan very well may win the national championship this year, Rod. They're that good.
Yeah.
They're that good. Yeah. And so if you're the Big Ten, it's incumbent to protect your champion, or at least give them some cover with some type of, because at this point, if you just keep playing games, they keep dominating. There's going to always be that assertion. That always will be. But if you do something now to take action in the final 4 games and into the postseason, because it sticks out like a sore thumb. The help that they gave to South Carolina reportedly, that helped Tennessee, helped them beat Tennessee and Clemson, which helped Michigan make the Final Four last year. The fact that TCU knew about it and prepared for it and beat them and scored 50-some points, and that no one else is getting close to that when they play Michigan.
Yeah, no, it is. Right now, the court of public opinion, it seems like the verdict is pretty much in, that everybody believes Jim Harbaugh definitely knew about this sophisticated sign-stealing operation. But I think he's still going to end up on the upside of this thing and in the catbird seat, because I don't think the NFL cares as much about this kind of stuff. I think the NFL probably, they probably admire it a little bit because they know he goes all out to try to win as much as possible. And Jim Harbaugh's got a great reputation as a ball coach, because almost every place he's been, he's found success. Right, and now at Michigan, he's having that success now too. Had it at Stanford, had it at, where was he at? San Jose, where was he at before that?
San Diego.
Thank you very much. San Diego, San Francisco. So almost at every level, this man has had success. And if he ends up winning a national title this year or playing for a national title, I think he's gone regardless. But it would put the cherry on top that, see, I'm just a great football coach.
It's been mentioned many times on the text line, but very Pete Carroll-like when he left USC, jumped off to the Seattle Seahawks, and then the issues came. And I think that's what the Big Ten coaches are saying. Look, I know you're going to punish them eventually, but what are we doing about it right now? Like, what are we doing now? We know. Those other things come after the fact when the proof comes out. The proof's here, y'all, and we're having to play against it right now. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we're going to say and play around a who said that, including Rod's point with Corey Seager. I mentioned how the Dodgers ever let Corey Seager get out. I can't wait to hear this because he is the World Series MVP for the world champion, Texas Rangers. We'll hit that, come back. Who said that? Coming up.
Well, we're actually figuring out why.
Oh, hey.
County on I-35 northbound are so expensive because of a crash. Just got
man. Rod Babers. Livin. E and Rod B. On the horn.
Who said that? Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Who said that?
Coming up in the fabulous fifth hour, coming your way after the top of the hour, Rod. Did I ever tell you this time I ran into Bob Knight?
No.
Yeah, I got to tell you this story. It's a
That's
good
cool.
one. Ty
I
will
like
like it
that.
too.
Yeah.
Ran into Bob Knight. You can't believe where either.
That's pretty bad. I probably could.
Nah, you probably wouldn't guess this one.
Really?
No,
Okay.
you probably wouldn't guess this spot. Hey, Ty, can you play what I asked you to play? Because who said this last night in the desert? Because it was one for the ages for your Texas Ranger. Let's hear it.
Credit to Chris Young.
I didn't hear which one you wanted to play.
Oh, I texted you.
Sorry, Davis. My bad.
They talked about to me and
There's two things playing.
did everything they said they were going to do.
I got it.
Starting pitching, improved the club. We had young talent coming up. I knew this was a good ball club, so I'm very fortunate, blessed to come into this. It's such a great group of guys, but it starts at the top, and those guys were committed. And look, we're in a good place now.
It starts at the top, Rod.
That's Bochy.
That's Boch.
That's Boch.
Hey, listen, sitting on my easy chair, called me in Nashville and said, let's go. And they were committed to it. And that's what we say about even Texas football or anything. It starts at the top, when the BBs are all connected and the president and the AD and the coach are all pulling the same direction.
Damn right.
Good things can happen. It's aligned, and the Rangers were certainly aligned at the top with Ray Davis, Davies, Chris Young, and now Bruce Bochy, the perfect manager,
Yes,
and a
sir.
heck of a ball club. All right, Rob, what do you have, and who said that?
All right, Ty, I sent you a bunch of these, so just dial one up for me. Who said
Who
that?
said it?
Kid is just an absolutely great kid. If I were going to pick the 3 or 4 best athletes I've ever seen play basketball, he'd be one of them. I think he's the best athlete I've ever seen play basketball, bar none. If I were going to pick people with the best ability I'd ever seen play the game, he'd be one of them. If I were going to pick the best competitors that I'd ever seen play, he'd be one of them. So in the categories of competitiveness, ability, skill, and then athletic ability, he's the best athlete, he's one of the best competitors, he's one of the most skilled players. And that, to me, makes him the best basketball player that I've ever seen play.
All right, that's the great Bob Knight. Robert
Bob
Montgomery Knight talking about one Michael Jordan.
Yeah, it's like 1984, like back then, like
Yeah.
at the time. He's
Yeah,
talking
because
about
it was U.S. Olympic team, and he
Yeah.
he didn't coach him he was at Indiana,
Yeah.
but he coached him on the U.S. Olympic team and said, man, bar none.
Yeah, he called the shot.
Called his shot.
Man knows ball.
Well, he knows ball.
Yeah.
He had a little bit of a temper, but I got one for you. This is also Bob Knight, but I wanted to play this for you, Rod, because I pulled this one. This one's funny. Sitting at a press conference, this is how Bob Knight was. He was a genius when it came to basketball, but personal skills not the best. But this is a classic Bob Knight line.
You can talk about all the motivation.
Talk about the one I sent to you.
No, this is perfect.
But the greatest motivator of all is your ass on the bench. There is no better motivator. Ass meets bench. Bench retains ass. Ass transmits signal to brain. Brain transmits signal to body. Body gets ass off bench and plays better. It's a hell of a
There you go. There's Bob Knight. There's
That
Bob
is
Knight.
so good. And it's so true. Honestly, you know what happened? Know what it happened to? That's relevant. Will Howard.
Will Howard.
Will Howard was playing bad. He threw like 3 picks in the game. They brought in Avery Johnson. Avery Johnson starts balling out. And Will Howard, ass meets bench. Bench retains ass.
Ass receptors
Yes,
speak to
message
body.
brain. Brain sends message to body. Hey, man, play better so you can get ass off bench. Oh, I love it. Man, that's great. That's fantastic.
That's good.
I never heard that one, actually. That was good. I got to find that one. Had it in my personal library. All right, Ty, just dial one up for me, man. Who said that?
17-1 against NFC teams. They're ready. They explain that.
Bro, we're playing football. It's not about NFC or AFC. I'm trying to win with God. I don't even want to put that in my head or let you finish that question. You good. You good. I think it's more about the fact that maybe No, don't try to fake his question.
Lamar Jackson wants out of that deal.
He does. That was Lamar Jackson. Yeah, they asked him about how he's been so successful versus NFC teams. Remember, I told you, you're shell-shocked the first time you see a quarterback running 4.3 that can throw the ball like Lamar Jackson. You've never seen it before.
Well, you can't simulate it in practice.
No way to replicate that. So it takes you about a half just to get used to it. And the NFC, they don't even really they don't see him at all. At least in the AFC, you got a chance to see him every, couple of years. And if you're in a division, you see him twice a year. The NFC, man, they get that full face of Lamar Jackson. And trust me, most of those guys, they end up in the spin cycle. A lot of times
that's a big noon game on Sunday. Of course, in the morning, 8:30, you've got the Dolphins and the Chiefs from Deutschland. Frankfurt, Germany.
That's going to be fun.
We finally exported a really good game to the Euros, right?
Yeah.
London's going, damn, man.
Yeah, right. Why can we get that?
Why can't we get that? But then at noon, Seattle at Baltimore. NFC coming into the AFC. Might want to lean Ravens there. That record is 17-1.
Yeah, I'm going Ravens on that one. But that's Seattle right now leading that division. Not the 49ers.
And they made the trade for Leonard Williams.
Leading that division.
And Pete Carroll and company still rolling. Then, of course, the late afternoon game on Sunday is Cowboys-Eagles at 3:25. Sunday night, you've got Buffalo and Cincinnati with Josh Allen against Joe Burrow. Last time those two played in prime time, we remember what happened with the DeMar Hamlin situation. So, yes, it's a pretty good day of the NFL from 8:30 in the morning until probably 10:30 at night. But there's also a Saturday of college football to play. Includes the Longhorns and K-State in the showdown. We got more on that coming up with Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. Plus, I'll tell you my Bobby Knight story. It took him up with Ian Rodby.
Unfortunately, we've got a crash reported on the northbound side of I-35 near Slaughter. We're seeing extra backups coming from Hayes County. North of there, on to get off again delays from south of Ben White to downtown. Southbound slow on the interstate 290 to the next. Northbound frontage I-35. Hey,
and we're looking at Northwest Crossing. Hey, Ty, where's the new studio at, actually?
We're in the lobby.
Like, as soon as you walk in the door, like, you're in that?
Right to the right. I can see the elevators right now.
Damn, okay. That's cool.
I'm Don Miller. That's your traffic.
Hey, it's E. Hogan for Brain Vault. Brain Vault is.
I wouldn't call it cool.
Yeah, I feel you.
You heard me right.
You'll see the issues.
Oh, trust me. I'm sure there are plenty of them.
Brain Vault is now taking their technology used in the NFL and developed a retail version of their mouth guard. So now your athlete can have the same level of protection that NFL players have. Simply visit BrainVault.com. Learn more about this next level of protection. BrainVault.com. Join the movement.
As we transition into cooler days, it's time to prepare for winter with Pinnacle Propane. Introducing our winter prep offer with savings up to $175 on your next fill. Don't wait. Visit us at pinnaclepropane.com or call us today at 830-693-4383 and stay warm all winter while saving with Pinnacle Propane. To help you prepare even more, you'll have a chance to win a portable backup home generator and a Carhartt gift certificate. Pinnacle Propane, your trusted partner for all your propane needs.
Texas Spirit started with Tito's handmade vodka. Back in the 90s, we had a dream as big as our home state. With grit, determination, and heart, we broke ground on the first legal distillery in Texas. Today, at the center of the craft spirits movement, we're still Texas-made and Texan-owned. Our copper caps line shelf.
Oh, yeah, that's right. John Mayer tonight. We learned yesterday on Setlist ATX. Actually played last night at Moody Center. Moody Center was the crooner. You revealed yesterday you're a John Mayer fan.
Got lots of John Mayer on this phone right here, and proud of it. He's very talented.
Very talented guy.
Yeah, man's got issues, but don't we all?
Man, it's like mama drama. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Girlfriend drama. That's all right, though.
Yeah, it's all about, I don't know, some relationships.
It's very dramatic, but I like him. He's a talented guy.
He is talented. He's one of those dudes that he looks like Taylor Swift used their relationships, which are oftentimes very public ones, celebrity couples, and they'll use those to almost inspire some of that heartbreak, by the way, that inspires their latest song. Yeah, good point. There you go, Ty.
He went
nice.
a lot. He dated a lot of girls, ladies in his day.
If you want to call that date.
Well, because he's pretty good looking, I guess. Same time, he's brilliant. I mean, he's a musical genius. He went to the Berklee School of Music for a while. I mean, he's one of those guys.
No, I'm a fan. I want to say it was one of my exes back in the day that put me on John Mayer.
There you go.
Because she was big on John Mayer. I was like, actually, man's talented.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a good one. If you're looking for a bridge musically, that's good.
I like that.
They're gonna like him. You're gonna like him. It works for both sides.
Damn right.
I'm in on that. Okay, so we got a final fabulous fifth hour, and coming up, Rod will have his behind the burnt orange curtain. We're going deep dive on Texas and Kansas State. If you missed it earlier, we talked to Tyler McComas, previewed the other monster matchup in the Big 12, the Bedlam game, Oklahoma State. Tyler revealed that Oklahoma fans aren't happy with Jeff Lebby, their offensive coordinator.
Got nicknames for him now,
the Jet Sweep.
Apparently, he loves the Jet Sweep that much.
Remember when Texas fans were getting on Greg Davis for the tunnel screen?
Oh, tunnel screen.
Tunnel screen.
Remember, we were talking about the jet sweep because it was our defense though that couldn't stop Maryland's jet sweep that time. Remember? When did Matt Canada?
Yeah.
When did him? They kept running the jet sweep on us. The guy that can't even get 400 yards of offense with the Pittsburgh Steelers came here and wrecked Texas with the one damn concept, the jet sweep.
Yeah, man. Hey, so listen. So Tyler was good. If you missed that, go back podcast. We'll put that out there. And
calling him Jet Lebby.
Jet Lebby.
Jet Lebby. It's pretty good.
Well, because they went to Kansas and lost that game, and put their championship hopes in peril because now they have to go to Stillwater. It's back-to-back road games for them. Yep. And Oklahoma State's playing a lot better. Ollie Gordon. So you get all the details in the 4-1-1 on that deal. Went to Kansas and they threw the ball 50-some times or ran the ball 50-something times and threw it only 12 or 13 before that final 2-minute drive.
Yeah.
So it's like weird game plan.
And he said
and the offense is built around that quarterback.
They think he said anything was wrong with Dylan Gabriel. He didn't say that.
No, he didn't. Right? I asked him about that. Is there something up with the guy? And he said, no, just was the game plan, I guess. Or they're just not sharing that right now. Hey, so this says, he said, pretty good roster. Jessica Simpson, Taylor Swift, Katy Perry.
Damn, you got Katy Perry on there too? Good for him. That'd be a great question. Who's got the best rosters in power? Let's say Jeter's got a nice roster. That's a lot of guys that got some decent rosters out there now.
I bet.
I mean, come on. It's John Mayer laid out a nice one there for you too. Yeah, so
Jeter had 3 Miss Universes.
Oh, of course, Jeter.
Come on, man.
That one day when it's the off season, maybe we can lay out best all time rosters for great athletes.
We'll have a draft.
Yeah. See, well, Jeter's gonna be number 1 overall. I'm trying to think of somebody that could beat Jeter like that. Ooh, who's the biggest playboy?
The player.
Well,
player.
We can go old school. I'll go Broadway Joe on you.
What about Leo DiCaprio?
That's what I'm saying. Hey, there you go.
Leo. To get over 25. See ya.
Yeah, Leo Rex Shop. Yeah.
Leo does. Hey, listen.
Jack Nicholson back in the day.
So, Rod, before we get back to the football talk and get you ready for the games tonight, what's popping? We'll preview the Thursday night college football game in Lubbock. There's also one in Pittsburgh tonight. But so I was working at the guest ranch in Wyoming that I worked at 3 summers in college.
Mm-hmm.
The Paradise Guest Ranch.
Yeah.
And so, to go down, you had to drive about 30 minutes down the mountain to Buffalo, Wyoming, which was the town at the base of the mountain.
Yeah.
Bighorn Mountains.
Bighorn
Mountains, northeast tip there. So you go down into Buffalo, and you could go, get some, they had a little grocery store and bars and stuff. That's where I watched the Rockets win 2 championships for crying out loud down in Buffalo, Wyoming in the early 90s.
Oh, that's right. O.J. Simpson, you watched that?
You
found out about O.J.
That's how I did. That's right. Sitting at a truck stop, a karaoke bar truck stop, and right there in Buffalo, Wyoming. So, then there was also a 7-Eleven. So I pulled into the 7-Eleven, and I get out and look over, and there's a big Suburban. In the front seat is Bob Knight. driving this big-ass Suburban. Windows are down. And I look across, and there's his wife, or what I assume is his wife, and in the seat behind him is what I assume is either his mother or her mother.
Oh,
and that's the only people in the car.
Wow.
And they're clearly on a road trip, right? Because you're up in the mountains.
Yeah, you're trying to get away.
And he gets out, and he's got this look on his face like these two women are yapping my ear.
He gets out looking agitated.
Oh, man. Big bushy eyebrows. He's just like,
he's like,
I'm like, so I walk in. I beat him into the 7-Eleven. But then we end up like in the same aisle, and he's a big dude. Bob Knight's probably 6'6", 6'7".
I don't know why I've never thought about that, but he's got to be, yeah. Because you see him next to basketball players, and he's not short.
And I actually look up at him, and who's going to go which way, that kind of deal, a little head fake. And I go, hey, coach. And he goes, hey. I got a growl.
Grunts. It was kind of a hey,
but the picture worth 1,000 words. You could just see he's on this long road trip. He's got these, and it's like his mother-in-law is like right behind his ear.
Oh man, and they're just yapping.
And
usually he doesn't have to deal with this because he's got something to do. He's like, I gotta go. I got a meeting I gotta go to. I gotta go do this. He's stuck in the car though with him.
There's Bob Knight in Buffalo, Wyoming. He's Bob. You can't mistake him. There's no doppelganger for Bob Knight. The bushiest eyebrows you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, yeah.
You can tell they've been on a long drive here, and he's just trying to get whatever supplies they need there.
Great.
7-Eleven in Buffalo, Wyoming. Of all things, in the middle of the summer, you run into Bob Knight.
And he still looked aggravated. He still looked annoyed. He was on vacation, yet still annoyed.
He started throwing chairs or something. I'm like, let me get the heck out of here.
That is a great story.
Because I'm in college at the time, so remember the college guy that said, hey, what's up, Knight? And like Bob Knight grabbed his arm. I remember when he got in real trouble on the Indiana campus for like not assaulting the kid, but that's what they said because he grabbed him.
Yeah.
You called me Coach Knight, or I've earned that respect or something. Because that was always my thing with Bob Knight. I loved his coaching, but at the same time,
he was intense.
He was the ultimate oxymoron. He demanded respect, but he gave no one respect. You know what I mean? That's the thing. To me, leaders earn respect.
Yeah.
And the way he treated the media, the way he treated players. You can't demand respect, Rod. I guess you can when you're in a leadership position and you're given that type of authority and power. That it's kind of like the Jack Nicholson character in A Few Good Men.
Yeah,
you can intimidate your way to leadership, or you can earn the respect of your
that's fear, not respect.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's what I always
about fear.
And people would defend Bob Knight, of course, because he's a great coach. He had an undefeated season. He won 3 national titles, 900 basketball games. But he led through fear.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big fan of those who demand respect but offer no one else any.
That's a great point. I agree with that. And I would say it was a different era.
Yeah.
Right? It was
he came up in a different era.
When obviously those methods were accepted, not only accepted, celebrated. All right, those methods were celebrated in coaching. And I remember when I got into sports, you still had some of that. You still had Bob Knight-inspired leadership.
Oh, no question.
Coaching, right? It was like hard-nosed.
Well, where he played
hardcore
in college. He played his college basketball at Ohio State, and he was coming. He started. We went to the Army right from there, but you grow up around Woody Hayes, right? You're growing up around the style of coaching.
Yeah, exactly.
But the example of that I always talk about is Mike Krzyzewski. Mike Krzyzewski played for him and coached with him and had huge respect for him, but he chose a different way to earn respect than what Bob Knight did.
Yep.
And that's what I would always argue with people when Bob Knight was still a fixture. Was like, man, you don't have to do it that way. You don't have to. I always would say I would never let my kid play for Bob Knight. And people say, oh, you're crazy. He's a great coach. I'll send him to Duke. I know he's going to get treated well.
Coach too. Yeah,
he's going to get coached well. He's going to get treated well.
Yep.
I want him to play for a coach who earns your respect, doesn't demand your respect at all times. Again, I was in the media, so people will be on him. He was just a jerk to everybody.
Yeah. No, I agree with it. That was a reputation, but I'm with you. I think he was a different leadership style where you rule by fear. These days, you don't rule. That leadership style is pretty much done. Like that's. Right, that's so antiquated. I don't see any sports with that like leadership style now, where you lead by fear.
Well, you know who tried to do it of late?
Intimidation and that kind of thing.
Think about Urban Meyer when he went to the Jaguars. He tried to go up there and treat grown men like that.
He did. It did exactly, and it disastrous outcome for him.
Like one thing with 18, 19, 20-year-old kids playing football, you can lead that way and demand it. But Urban Meyer is from that tree as well. And then he went to the NFL where you're dealing with adults, with lives and wives and kids, and
Yeah.
you can't treat people that way.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is these guys, they won't evolve either with it. That's the weird thing.
Yeah,
about it.
oh, for sure.
Because
Well, think about Josh McDaniel. I mean, he got fired within a year and a half in Denver. He gets another shot at it. Did he evaluate himself of what he did well? No. He's out in a year and a half with the Raiders.
Same tactics, same methods. Yeah, it's like it failed the first time. The definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
The first time I learned that lesson in media or on the radio was John Malkovich. Remember, John Malkovich got fired at Texas for his own ego.
Yes, he did.
And his own unwillingness to listen to other opinions because he was the smartest guy in the room at all times. And, you know, he took remember they fired him, they hired Mac, your coach.
Yep.
And John Malkovich hung out and took every nickel from Texas and helped design the UT golf club. That was his like new project. But then he got another job at Arizona, and you're thinking, okay, he's going to be different.
And he was.
He's going to earn no. He didn't last 2 years at Arizona. Same stuff. I guess, people are
Because he
people.
wouldn't build relationships. He wasn't a relationship builder in that sense.
He should have stayed in the NFL.
Yeah, because relationships don't matter as much like the NFL. You don't have to worry about recruiting.
Malkovich had been in the NFL with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
He should have stayed there. It's kind of like Tom Herman, right?
Because he had a nice offensive mind. His offensive mind actually.
Well, that's who Tom Herman reminded me of. That Tom Herman was going to be the smartest guy in every room. He's going to let you know he's the smartest guy in every room. We know you're smart, coach. We get it, but at the same time, there's a way to do that. And over time, I always used to say this about Malkovich that by the end of it, he didn't have one ally.
Mm-hmm.
And Tom Herman, by the end, didn't have really any allies.
Not really. He didn't have any.
None.
I mean, his own players wouldn't even vouch for him and advocate for him. And I always said, if you can lose games, and that's a way to lose your job, but you can also lose the locker room, and that's a way to lose your job. And Tom Herman, he didn't really get fired because he was losing games.
No.
He got fired because he lost the locker room.
Well, that's the thing you'll hear to the national narrative. How did you fire a coach after 4 straight bowl wins and 4-0 in bowl games and all that?
He lost
well,
the
you
locker
weren't
room.
here.
He lost the Booster and Donuts. He lost the locker room.
And they said the thing about Malkovich before you got here, Rod. How can you fire a coach who just won the Big 12 championship 1 year ago? Because no one likes him.
Yeah, exactly, pretty much.
They don't want to be around him anymore.
Exactly. And he's been here long enough, and everybody who interacts says, I don't want to be around that guy.
Because when you get to that point in any industry, they're just looking for a reason to fire you, man.
Yep.
I mean, they're just looking for it.
And I think you believe, like I believe, there was a good coach in Tom Herman. Like Tom Herman, once he works through some of his kind of immaturity as a coach, the mince and meathead stuff, that's a good coach.
Yeah.
Buried in there somewhere that he's going to find one day and end up, if he reaches.
If he'll change, right?
If he'll change,
if he'll
if he
evolve
evolves,
with-
he's going to be a damn good coach. I really do believe that. Oh.
Possibly, yeah.
And you know what? Lane Kiffin gets in his own damn way all the time, too. That's a great point because of his immaturity, right?
Yeah. And look, I mean, who is it? People talk about Dave Aranda up at Baylor. And of course, he's not getting enough good players right now. But people get on him because he, who's the author? Brene Brown that my wife loves to read her books. He likes to read Brene Brown because he's a curious guy.
He is. Yeah.
And our friend Colonel Craig Flowers, who's a full colonel in the military, retired, but he also is a master expert in leadership. He says every coach should be reading Brene Brown. Every coach should try to be learning how to be a leader.
Yep.
And how to lead without intimidating, without fear, and evolving themselves to understand. People. That's what you are. It's interpersonal communications. Yeah,
exactly right.
You're in the people business. Yeah, a lot of guys know football. Or a lot of guys know basketball. You're dealing with people, and especially at a place like Texas or any major college job, you're dealing with your players, your coaches, your athletic department, your boosters,
Players'
the people
moms
important,
and
players,
parents.
recruits, high school coaches. And if
that's a
you
lot.
can't build bridges with any of them, you're not going to last very long. And
Not
that was the
gonna last.
Herman story, and that was the Malkovich story.
I totally agree. Yeah,
And that's
very
why
similar.
that's why I think Sark could be a nice mix, a little bit of Mac Brown with his charisma, but also he's pretty good at the X's and O's, and it doesn't seem like he has any or many people who aren't on his side who won't want to offend him.
And I've done research on Sark and his time at Washington, USC, and he wasn't always like that. You're talking about evolving. He has evolved. His fall from grace, obviously unfortunate for him, but he's talked about it and been very open about his struggles. It actually has really kind of terraformed his character and changed him as a person. I think that's why he is so personal. That's why he is so open and seems so genuine and authentic. I've talked to a lot of people who've had experiences with Sark and talked about how genuine and authentic he is, and it's because of what he went through.
Yeah.
And he wasn't always this coach that he is today, where he prioritizes building relationships and understands how important relationships are at this level. He was not always his coach. We are getting a coach evolving real time.
Yeah.
That's the hope.
Well, and sometimes because of your circumstances, you're forced to evolve, right? You hit the bottom. You hit the
It's
bottom like he
exactly
did.
what happened, no doubt.
And you drink your way out of your dream job essentially at USC.
We all got demons, man.
Yeah,
we
and
all ride with the dark passenger. Everybody's got a different one.
You got to fight it and learn it from it.
Exactly.
I do think that's
it's gonna
where
be with you. You know what I mean?
this is. Sark's got a lot of work to do here still to earn this fan base fully, but he's on his way. But at the same time, we talk to players who they all has his cell phone number. They can text Sark anytime. Yep. That's a little bit of Mac stuff where you can always get to Mac. And if you got something to, it's a genuine thing that they believe that their coach has been through some hard times themselves. They can relate to him. You know who else is maybe the best coach we've all seen evolve over time is Nick Saban. Nobody's evolved like Nick Saban, man.
You could argue he was one of the old school coaches.
Of course he was.
Led by fear and
that's
intimidation.
Where he came from. He came from that tree of the cradle of coaches in Ohio. And we mentioned Don James at Kent State when his first job way back when. And there was no one more fiery and intimidating and, fired up on the sidelines. But look at him now, the softer, gentler. But as players have changed, he's changed. Mm-hmm. As offenses have changed, he's changed.
You're right.
This is what we talk about with Dabo Swinney and maybe even Jimbo Fisher. These coaches that won't evolve with their sport and are going to do it their way, you have to be able to do that, or else you're going to get left behind. And no one better than Nick Saban, in my mind, of just evolving, not just personally with people, but at the same time, how football is played and just understanding that. All right, good stuff. Coming out of the Bob Knight conversation. Was never a huge fan, but at the same time, he was a great coach. You don't win 900 games. You don't, and I'm not saying he was terrible. I mean, his players liked playing for him. It took a certain type of player.
Yes, it did.
But some players thrived under that, without a doubt.
How many NBA players did he end up producing?
But as time went on and times changed, it got tougher and tougher for him to find those kind of players.
Exactly. I was saying he didn't have as many toward the end because those players were gravitating toward other programs, maybe other styles of leadership, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I would say that because we'll get the Texans. Well, kids are soft today. Well, it's true.
That's true.
It's a softer society.
Nobody
in a lot of ways, that's good. That's actually when people are more enlightened, more people are more open about things. People are more willing to, everything's not black and white.
Yes.
You can actually have conversations. Now, I know that's still polarizing in politics and other places, but at the same time, you can lead there are different leadership styles.
Yeah.
And
it's okay to learn from
and
Bobby.
The good leaders learn all of them and then find the ones that fit for each different person that they're dealing with and strive and push for them to be the best. But Bob Knight, great. That's my little run-in with
that was good.
Coach Knight.
I like that, man. That was good. That was good. I like that breakdown, though, too, about it. How it ended up. You're talking about Makovic and bringing it home here, but you're right about it.
And you hope if you're Texas that this Steve Sarkisian is on the upswing. And, I know after the 5-7 season, things have been pretty good. I think Tom Herman's got this thing in a good spot, but this becomes a huge game on Saturday. This is this is a coach's game, Rod.
Yes,
this is a game where, man, if you had your starting quarterback healthy, you'd feel really good that you can handle this team and, have the home field. But, man, with your backup quarterback, what's the game plan you come up with? And I want to go behind the burnt orange curtain on that. But safe to say this is a Sark and staff game. They've got the players to do it, but you just got to coach around a backup quarterback at some level, build around him, and then deal with a really good team that's pretty healthy and pretty well coached.
Very well coached. One of the best coached teams in the country. That's what everybody keeps saying, and everybody recognizes that as this is one of the most prepared teams and well-coached teams in the country. Sark knows that. Opponents know that. Dana Holgorsen said he was the best coach in the country. Chris Klieman. So I cannot wait to see Sark's game plan with a backup quarterback. Remember, he hadn't had his number, but he's beaten Chris Klieman
twice
each of the first 2 years he's been here. And the first year he did it without a QB, with no quarterback. He did it with a Wildcat.
You heard Klieman this week saying, man, it's still kind of embarrassing that we lost to a team without a quarterback.
And they had Skylar Thompson was hurt that game. I think if they had Skylar Thompson healthy, they probably would win that game. But that was Will Howard's one of his first debuts as a quarterback. And he had a big play in that game. But I remember that was a great game plan by Sark. Very few resources for his team and at his disposal. And he found a way to win that game. That was a great coaching job by him. And honestly, the coaching job that he did when they went up there and won at K-State, that K-State team was supposed to beat Texas, in my opinion, because you had a young quarterback in Texas, Quinn Ewers, on the road. That K-State team had how many NFL players on defense? Like 3 NFL players on defense alone. Remember Alex Idike-Uzomah, Julius Brents. I asked Xavier Worthy, who's the best corner you played? You know what he said?
Julius Brents.
Big
and long.
Kind
of Ryan Watts-like Texas. All right, CB on the text line says John Makovic did win 3 conference championships, something only DKR did.
Exactly.
Well, that is to tell you how unliked he was.
The man can coach.
I'm just telling you.
The man can coach. He wasn't fired for losing games. He wasn't fired for losing the locker room and losing support from the administration.
Well, and that's another Craig Flowers statement that he will make all the time. Hired for talent, relieved for behavior.
Yeah.
And that typically is the way that goes. And you got to be
Tom
able
Herman,
to.
that was certainly the case.
Got to build alliances. I mean, we've all watched Game of Thrones. You got to have your alliances, man. Who's got your back when it matters most?
Hopefully it's not that dire, because you end up being beheaded if you didn't have the right alliance on Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
You know, that goes.
Well, all right. Well, we can continue that conversation, but we've got that. Congrats to the Rangers. They're the world champions. Can I play this real quick? Because we're going to deep dive into Texas on the other side of the break with the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. But Ty, can we one more time for our Ranger fans play the Eric Nadel final out call? We were playing the Joe Davis call from Fox last night because it's a little shorter. But for Ranger fans, long-suffering Ranger fans, Eric Nadel has been the play-by-play voice of the Rangers for 45 years, right?
Ooh,
45
that's a
years.
long time, man.
So he was a part of the 2011 meltdown and the bad years, 100 lost years. This guy has been the voice of Ranger baseball for so many Ranger fans for so long. Let's hear how he called it last night in the desert. Full count on Ketel Marte with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Yeah, pretty good stuff right there. And, of course, Eric Nadel was the 2014 recipient of the Ford Frick Award into the Hall of Fame for broadcasters, essentially, which is pretty awesome. And that was cool because if you're a Ranger fan long-term, you know that voice, and you've probably listened to a lot of Ranger baseball with that voice. And Hello Win column and his signature phrase, that was pretty cool to see.
That was nice.
Or hear. And I believe that was Dave Raymond, who also does the television play-by-play, the second voice you heard. I believe that's right. Am I right about that, Ty? Is that Dave Raymond? Who, by the way, Dave used to do some Astros games back in the day. He also did. I met Dave when he was working with the Corpus Christi Hooks that far back. So
nice. No, it's good. I mean, the Rangers, congrats to all the Rangers fans. Third longest preseason odds to win a World Series, for a World Series champion in the wild card era. So nobody really saw it coming.
Yeah.
And nobody saw the Diamondbacks coming either.
Well, 102 losses, 94 losses last year. Remember the 102 just 2 years ago. It was 94 last year. Wasn't like they were pushing 500 or anything. They were 68 and 94 last year. Hey, Rob, we got to get a timeout because we also, in addition to going behind the BOC, we're going to talk to Drew Sanders, head coach of the Vandegrift Vipers. He is the undefeated Vandegrift Vipers. We'll talk our weekly visit on a Thursday with the head coach of the Vipes. That's coming next here on Hook 'em Up.
Almost forgot.
Me too.
Oh, good job remembering that. I definitely did not remember.
Baseball, volleyball, and ball-related sports areas. Each game, you slather your entire body in burnt orange.
There was supposed to be an underdog here, but I moved it. We're gonna have to do it after last.
It's fine.
When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boost, same-game parlays, and take advantage of the huge prize pool contest. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and, for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
QVC is throwing the biggest holiday party of the year, and you're invited.
Our nonstop holiday party is coming to you live. For 49 straight hours of holiday shopping, tips and tricks to own the season, nonstop fun, and so much more. We'll be joined by our favorite celebs and guests, but it won't be a party without you. Join us for our nonstop holiday party, November 4th and 5th, everywhere you watch QVC. This is shopping brought to life.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know? Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Steve Larson, best-selling author and executive producer in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs share a
Hey, Ty.
call for retirement discount. It gives you more.
When you get to Drew, can you ask him, have they already clinched the district? I don't want to ask him about it if they all have, because I think they might have, because they only have one game left. Obviously, last game of the regular season.
So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. Call 1-800-231-9595. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call right now.
Yes, they are district champs. They're not undefeated district champs yet, but they have clinched it.
9595. Again, 1-800-231-9595.
The Horn text line has moved. Join the conversation on the new Horn text line. 512-447-3776. That's 512-447-3776. Aaron Hogan, Rod Faber, Austin, Texas, Sports, the Horn.
Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain coming up. We will also, Rod's going to try to figure out how to stop this two-headed monster at quarterback. How about two quarterbacks that can run?
Yes, sir.
That's what Texas has to deal with, and they're doing it with their backup quarterback in Malik Murphy. Should be a heck of a game. Longhorns have had K-State's number of late, but this is a good Chris Kleiman team. Speaking of good teams, can we go to the Vaqueros hotline? It's a Thursday. Time to talk high school football. They clinched the district championship last Friday night with a win over Vista Ridge, 45-0. Our visit with Drew Sanders, the head coach of the Vandergrift Vipers, always brought to you by Brain Vault and the Brain Vault technology, which his team has been fitted for and wears in their games. I think the cheerleading team out there at Vandergrift has also been fitted for those Brain Vault technology. Man. Anytime you're in a collision sports, you need the Brain Vault. But great win, 45-0. They're sitting at 9-0 going into the final week of the regular season, and a showdown with Westwood, the Warriors, this weekend. Coach joins us. Coach, good morning, and congratulations on another district championship for your team.
Hey, guys. Thank you. Yes, that was always good to do that. We set out as one of our goals this year, and so it's cool to reach a goal like that.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, are you a Ranger fan, baseball? Because you're a Central Texas guy.
I'm one of those guys that kind of got away. When I grew up, I grew up watching Ruben Sierra, Pete Incaviglia, Charlie Huff, all those guys. I would literally watch every single game when I was younger. Kind of got away from that, I guess. Got used to losing. But yeah, watched the whole thing yesterday evening, and so that was pretty cool. I'm kind of starting to get back into it.
That's awesome. Congrats to all the Rangers out there. Championships are hard to get to, but starting, and Rod, I've got some questions for you. Let's talk about the Vista Ridge game. You talked about they brought quarterback that can run and a quarterback that can throw, and you guys shut them out 45-0. What's the key? And the Longhorns are going to deal with this on Saturday. Got two types of quarterbacks you got to prep for. That makes the week of preparation all that more important.
Yeah, I mean it's you just basically have to do double the work. You've got to come in and you got to have two game plans, and you've got to get your kids to believe in that, and you've got to memorize all those calls and be ready for, all right, switch my brain, this guy's in, and these are the calls, etc. So they ended up primarily playing their running quarterback, and so we were able to run some of our run stuff that we do to teams that like to run the ball, and not as much a threat throwing it down the field. My defense philosophy we've talked about many times is I'm just going to try to stop what you do. and then make you beat us left-handed, and then we'll see if you can do that. And some people can, but in my experience, most people can't. And so you've got to stop what they do, and we were able to do that. So really proud of our defense, especially Diego Bolivar Vasquez. He's one of my senior linebackers. He's back, and he was injured earlier in the year, and he's back and just wreaking havoc. I think he had like 10 or 12 tackles.
Hey, Coach, do you prefer a quarterback that can move around or a pocket passing quarterback? Seems like every quarterback now has functional mobility at least. Do you prefer a dual threat quarterback on your offensive system?
In my system, yes. To face one, no. And I know where he is, and if he gets out, he's not going to be able to run away from my D lineman, But yeah, if I could pick one, it's definitely going to be one that can throw and run, because it's just kind of just almost impossible, honestly, to stop. You kind of get lucky, honestly, to stop a great elite quarterback like that.
Yeah, Deuce Adams, your quarterback, is one of those. He can make plays where there isn't one, and that's one of the reasons you guys are undefeated and have been so good. Round Rock Westwood, the opponent, Coach. We'll talk about them coming up with Coach Wood there, but it's going to be senior night for your guys. You just mentioned your senior who had a great defensive game. This is always an emotional night. I mean, these guys have won a lot of football games, played a state title game a year ago, and I know you have a great middle school program coming through, so I know you've been dealing with a lot of these young guys for a long time now, and it's always an emotional Friday night when it's senior night for Vandegrift.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great question. I think that it is one of the more special things in high school football is that you get to, if you stay somewhere a while, which is what I've done, actually get to know these guys since they've been, fourth grade, third grade. We talked about, you guys remember my story about Miles, one-handed catches when he was in second grade, and so it's just such a fun thing to do, to recognize them and their parents on Friday night, and just so many great memories with each one of them. And each one, I get a chance to give them a hug before I send them off to their parents. And just one of the things I say to each one of them is, "We're not done yet. Thank you for all you've done, but we're not done yet, and we've got a lot of goals that are still left on the table and we want to accomplish." But it is important. I've learned over the years, you got to take some time to recognize what you do and celebrate that, and then you can keep going on the next goals. But guys are doing that, and so we're excited to recognize all of our seniors. It's been an amazing senior class, biggest senior class we've ever had. We've got 59.
Wow.
Oh, that's it.
I was going to ask you the number. That's almost 60 kids.
That is impressive.
That's awesome. That's one of the reasons you guys are so good. Go ahead, Ron.
Hey, Coach, I want to ask you, speaking of seniors and guys, obviously, that you're sending out into the world, have you noticed in your years of coaching that some players may have some coaching acumen, that they actually could be guys that project as coaches? Do you just stand out to you? Go, oh man, that kid could be a great coach. He's got the personality, he's got the charisma, he's got the the football IQ. Do you see that, and have you actually seen some guys actually pursue it after they leave?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That's one of my favorite things is I'll see that in a kid and it's like, man, you ought to think about being a coach, and most of them are pretty excited about that. They think that and that could be fun for them to pursue. And some of them are pursuing. I've got some guys right now pursuing it, and some guys that want to come back and work with me. I'm thinking of Cruz Carrasquillo right now, one of my starting defensive ends. Cruz was the guy that told me a long time ago that he wanted to be a coach. I think maybe sophomore year. He's a senior now. And so he'll train some kids around the neighborhood. Sometimes he likes doing that, and he'll ask me in-depth questions about what we're doing, and then we talk about the games through like a coach's view, and that is super fun and rewarding for a coach to think that we might have an influence on a young person where when they go coach, they think of me, or they think of the linebacker coach or Coach Mauser, as someone that inspired them to do that. Because as most of my experience, I'm a coach because of a coach. Most coaches are like, they have that acumen, like you said, but also they saw something in that coach that's like, man, I would like to be that for someone else down the road.
Yeah.
Well said. With 59 seniors who will play their final game on Friday night. What is that, Coach? I mean, it's a little deeper conversation on that, but we were just talking about Bobby Knight and his passing and different coaching styles and how leadership comes in all forms. What is it, when you see it in a kid that might indicate, okay, this kid's probably got some of that stuff? What are the key things for you that's helped you develop into the coach that you are?
And I think that what I'm seeing in kids that maybe would want to do that would be something along the lines of there's no situation where they have to try to assert themselves. They're probably the person that is in the group in the group project in English, and they're like, hey, I don't mind leading this. I just think that's the starting point of being able to take initiative and do that. And then, of course, the love of the game and the love of the competing. That's one of the coolest things about coaching is, even though I'm getting older, and I'll be 50 my next birthday, I still get to compete and have the same exact feelings that I had when I was a player when I was 17 years old. And that is so fun. And it's part of the thing that I think a lot of people miss. The mentoring is amazing, and that's probably my number one reason that I coach. But number two is I still get to compete and have all the butterflies, have all the joy of making a big tackle or a sack. In fact, it's almost better because I don't have I'm not beat up. And you get to see other people being successful, which I know both you guys were athletes back in the day. That is fun when you have someone being successful that you felt like maybe you helped them do that. So those are attributes I think that every good coach has, and that leads over to your team, your other coaches. And then you're able to kind of build a program where everybody's kind of supporting each other.
Hey, Coach, at this point in the season, everybody's dealing with bumps, bruises, and injuries. How's the health of your squad today?
I say this knocking on wood while you ask me those kind of questions. That was something I saw the quarterback for the Ravens. Somebody asked him about his record against NFC teams, and he started beating his head. He's like, I don't want to hear the rest of it. But one good thing is we are getting Alex Foster back.
Yeah.
About Alex all year. And with my leading tackler last year, I had 200 tackles. I know that's still an unbelievable number. I can only 16 games, but that's still an unbelievable number. And so he's going to get back. We're going to try to play him a little bit this week, and we're really excited to have him back on the field. Not just for his playing ability. I mean, he's been unbelievable these 6 weeks he's been out of leading and coaching on the sideline, and in the halftime. I'm talking to my secondary, and then I'll leave, and I'll say, Alex, what else do you have for him? He's been starting since a sophomore. He's going to take over, and this is a guy who's going to be a coach also.
Wow, yeah.
That's one of his dreams, to be a college coach. And he'll take over the entire secondary and say, hey, don't forget, when they're in this formation, we're looking for this play. And it just sounds like a coach is already talking. I'll walk off, and I'll come back and be, all right, everything good? He's like, yep, here we go.
Hey, last thing, Coach Westwood. I mean, I shouldn't make them the last thing because they're the real thing with Coach Anthony Wood. I mean, they're 7-2. They're 4-2 in district. This will be a heck of a ball game. I mean, what does Coach Wood have going this year that's got them look like they're headed to the playoffs as well?
Well, two things. I think they're doing really well. They're feeding their big back the ball over and over and over again. He is, in my estimation, the leading rusher in all of 6A football. So what a great challenge for us heading into the playoffs. This is like a playoff tune-up. 2 playoff teams playing each other right before the playoff run starts, hopefully. And so that's great for defense and then offense. And then for our offense versus their defense, they're one of the best scoring defenses in our district. I think they're either second or third as far as the lower amount of points they're giving up. So they're doing a great job. The defense coordinator over is doing a great job and presenting different looks, and they're playing really hard. They're tackling better. And so they actually are a complete team, and so it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, Damani Stewart, the running back, 190 yards a game on the ground, leading Central Texas. So you guys will have your hands full there, that Viper defense. Hey, Coach, thanks so much. Good football conversation. Good luck with senior night and the final game of the regular season. See if you can finish off an undefeated district championship on Friday night at Viper at the stadium there. And we'll look forward to our visit next week when you're into the playoffs.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it as usual.
All right,
thanks, Coach.
All right, good stuff right there. Love that.
I always learn stuff talking to Coach, man. Coach does a great job. Obviously, I mean, his team is fantastic. He won't admit it, but think it's the best team he's had.
Yeah, can we?
He won't jinx it like that. He don't want to do that.
Well, look again. We talk about their gaudy stats. I mean, they pitched another shutout last week, and I mean they've outscored opponents 405 to 60 this year, and they'll play Anthony Wood's Westwood team. Hey, coming back, Rod. We'll do your behind the burn orange curtain when we come back.
Yes, sir.
I want to get you some time. Then we'll get to what's popping. Talk some Texas football. Looking forward to it. We're hooking up with Ian Rod B.
How are we gonna do this?
Yeah, we'll be up against it. I won't really do one. So
well, we got to do underdogs here.
I can do it.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, we can come back with behind the burn orange curtain. Rod can do a quick thing, and then we'll drive in right into have the what's popping music ready.
Exactly.
Okay.
Underdog Fantasy, folks. If you haven't downloaded this app and you aren't playing Underdog Fantasy and you love sports and you love a little stake in the game, have a little good time, I can't imagine why you haven't at Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com. The app is so easy to download and use. And then once you get going, I mean, there's game tonight, right? Tennessee and Pittsburgh. That game. Also, you got the college game with TCU and Texas Tech tonight. These are all games you can have fun with. NBA games as well. That's started, and it's just a new way to play alongside your favorite game or team. The game you're going to watch. You go to the website or you go to the app, and you take that game. You pick between 2 and 5 players playing in that game that night, and you should decide whether they're going to go higher or lower on their in-game total, whichever ones you choose from the categories there. And then you sit back and watch the ball game and see how it goes. And if you pick 5 different players from either side and you go 5 for 5, you can win up to 20 times your money. It's such a great option to have some fun, and it's not that year-long fantasy thing that a lot of us are in where you got to navigate and injuries and bye weeks and all that stuff. No. It's just the games tonight and every night at Underdog Fantasy. It's so easy and fast. Download that app to your phone. And I always tell you, build your dream team, but use my promo code Hogan, Hogan. They're going to double your first deposit up to $500 now. That's up to $500 for using that promo code. Also, if you're new to the whole thing and you haven't tried it yet and you download it and use promo code, you're a new customer, they're going to give you a little mystery pick there to help you out to start this thing off, a little 0.05 in your queue to get it going. So use promo code Hogan, Hogan, Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com, and the Underdog app. Have a blast with it. It's so user-friendly and easy to do. Play tonight with college and pro football, NBA as well. Do it at Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code Hogan, Hogan.
When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same-game parlays, and take advantage of the huge prize pool contest. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to MyBookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
QVC is throwing the biggest holiday party of the year, and you're invited. Our non-stop holiday party is coming to you live for 49 straight hours of holiday shopping, tips and tricks to own the season, non-stop fun, and so much more. We'll be joined by our favorite celebs and guests, but it won't be a party without you. Join us for our non-stop holiday party, November 4th and 5th, everywhere you watch QVC. This is shopping brought to life.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BEL.com.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Steve Larson, best-selling author and executive producer in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. Call 1-800-231-9595. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call right now, 1-800-231-9595. That's 1-800-231-9595. Again, 1-800-231-9595.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that?
All right, welcome back. We're going to cram in a little behind the burnt orange curtain along with what's on tap as we get ready to get out of here. Just a real quick little synopsis about this K-State rushing offense and really the K-State offense period. I just don't think Longhorn fans realize how explosive and how good this offense is. Just real quick, it is a top 10 rushing offense, top 5 in rushing yards per game, top 15 in yards per rush, top 7 in rushing yards overall, 7th in 10-plus yard plays overall. And you go look at 10-plus yard rushes. They are leading the Power 5, and they're second in all of college football in 10-plus yard rushes. And most of this because of the quarterback design run game, which is one of the best and most diverse in college football. That's going to be really the concern for Texas. And we just heard Coach Sanders talking about it too. There is no more better nightmare fuel for a defensive coordinator than a quarterback that can move. And then you got to deal with two quarterbacks that can move. And as Coach Sanders just pointed out, you got to have two game plans. You got to have an Avery Johnson game plan, and you got to have a Will Howard game plan. And the Avery Johnson game plan better be constructed around your ability to contain him on the edges. Real quick stat about Avery Johnson, the freshman phenom that K-State used to add some juice to the offense and to make Will Howard focus a little bit more and for him to force him to make better decisions. As the late, great Bobby Knight said, as he played you the sound, hey, you put somebody behind on the bench, and it's amazing, all right, the transformation, the metamorphosis they go through and become a better player because, yeah, you know what, why I'm on this bench? Well, I'm on this bench because I made some bad decisions. I turned over the football. Well, how can I get off this bench? Well, I got to make better decisions and take care of the football. That's usually the way it works, the man in the mirror moment. So, but when you are going game plan specific against Avery Johnson, 80% of his rushes, shout out to my man Matt Butler at Longhorn Blitz, over 90% of his 10-plus yard rushes, over 90% of his forced missed tackles, over 90% of his rushing yards have come in the C and the D gap. He does not want to run up the gut in the interior. Who would against T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy? So he's definitely not going to be doing it in this game. They don't do it anyway because they think his frame, because he's still got his high school body and not his grown man body yet, that he is susceptible to being hurt and being battered and bruised if he's running inside the tackles and in between the tackles. So I think they're going to run him on the edges. And for Texas, make sure that you got guys that can defend the edges. I like that package of Anthony Hill, Jalen Ford, and Mo Blackwell with T'Vondre Sweat, with Murphy, and with Barron Sorrell, because that allows you not only to clog up the inside with all that mass and the best tandem of D tackles probably in the country, but also you can spill everything outside, and you'd have Anthony Hill, and you'd have Mo Blackwell and Jalen Ford sideline to sideline chase it down. And also, they're really good at being able to be spies off the edge, blitzers off the edge, all right? Or you can use them to just kind of flush that quarterback off the pocket because both of those guys are hybrid defenders.
Well, the bench helped the issues because if they don't turn the ball over, they're very efficient and explosive offensively,
Yes,
Rod. As we talked about, you know, there's a metric that are, points per drive. Texas is 151. Kansas State's 1.99.
That's what I'm saying. Like people are like, oh, they run the ball, so they're not explosive. No. They run the ball and they are explosive.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and you know why their points per drive are higher than Texas is by a good number.
Red zone.
85% of in their red zone, they convert for touchdowns.
Red zone.
85%.
Red
we
zone.
know the Longhorns aren't good. And that's why Sark was so adamant and intense about it on Monday. We've got to finish these drives.
Got to, man.
They're going to finish some. We've got to finish some. They average almost 5.5 yards a carry.
Yeah.
They're just a very good offense.
They
And
really are.
now they have two quarterbacks. And really, since grabbing his ass grabbed some pine against Texas Tech, Will Howard hasn't been spilling the pill.
He's playing his best football.
Yeah.
So that Bobby Knight theory, it applies here. It's applicable.
Only three turnovers their last 3 games, Rod. I mean, they're getting after it. So, all right, so that's out there as well. Good stuff with Rod on the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. I know you've got are you doing the football theory show tonight on?
Yeah, me and my mate boy recorded yesterday. Should be out tonight sometime. So good stuff.
That's
About an
you.
hour of just football meat.
Oh man,
great. Yeah.
I mean, it's like a steak.
Yeah, and he was one of the first ones to actually write about what he calls the flyover defense, the 3 high, 3 down that K-State runs that obviously is really effective versus Steve Sarkisian. He's one of the first ones to actually write about it. So he has a lot of great details as to how it functions, what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, how you can exploit it. I learned a lot listening to Ian talk about the flyover defense, so I think everybody else will too. So check that out at On Texas Football.
Yeah.
On YouTube, baby.
All right, there we go. Good stuff right there with Rod. And, yeah, that's on the On Texas Football channel at Inside Texas. Also, remember, today I will be recording a new What's Poppin' multicast. The Eyes on Texas multicast to do with Mike Craven from Dave Campbell's Texas Football. We'll record that. It'll drop tomorrow with a full preview of Kansas State. So, obviously, plenty of opportunity to learn more about this game. It's the best home game of the year.
That's right.
For the Texas Longhorns, and it's coming up in 2 days. Looking forward to it. Let's also looking forward to what's coming up tonight, which is a lot.
What's poppin'?
Let's get to what's poppin'. All right, what's popping tonight? It's Texas Tech as everything runs through Lubbock. Our man Joey McGuire hosting Sonny Dykes and TCU. Ty, what was your prediction at the beginning of the year that TCU wouldn't win how many games? Well, they're at 4, and they play tonight, so we'll see. You predicted the decline of TCU. I think a lot of us looked at that and said, man, you're replacing the best player at every position on your team, plus Max Duggan, the Heisman runner-up. That's a problem, and it's been a problem. They're 4-4. They're 4-4, but they're playing a 3-5 Texas Tech team. I think it would have surprised a lot of people, Rod, if you had said, go back to September. Say, okay, at the first day of November, first weekend of November, there's going to be a 5-way tie for first place in the Big 12, and neither Texas Tech nor TCU will be a part of it.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I wouldn't. But everybody started out so slow, and everybody struggled early on, and then everybody switched quarterbacks, or at least added a new quarterback. It's like Iowa State did that, TCU did that, K-State did that, and we always know a new quarterback can be like you can make a new leash on life for a football team. That's exactly what happened to Oklahoma State, happened to even TCU. Seemed to have scored a little bit more when they put in, was it Hoover is his name?
Yeah, Josh Hoover.
Josh Hoover, who was, by the way, I learned this from Jerry Hamilton, he was actually recruited by Kalen DeBoer when he was at Indiana, who's now there at Washington. So he's got an arm because, man, that guy likes to throw it deep.
Yeah, he does.
Like big arm QBs.
Well, and, Kalen DeBoer also recruited Avery Johnson because he was offered by Oregon and Washington.
Damn. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Avery Johnson was a 4-star kid, Mr. Football in the state of Kansas. And
Yeah,
chose
usually
K-State
they
over
don't get
Washington.
players like that. K-State doesn't get players like that.
No,
he's
they
supposed to leave that state, and he did.
And he's the future.
Yes, they know it, too.
Yeah.
That's why they keep playing. They're like, we can't have you in a transfer portal. You will be the starter here,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Yeah.
Don't ever think about leaving.
That game's 6 o'clock tonight. So we're out. What's popping? We'll be at Third Base Sports Bar tonight. Great spot there in Round Rock. We'll be out there tonight, Rod and I, with our friends from Bud Light and Brown Distributing, giving away some college football tickets and watching college football because that Tech game will start at 6 in Lubbock. So we'll have a good hour of that while we're on with Patrick from 5 to 7. And then 7:20 tonight, it'll be the Steelers and Titans with Will Levis.
Hey, he had one of the best starts for a rookie quarterback in the history of the NFL. 4 touchdowns in your first start.
Well, he puts mayonnaise on his
some mayonnaise
everything.
on that.
He eats mayonnaise with a spoon.
And he eats his bananas with the peel on.
Yeah.
He's a sick mofo.
You did, and so far he's not, but he had a great first game because he finally got in. Mike Vrabel's probably like, man, I should have got him in sooner.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. He looks pretty good.
He does. Well, you know what he does? He throws the deep ball. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins just throw the deep ball.
Exactly. DeAndre Hopkins, if somebody's guarding him one-on-one, he's open. Just
well, you wonder if that – well, look, I mean, and they were playing Atlantis. You wonder if Atlanta was daring him, saying, because the new trend in the league now is not to give up big plays, right? It's to play back, make them go long drives, make some mistakes, keep them out of the end zone. But I wonder with Will Levis, they thought, no, this kid's going to try to dink and dunk, and we're going to take that away. And he said – bombs away. He went Norm Van Brocklin. Started chunking him.
He really did.
I can't look at it. I know his name's Will Levis, but it looks like Will Levis.
Will Levis.
It's spelled like the jeans, man.
He should do it because then he could get an endorsement deal.
Joe Theismann did it.
Right?
Joe
it was Theismann. Turned into Theismann. We still call him Joe Theismann.
That's a cooler name, too, Will Levis.
Hey, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I think we'll do it. And also, even as a joke, that you can still get the Levi's endorsement deal. Be like, I know a lot of people, they mispronounce my name, and I don't mind. Because it rhymes with Levi's.
Will Levis.
Real Levi's.
What a cool name that is.
I know. I was like, go with it. Go run
Playing
with it.
in Tennessee, Nashville, Levi's.
That's a money idea. You own it, man. You own it.
Branding.
Right
all
now.
about branding. Kenny Pickett will be the opposition. Good bet that the Steelers will not have 400 yards of offense tonight. They'll have about 3 and a quarter.
Because Matt Canada hadn't had 400 yards of offense since he's been there as the coordinator for 2 years. Crazy, man.
Now, Kenny Pickett left the game last week that they lost with an injury. I don't know where he is right now, but Levi's will play. He is playing tonight? Okay. All right, what's popping tonight there, Ty? What's your Sex Panther pick of the night? You can't pick the Rangers anymore. They're going to have a parade tomorrow.
I'll give you 2. I'll give you the Steelers -3 and TCU +3.
There you go. You got TCU on the road at Texas Tech winning that game by 3 or more. Okay. No, they can lose. You got 3 points to play with. Okay. All right, tomorrow, Ty and I'll go head-to-head, 5 picks on a Friday. Also, we'll talk a lot of Texas, Kansas State, the Bedlam game, the biggest games in college and pro football, and we'll be recapping what we see tonight, Rod.
That's right.
So looking forward to it. You got your football theory thing coming out today. Looking forward to that. That's popping.
But, yeah, man, I'm watching some football tonight.
Got
Big 12 football, NFL football.
Got to.
Done.
Looking forward to that. All right, we'll pick this up on 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we'll see you out at third base tonight, Sports Complex with Patrick and ourselves.
Yes, sir.
Having some Bud Lights and enjoying Third Base Sports Bar in Round Rock, Texas. Have a great Thursday, everybody. Jim Rome is next. If you missed any part of our show, including Tyler McComas, also our conversation with Drew Sanders at Vandergrift, all that will be podcast at hornfm.com. Have a good one, Rod. Ty, have a good one. We'll see you at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Hook 'em up.
Chevy Silverado Trail Boss.
Thanks, Ty. Good stuff, buddy. I'll see you in a second. Yeah, I'm headed up there. Record this stuff.
Kept my payments right where I needed them. Once again, they did all the work and found exactly what I wanted with every.
Are you doing your podcast today? Are you doing it up there?